Hey guys, we're back for some more Empyrion Galactic Survival. Had a whole break for the week. Let's see here. Resume. This stream I'm planning is going to be more of a build stream as I work to build my my first capital vessel. Probably going to listen to a little bit of music from or not music, but listen to a few podcasts like Star Talk Radio or something while it's going. Since I don't expect to do much, it won't be too action. I don't expect it to be too action packed.
This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries Edition. And you know that means I got Chuck Nice right here. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Neil, what's happening?
You know who our guest is for Cosmic Queries this time? It's good old Dr. Funky Spoon, David Grinspoon.
What?
He's a resident.
Get the funk out of my face.
Get the funk out my face. He's our at-large astrobiologist and musician, and a man who's just all about the solar system. And so we solicited questions from our fan base that are right in his wheelhouse. And I have maybe 5% overlap with that wheelhouse. So that means we'll be deferring to David Grinspoon. David, welcome back to Star Talk.
Hey guys, thank you. It's great to be here. Great to see you both.
Yeah, we count you as a friend. You've been on many times. And on your resume here, I've got you as senior scientist at the Planetary Science Institute. And that's in Arizona, is that correct?
That's in Arizona. I'm in the Washington, D.C. area through the magic of the interwebs, where PSI, Planetary Science Institute, is sort of distributed. We have people all over the place. And once a year we get together in person, just like the other days. But
just to verify that you're not just bots.
Yeah, exactly. Or if we are, we're very sophisticated, convincing ones.
And I'm reminded you're author of Chasing New Horizons. I see what you did there, because there is a mission to Pluto called New Horizons. Mm-hmm. And it's called Inside the Epic First Mission to Pluto. Now, Chuck, you see what he did there? He's very expectant that there'll be more missions to Pluto.
Right. By the way, the subtitle of that New Horizons was "Screw You, Neil." That was the.
I see. I was implicated in the promotion of Pluto.
Chuck, that's the implied subtitle. Come on.
The actual subtitle.
Sorry. Yeah, but let's not forget about my favorite Dr. Funky Spoon book, if I recall correctly, is Earth in Human Hands, because it's all about how we are shaping this planet. And if you want to know some great information about climate change and the Anthropocene, you should check out that book, man, because it helped me. It's really very cool.
Wow, I didn't know you're now his agent. Okay, good to know that.
No, Chuck's just my like prime audience. If he likes it, then I know I did something right.
Well, tell us about because if you're a planetary, then Earth is simply another planet, and then you get to compare it. Strengths and weaknesses, susceptibilities.
He does that in the book, actually.
That's what I mean. I just want you to take me there for a few minutes.
Well, so I just thought it would be cool to look at sort of the question, the perennial question of what are humans and what makes us different, if anything. It's almost the astrobiologist view of, if you were an alien with a long attention span watching Earth, then in this recent stretch of time you would have seen something really weird happen to our planet that has never happened to it before. Where the night side lights up and the atmosphere changes and everything changes. And what does that sort of look like from a planetary perspective? That was sort of the goal of Earth in Human Hands.
Okay. And when was that published?
That was published in 2017. 2017.
And the date on the New Horizons book?
That was 2018. That was a busy little stretch for me.
Okay. All right.
I'm still recovering.
Very, very cool. And we also have you listed here as a musician. Are you active, or you just sort of play at home where no one's listening?
Well, actually, one of the things that's wonderful for me, and I think for a lot of people, about this stage where the pandemic maybe isn't over but is easing up a little bit, is the return of live music. And I've been really enjoying that both as a listener and fan and also as a performer. And I have been playing. I'm in a new band actually here in the DC area. We're called The Easy Way, and it's kind of a funk soul thing. And it's we've just started playing. We've played 4 gigs now, so that's really fun for me, is to be back out playing a little music.
And are there any other scientists in the band with you?
There are actually no, but one of the other guys, that our lead singer, he works at NASA. He's not a scientist, but he's a NASA dude. So we do. NASA does represent.
So Chuck, you got questions for us? I haven't seen them yet. I don't know if David has.
I'm sure. Listen, I haven't. So
okay. All right. So
I don't think anybody has.
This is a cosmic query, so tell us what you got.
Here we go. You want to jump into this? Let's do it. Let's pop things off with Trevor C. Mills. Trevor says, "Hey, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Grinspoon, as well as Chuck. I hope this finds you well. This is Trevor from Augusta, Georgia. At what point in our search for extraterrestrial life do we start a search for non-carbon-based life? And what are some good candidates aside from silicone?" So,
okay, I like that.
Good question. You know,
what do you got?
The thing is, I would say there's not one specific point. It's almost like more a perspective we have to keep in mind and remember that this search needs to be conducted with the humility of the realization that we don't really know what we're looking for. We have some hunches about what's universal about life, and we know that carbon chemistry in water is a basis that can work, and we have good reason to believe that could be functioning elsewhere because the conditions are available for it other places. So it's a good thing to look for because we know it can work, and we sort of know how to look for it. But we should keep in mind that we don't have any solid reason to believe that that's the only kind of life. We haven't thought of any other. Nobody's constructed or invented in a lab another kind of life that works as well. But that could be because we're dumb, not because the universe doesn't know how to do it.
We do it in our movies. Our movies, we do it 100 times over. Right?
It happens in movies. And you know, there is this move in NASA astrobiology to look for what we call agnostic biosignatures, which means trying to assume as little as possible and looking for sort of more universal things that may not depend on carbon, you know. But then you get into this question: what do we even mean by life, and what does life do? But you could talk about, chemical disequilibrium, life changing the chemical balance of its environment in a way that non-life probably doesn't. And if you go that route, it doesn't have to be carbon-based. It just has to be something that's multiplying itself and using energy. And so we do have ideas about how to look for non-carbon based life, and I think it's good to be reminded, so thank you for the reminder that we should keep that in mind as we search. But our search does tend to be focused on, quote, life as we know it, partly because that's what we know how to look for.
So often people will try to swap silicon in for carbon in the molecule, and many sci-fi movies that have attempted other chemically based life have done that with silicon. And can you tell me why silicon would be such a attractive next option?
Yeah, because in some ways silicon is a lot like carbon in that, you know, if you look at the periodic table, we all remember the periodic table from the wall of our science classroom, and it's got, you know, in the upper left it's got hydrogen, and then below hydrogen are all the things that bond like hydrogen with like one electron. And sort of in the middle of that chart is carbon at the top, and then below it are all the things that bond like carbon. Carbon makes 4 bonds with other things, and that's the basis of organic chemistry, which is the basis of life. So you look right below carbon, the next thing down is silicon. You think, okay, silicon, that's going to be kind of like carbon. Maybe you can make biomolecules out of that. So there's a good logic to it, but the problem is silicon bonds are not like carbon bonds. What's great about carbon is not just that it bonds to 4 other things, so it can make this whole, complex Lego set of molecules.
I mean, then it doesn't sound like it works. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's people making a leap because it's similarities. But that's like me saying, Obama has large ears. He's black. I could be president. No, Chuck. No, you can't. You cannot. Okay.
It is kind of like that. It depends on what features you're focusing on.
Don't agree with Chuck on that.
I'm sorry, Neil, but Chuck has a point here. It depends on what characteristics you're focusing on
this show.
And the fact that silicon bonds to 4 other things makes it like carbon. But the problem is the nature of those bonds. Carbon bonds are also kind of floppy and loose, and carbon can get into all these like weird configurations which make proteins and things. Silicon bonds tend to be really stiff, and they don't make those nice complex configurations the way carbon bonds do. So
for those who can't see, David Gridstone was just voguing
He
for the last few moments. Shaping his hands around his face.
Chemical voguing.
Indicating the flexibility or rigidity of carbon and silicon.
Carbon,
strike a pose.
silicon. Silicon likes to strike a pose and stick to it. Yeah.
All right. Okay, gotcha. And so that's less flexible when life is experimenting on the diversity of what it may need to thrive in an environment. Is that a fair statement?
And I don't think it makes carbon makes polymers, these big molecules where it's not just carbon, but it's attached to lots of other things. Silicon, it makes, silicon oxygen chains and things like that, but I don't think it makes the kind of just diverse molecule set that makes carbon so good for life.
I would add, just from an astrophysical point of view, there's like 5 times as much carbon in the universe as there is silicon. So you don't even need to appeal to silicon because carbon is there for you. And it's your friend.
So to both of you, with respect to this, are there any conditions in the universe under which circumstances cause different reactions to these elements where they might behave in such a way to do something like make life? Or is the periodic chart the same no matter what, no matter when?
Well, the periodic chart is going to be the same.
I mean the elements, not the chart. I'm talking.
But I mean the elements are going to be the same. But your question is good. Are there conditions in which the reaction types, the behavior, is going to be different? And the answer is yes. There are conditions in which it's different, and that's why we have to be careful to not be too Earth-centric. But has anybody come up with a set of conditions that we're likely to find somewhere where you can show that silicon is going to do the right thing to make life? The answer is no. But that may be just, again, be a limit on our imagination.
Okay.
As any good scientist, you got to sort of not only know your limits, but be prepared to shatter them as you take every next step.
All right.
Chuck, you got another question for
here
Funky Swoon here?
Yep. This is Emily, either Talus or Talius, one or the other, because it's a double L. So, hi, Chuck and Neil. Greetings from Paris, France. So maybe not either one of those in pronunciations.
I know, you probably
maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. And then she goes, look at this. Chuck, feel free to butcher my name. I can't wait to hear what you come up with.
People setting you up.
God. Oh, jeez.
That was good for preemptive consideration.
Yeah, tell me about it. All right, she goes, I was wondering what would happen if we were to discover intelligent life outside of Earth, of course, but less advanced than we are. First, how would we discover it and confirm that it is indeed less intelligent? That's pretty easy. And second, once confirmed, what would the next steps be? Is there a protocol for life discovery?
First of all, I love the question, and it's not one we think about very much because there's a set of assumptions that are almost unspoken because of how long we've been assuming them and how frequently we assume them. Which...
Actually, David, they'll remain unspoken until we come back from this break.
Yes. They will remain unspoken a little longer.
Just a little longer. Just a little longer. Let's find out about the unspoken protocol. That's the next installment of Mission Impossible. David's unspoken protocol about encountering life. We'll be right back after this first break. We're back with Star Talk, Cosmic Queries with David Grinspoon, a friend and colleague, and he's an expert on the solar system and astrobiology and all kinds of cool things such as that. David, how do we find you on social media?
Well, I'm still on Twitter, at least today, and that's at Dr. Funky Spoon.
Doctor, that's why we call you that, Dr. Funky Spoon.
Yeah, and
okay.
I'm on Facebook just under my name, and I'm on Mastodon now too, which is I'm Dr. Funky Spoon at koto.org, QOTO.
Funky or Funk Spoon?
Funky, Funky.
Oh, Funky Spoon. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
on Mastodon.
I'm hedging my bets.
Okay. So, Chuck, we left off with a question about what would happen.
From Emily Tallias.
Well, she's from France. So it's Emily?
Emily? That's right.
Emily.
Emily.
How do you Frenchify,
Yeah,
Francophile Emily? But so she wants to know what happens when you find life that's less intelligent than us.
Right.
That's hardly ever addressed in sci-fi storytelling.
Yeah,
Because no one could imagine that we could be smarter.
Well, it's hardly ever addressed
anything
in
else in the universe.
Yeah, it's hardly ever addressed in sci-fi, but it's also hardly ever addressed in SETI itself, because there's always this assumption that anybody we find is going to almost surely be more, quote, advanced than us or have been around as a technological species or civilization much longer. And there's a good logic for that because, on this, for one thing, on a cosmic time scale, we're just babies, right? 4.5 billion years of Earth, 4 billion years of life, depending on where you start it, a couple million years of being human and a few hundred years of being technological and less than 100 years or 100 years of being radio friendly, so we're babies. And so that's one thing, just time scale wise, but also anybody who's good at interstellar communication, or certainly anybody who's traveling in an interstellar scale, is almost surely has technology that we haven't developed yet. So there's good logic there. So we always imagine that we are the neophytes and they're the wise ones, and that there's an asymmetry in contact in that direction. And statistically, I think it's a pretty good argument, but it's an interesting question. What if we meet somebody who's, there's a pretty narrow range there where they could be dumber than us and still considered, still considered intelligent. But what if we did? And how would we find them? Because presumably then they wouldn't have traveled here, so we'd have to stumble upon them.
Or responded.
Right.
So even if they're not traveling here. Yeah.
But what if we got, what if we got lucky and sort of stumbled on a civilization that was sort of just becoming technological but hadn't become interstellar yet? It seems unlikely.
That would just be a tech level. That's not an intelligence level.
No, that's a good point too, because you could argue there's always the whales, right? And the dolphins. They're really intelligent. They arguably have a civilization and a culture.
I saw that Star Trek movie, the Save the Whales Star Trek movie.
Yes. Yeah. So we could certainly find intelligent life that is not technological at the level we are. And as far as protocols, it's pretty vague. There are protocols for SETI. If we think we found something, a radio signal, what
SETI,
do you do?
The search for extraterrestrial intelligence, just the general a term for that, right?
Yeah. So the SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence community, has protocols that if somebody thinks they found a signal, then you don't announce it immediately to the public. First, you verify it, and you get another observatory to also find it, so you make sure it's not some weird mistake that your observatory is making and some local interference. But then once you're sure, then the protocol is complete transparency. You alert everybody, So
unless the men in black get to you first.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. With a flashy thing. Yeah. That. Yeah. And then if somebody comes, and lands a spaceship on Earth and contexts. There's no real official protocol for that because it's not something that's just been, you can argue whether it should be or shouldn't be, but it hasn't really been taken seriously enough by the sort of SETI and scientific community to develop a protocol for that.
All I know is that in today's world, if the aliens land and they say, take us to your leader, nobody's taking them to the White House.
Yeah, that's so true.
It would
We'll get a beer.
It would present a conundrum. Where do you take them?
You take them, get a beer at the corner pub.
I imagine that my fantasy is that they would land and then we find out that we're so insignificant that they're actually filming a reality show.
Oh, with them among us.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Like that's what we rate as. Like, hey, let's go down there and like basically they're the Ashton Kutcher of the universe, and we're the ones that are being pranked.
We're basically props.
We're props. We're straight up props.
So, David, I just want to add that if we count chimps as sort of the next smartest species to us, just for the sake of this example, we can't have a meaningful conversation with them. Think about it. And we got 99% identical DNA. So if we find another species that's sort of not as smart as us, what evidence do we have that we'd be able to communicate with them? Or worse yet, finding a species just that 1% smarter than us than we are to chimps. What hope do we have of them even being able to communicate with us because our simplest thoughts would transcend our most brilliant thinkers?
Yeah, your example of chimps really is an interesting one, and it kind of illustrates that something very recent has happened here on Earth with humans that, for better or worse, where we have these qualities of language and culture and so forth, and not just, chimps you can argue have a kind of language, but the sort of syntactical language and ability to express abstract thoughts and all that. Maybe it's pretty new, and it underscores how unlikely it probably is that we would connect with somebody else out there who seemed like an intelligent civilization, but also was less capable than us, because it really illustrates that maybe we've just passed some kind of threshold. And on the other direction, so what if somebody is to us as we are to chimps? That may be possible, but it may also be that this sort of threshold is something that once you're over it, then maybe you sort of can communicate, even if you recognize that these guys are geniuses compared to us. So it's an interesting question.
That's David's human ego. That just got yeah, we hit that threshold, and we could communicate with any intelligent species smarter than us. Right. Yeah, keep thinking that, David.
I said maybe, or maybe not. Maybe we're dumb as rocks compared to just about everybody in the universe.
I like that. That's mine. That's what I like.
There you go. Chuck, keep them coming.
All right. This is Sandra Pagliani. Sandra Pagliani says, "Good morning or evening, wonderful Star Trek hosts and listeners. This one came to me as I was flying to Seattle and looking out the window."
Love it. Love looking out the window.
Yeah. Why are black holes generally situated in the center of galaxies? Why that specific area? And yes, this is the kind of stuff that I think about while I'm on planes, looking out the window.
That's good, because a whole lot of stuff you can think about that create anxiety and things.
Yeah.
And if you can think about black holes on a plane and not feel anxious, that's good. Right. So David, I should probably take this one, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that we actually have an astrophysicist here, and it's not me.
So a black hole, our understanding of black holes tells us that you can get it from the death of a very high mass star. The sun is not among them, and high mass stars are very rare. So these would be stars that are dotted around the galaxy from black holes that is the remnant of a supermassive star that lived out its life and died. And in the final collapse, it collapsed all the way to a black hole. We expect those black holes to be pretty much rare, but everywhere, if you can picture that. So in other words, wherever you had stars being born, you'd have like maybe one of these. All right. So there are fewer of them than all the total stars, by far. But there's no part of the galaxy that would be without them. So that's for start. So that's one kind. Those are called stellar black holes. Then, just empirically, we discovered that the centers of galaxies have black holes in them. It was a discovery. In my life, while I was in graduate school, this discovery took root. And we say, well, we've got one in our galaxy and one in the nearby galaxy. And when there's another galaxy over here, we can get data and we show a black hole. And so we extrapolated. We said, if it's in these 3 galaxies, it must be in all galaxies. It's hard enough to get those data. And those galaxies were very different from each other. So then we just went on the assumption that every big galaxy would have a supermassive black hole. And sure enough, Hubble telescope gets launched, and every galaxy we look into and have the quality of data to know, they've all got a supermassive black hole, and we do not yet know how they were formed. And the James Webb Space Telescope is exquisitely tuned to see the birth of galaxies. And from those data, we might be able to see material collecting in the middle to form the supermassive black holes that dot the center of every galaxy. And to get a sense of it, a black hole, stellar black hole might be 5-10 times the mass of the sun. But the supermassive black holes in the centers of galaxies is hundreds of thousands up to millions times the mass of the sun.
So if it's consistent that it's the death of a star that makes that, do we see stars that have that mass in the universe that might be able to create the supermassive black hole that coalesces a galaxy?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, stars give out at about 60 to 100 times the mass of the sun. We don't find stars more heavier than that. So we're not going to find a billion times mass of the sun star.
Right.
We just have never seen that. And so that's what we think something else is making.
It has something else there.
Something else.
That is, wow, that is a wonderful mystery.
Yeah,
Goodness.
yeah. Well, the universe brims with mysteries. That's why David and I have a job.
And I love the fact that for the supermassive black hole in our own galaxy, we can actually watch the stars orbiting it. So
and in a Nobel Prize winning observations, yes, we can. You're watching these stars do these loops and loops, and there's nothing there in the middle. Nothing.
Right.
it's enough to make you really believe.
That's
And you run the
great.
math on the orbits and the speeds and the distances, and you get a black hole.
You get a black
Pretty
hole.
simple. Straight.
Yes. It's
So cool.
It's not a NASCAR track. It's a
Nope.
black hole. That's
Ooh.
very cool.
Mhm.
All right, here we go. This is, his name is on another page, Gavin Mallow. And Gavin says, greetings from Beaver Creek. Hello, David, Neil, and Chuck. And that's Beaver Creek, Ohio. I forgot the Ohio part.
Okay.
I'm curious about the possibility of life on an Earth-like planet that would lack the protective sleeve that Earth's atmosphere and magnetic fields supply us. What would life do to accommodate these relative extreme conditions? Could anything on Earth potentially be transmissible to an environment as such?
Ooh,
Ha-ha.
I like that.
Yeah.
David, we got these protect. You know, our atmosphere protects us from meteors. It protects us from UV light. It's, so we're here by the grace of the atmosphere. And so if there's a planet out there, Earth size, Earth gravity, Goldilocks zone maybe, and doesn't have these protecting forces, what do we do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm less worried about the magnetic field part, which is the other thing that the questioner asked, because we're learning more that makes us wonder how important magnetic fields are in protecting the surface of a planet. We used to say that that it was the lack of a magnetic field that made Mars lose its atmosphere, for instance. But more recent observations have made us question that, and the role of a magnetic field in protecting the atmosphere itself is not so clear. And then there's the example of one of my favorite planets, Venus, which has no intrinsic magnetic field, but because it has a thick atmosphere, it's still protected. In fact, Venus develops what's called an induced magnetic field, where just the solar wind itself sort of makes the upper atmosphere charged in such a way that it starts acting like it has a magnetic field.
And David, if memory serves, you wrote a book on Venus too.
This is correct, yes.
Wait, you wrote a book on Earth about Venus.
That's right. I was not on Venus when I wrote the book, but I wrote a book on the subject of Venus.
And the title of that book was what?
That's Venus Revealed.
Revealed. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So you've been at this for a while. Very good.
Yeah. So magnetic fields, I think life would find a way. But but an atmosphere fills so many roles. Not only does it protect from dangerous radiation, ultraviolet light and cosmic rays, but of course it also serves to transport, think of Earth and the role of oxygen and carbon dioxide in plant and animal life, the transporting of chemicals that are involved in the metabolism of organisms, of trading energy between molecules and so forth. It's hard to imagine life evolving on the surface of a planet without an atmosphere. Now, of course, there are places in the solar system without atmospheres where we think there might be life on the inside, like, say, Europa. And so one could imagine an Earth-like planet without an atmosphere that still had the chemical stuff happening and the energy transformations on the inside, so that maybe you'd have internal life in the interior of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
But an atmosphere is so integral to the kind of life that we have on Earth that it really sort of stretches the imagination to think of how you would get a biosphere without an atmosphere.
And there's nothing wrong with stretching the imagination. I mean, let it be.
This is true. That's why we like these kinds of questions.
Yeah. Chuck, we got to take a quick break.
Okay.
And David, we'll be back in just a moment for our third and final segment with David Grinspoon on Star Talk. We're back, Star Talk, Cosmic Queries, all about the solar system and searching for life and astrobiology with one of the world's leading experts on these very subjects, David Grinspoon, a friend and colleague at the Planetary Science Institute, itself based in Arizona, but he is distributed. He's part of the PSI at-large community based in Washington, D.C. Always good to have you, David. You're a friend of our show, and thanks for responding to our...
Always great to be here with you guys.
Yeah. Let's make this kind of like a lightning round, all right? And we'll speed it up as we go along. Because we only got through like 5 questions, and we got more. Tons of them. Let's keep going.
All right, here we go. Eric Sharakan says, hey, from Boston. What does Dr. David Grinspoon think about the James Webb Space Telescope's recent exoplanet discovery, particularly that it appears similar to Earth in size and in composition?
Yeah, David, when we designed the damn telescope, it was to look for galaxies at the edge of the universe. And then you planet people are starting to use it to look at stuff right in front of our noses. So what, in the dark of what night did that...
Who do you know? Who do you know that you were able to pull this off?
When did that happen?
Yeah. All right. Well, first of all, Boston, my hometown. Yay, go Celtics! And it's wonderful. What I think of that is, as Neil implies, the Webb was not designed to look at exoplanets. It was designed for galaxies and other things like that, astrophysical targets. But I chalk it up to the fact that the universe is just so incredibly productive when it comes to planets, much more than we thought, even when people started designing the Webb. And so in a way, it's luck. There turns out Webb is sort of marginal for exoplanets, but there's so many good targets that we're starting to find them. And the exciting prospect now is that we can start to see what their atmospheres are made of. Even though, again, Webb is not the ideal instrument for that, and we've got other ones, of course, we want to build in the future that will be more ideal. We're going to learn some really cool and important things about our planets in nearby star systems, and that's
so you're being
just
opportunistic, and that's good.
Absolutely.
That's good thing.
Absolutely.
All right,
yes.
Chuck, keep it coming.
All right, let's just keep going.
Succinct answer, David.
We'll
for this third round. Okay, go.
Keeping it moving. Kyle Marston says, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey. I didn't say that. He did. How many Earth-like planets do we know about currently that reside in habitable orbits? Is there a number?
There's a lot of marginal ones. I would say a handful. Which is pretty good, because when it comes to saying habitable orbits, some of them we're sort of guessing, because it really depends on whether they have an atmosphere or not and what the details of their climates. But there's a good dozen or so that seem like pretty good candidates.
David, there are 5,000 planets in the catalog right now. You tell me there's only like a dozen that are Goldilocks planets?
I'm saying ones that and it depends what you mean by Earth-like. Okay, these are all gray area
Okay,
terms. But
okay.
I'm saying roughly Earth-sized and definitely good candidates to be in the habitable zone and maybe have liquid oceans and things like that. It's a small but growing number.
Okay, all right. So that would be, if we did it in percentages, what's 10 out of 5,000? So what is that? It's 1 out of 500. So that's still pretty low. That's like a fifth of 1%. Right?
Yeah, but but a lot of those 5,000 are ones that could be. These are I'm giving a conservative number for ones that we can say yes, that's Earth-sized, and yes, that is
so there's
really
some in the running. Yeah, we don't
absolutely.
Good.
But it's
Good.
still big news. It's still big news when we find one. Yeah, that's why it's so exciting that it's this one that was just mentioned, because oh yeah, that's Earth-sized and it seems to be in the habitable zone. It's still news.
Yes. Which is a good thing. It means that people are still excited, and there aren't enough of them to get bored with it yet. Chuck, keep it coming.
Alrighty, here we go. This is Zeki Mazed. I think. I mean, maybe
you're the reader here, so it's always what you think.
Zeki Mazed. Okay, you're right. Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to tell you the truth. I really don't think that, but that's about as close as I can come. Okay. He says, "Hey Neil, hey David, and Seth MacFarlane's The Orville 25th Century Life has progressed far into the galaxy, solved societal, health, and technological issues, and eliminated money as a form of currency. Do you think this future is viable, and what steps do present-day humans need to take individually as well as on a larger scale to walk towards that goal? How can we push for science literacy globally?"
Wow. Okay. So David, answer that in 3 sentences.
I would say in 3 sentences, yes, I think it's possible, though not assured, and that the path is not going to be smooth between here and there, and that the key is some sort of a globally enlightened society where we guide ourselves with the recognition that we are one planetary species, despite all of our wonderful differences.
Just as a guiding force operating on our future decisions.
Right. Well, there you go. Here's your answer. We're screwed. No. Okay.
And I think just to remind people, I think the original Star Trek, after which so much of the Orville is inspired, forces operating within the storytelling of Orville. If I remember correctly, the reason why there's no money is because someone developed a replicator where if you need another one of something, you just make another one in it. So you didn't have to go out and buy it or earn money to obtain it. So
it's post scarcity.
Correct, a post scarcity world,
right,
where anything could just come out of a box, a machine that you create, and so that changes what people care about, what they value, and all the rest. But one of them is that you don't need money.
It's interesting because money is just a belief system anyways. We all fool ourselves into thinking it has value, so it does have value.
Right.
So we could always change our minds collectively about that.
Right.
Yeah, and the other thing too is once they got rid of money, people started to do what they wanted to do, so you naturally end up with a passion for life because everybody's doing what they want to do,
rather than what they have to do in order to pay the rent.
Exactly.
Wow.
Okay, but then how do you explain Ferengis?
Well, yeah, they're greedy little bastards. That's how you explain them. They're just greedy little bastards. They don't care. They have it all, and they still want more.
But Chuck, what you said is deep, because what it would do, it would liberate the creativity of every citizen of the world,
right?
To contribute in whatever way best floats their boat. And they'll probably be better at that than anything else they would have done, right? Because they'll do it because they want to.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they have to. Deep.
I like it. I like it. I think we should just start that world right now.
Oh, that's great. And on January 17th, 2023, a revolution took hold and spread like wildfire across the face of the globe. All right. So this is Cameron Bellamy, who says, "Greetings from Baltimore, Maryland. What aspects of a planet's climate are planetary scientists looking for when evaluating planets for potential to support life? Additionally, how close do these planets need to be to Earth to look for these aspects in the planet's climate?"
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good question. So I mean, the basic factor that we're always very focused on is a climate in the range where water would be predominantly liquid. And again, that could just be our own bias because, as we talked about it earlier, maybe we're not smart enough to think of other kinds of life that don't need water. But Earth, so much of what makes Earth the way it is because the climate balance is such that we live on a water planet. And that is in every cell of your body is liquid water interacting with organic molecules. So that's the number one thing. There's enough greenhouse gases,
in a good
carbon
way.
dioxide. Yeah, exactly. The good amount of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, water, a little methane, sulfur dioxide. These are the gases that absorb infrared radiation and make a planet warm, but not so much that you have a Venus that's just too hot for liquid water. So that's the sort of prime directive, if you will, for habitability. And what was the second part of the question?
What do we look for
how far away? How far away?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, with the tools we have now, it's very difficult to tell what's in a planet's atmosphere unless it's not just distance, the geometry has to be right. If we have what we call a transiting planet, so it passes in its orbit right between us and its star, then you can look at the radiation coming from that star as it passes through the atmosphere and see how it's filtered out and what molecules are there. But it's easier to do that if you're, within a few hundred light years than if you're thousands of light years.
Holy crap.
But as we get better instruments that we want to build in the future, we'll be able to greatly expand the number of planets we can do that for.
Just a quick addition here. I remember watching Star Trek, and you ever notice, David, Chuck, they never wore spacesuits when they went down to the planet's surfaces.
Right.
Have you ever thought about that?
Yes.
No, they never wore, because at some point, Spock would say, it's oxygen, nitrogen atmospheres, Captain.
Right.
And so
It's
then
a
they
class
go down
M
and they just
planet,
breathe
Captain.
it.
Right.
But I would hear that, and it was as though all we have to do is find an oxygen, nitrogen planet to move to. And then I realized, and David, correct me if I'm wrong here, if it has oxygen, something's making the oxygen. So you are already looking for planets that had some kind of life forms on it to create that atmosphere in the first place. It's not that there's all kinds of random atmospheres that exist on all the planets and pick the ones that you happen to be able to breathe. There's active stuff going on there. Is that fair?
Yeah, the reason why we have a breathable atmosphere is because there's life here.
Right. Oh, wow.
And so any planet you find with that kind of atmosphere would be very surprising. Like you say, Neil, what else would be making an atmosphere with just that mixture? It's hard to imagine that it's not brimming with life.
Right.
So cool.
Okay, a couple more. Chuck, man, we're blowing through these. Very nice.
Right. Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, we are. Here we are. This is Fred.
Now we got to speed up even more. So David, soundbite mode. Okay. Remember, so ABC News just put a microphone in front of your lips, and they're going to soundbite you for the evening news. So here it is. Go.
All right. Hello, Chuck. Hello, Neil. Hello, Dr. Funky Spoon. Okay, here we go. Does weed still work in space? Or are the THC crystals too fragile for space? What temperature, what hemp crop would be best to grow on Mars?
I'll say I don't know that the experiment's ever been tried, but in all seriousness, one thing I wonder about
You told me
is
NASA never took weed into the space station?
Oh.
not that I know of, but
Okay.
I will say in all seriousness, one of the big problems with astronaut health is eye pressure, ocular pressure. And one of the things that is well established that cannabis does medically is good for glaucoma because it reduces ocular pressure. So I've always thought, and I've kind of whispered this to a few people at NASA, but like, why don't you try that?
Right on.
Okay.
Yeah, and you don't have to smoke it. We have gummies.
And tell me about the soils of Mars. Can you grow anything there?
Yeah, I mean, if you could grow anything, I mean, the thing, cannabis is just another plant. So if you can grow tomatoes, you're going to be able to grow cannabis there. It's
okay. So whatever
the soil by itself, as of now, probably isn't very fertile. Because it doesn't have organics
from the book and movie The Martian.
Yeah, but it could certainly You could certainly mix in a little either human generated or otherwise generated fertilizer and grow stuff on Mars.
Human generated fertilizer.
Fertilizer. Right on. Yeah.
I always knew you were full of fertilizer.
Exactly. Not the politicians.
We call that
kind.
HGF.
Nice. Nice.
One
All
last
right.
one, Chuck. That's all
Here we
got time
go. This is Akshat. Oh man.
for. Why does it take you as long to read the name of the question itself?
Because I don't prepare. Patikar. That's it. Ashkat Patikar, who says this. Hey, hello and greetings from India. I was wondering whether Venus was once a habitable planet and their civilization was there living on the planet, but unfortunately they destroyed themselves due to extreme climate change. What does the climate history have to say about the evolution of the entire planet? Thanks, and I love the show.
And this is from India. Just let me
It's
give
from
a shout
India.
out.
Yeah.
India's
Yes,
been growing their presence in space with satellites and space missions and things.
And they have a Venus mission that's announced, an Indian Venus mission that's
maybe
going
where
to
that
be.
came from. Very good. Okay.
But
welcome
so
to the Company of Spacefaring Nations.
Short
I say,
answer,
to the
I've
nation
often
of India.
yes, indeed. A short answer, I've often wondered that myself, but it's true that we think that Venus probably was habitable, although that's one of the motivations for our upcoming missions is to determine was it really. We think it had oceans and lost them, but we want to gather the evidence to be sure of that. We generally don't talk about an ancient civilization on Venus, although one has to admit that we have not explored the planet well enough to rule that out.
Okay.
Wait, you said you don't talk about it. That implies you don't talk about it in public or something.
No.
You heard how
I
we
didn't.
said that, Chuck. Yeah, we don't
talk about it.
I just mean that's not amongst our.
Bruno in the Disney movie, we don't talk about Bruno. But
we don't talk about it.
I meant that's not amongst our most favored hypotheses, but it's certainly not something we could rule out. Thanks for letting me clarify that.
Yes, thank you very, very much there. But clearly, Venus does have a runaway greenhouse effect, and they're just worried. Maybe the Venus has knobs that got turned,
right?
That had it become what it is, and we should look at those very same knobs here on Earth.
Yeah, no, I mean, a serious answer is that by studying what happened to Venus, we can be better prepared to understand changes in Earth's future, and that indeed is one of the big motivations for understanding what happened to the climate there.
Now, is runaway greenhouse effect something that can happen under the conditions that we have? Like our planet could undergo the same thing? Could that happen? I'm just saying, like, not that that it is going to happen, but is it possible here?
People have looked at this, and the answer is if you burned all the fossil fuels on Earth, of course you would make things awful and uninhabitable for humans, but you probably would not trigger a Venus-style runaway greenhouse effect where all the oceans boiled off.
I got you.
But in the future, as the sun warms up, which it is slowly in a billion years or so, then there probably will be a runaway greenhouse effect on Earth like there was on Venus in the past. So if we wait long enough, then the sun will help us do that.
So you hear that, Chuck, when an astrophysicist says in the future, his next phrase was a billion years from now.
Always, yes.
That's some serious ass future that we're talking about.
Exactly.
Here.
Yeah.
We have more immediate problems, but nonetheless, it's still interesting to picture that long-term future.
Get David's blessing on this comment before we close it out. So, David, in all my readings on this, I agree that if you extracted all fossil fuels and burned them all, with none left, Earth would be hotter, but you would not have the runaway greenhouse effect experienced by Venus. What you would need to do is somehow dissolve all of the world's limestone and other repositories of carbon that's beyond just fossil fuels or fossils, right? And if you put all of that carbon added to the carbon that the fossil fuel burning would, then we could become a twin of Venus in that way. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's right, because then, I mean, Venus has sort of like 100 bars almost of CO2, which is 100 times the atmospheric thickness of Earth. If you burned all the fossil fuels, you're not going to get that much carbon in Earth's atmosphere. But yeah, if you dissolved all the limestone and sort of took all the carbon in Earth's crust and somehow put it in the atmosphere, I don't think anybody should try this.
Yeah.
Mind you. Don't try this at home. Then I think you probably could turn Earth into Venus.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're not doing that for sure. But
the one thing we know for certain is that greenhouse effect is from carbon in the atmosphere. That is just the way
carbon
it
dioxide.
is. Carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, done deal, greenhouse effect. And we know that we are doing that through burning fossil fuels here right now, right?
Absolutely. We're going in that direction, and it's the wrong direction for us.
Okay, there you go.
For our survival.
All right.
All right, we got to call it quits there on that down note.
I was going to say.
I had a good note, a high note
Good night.
a couple of minutes ago, and then you had to just take it down. Mount, and I have my laser. I flash it at a star that's in the night sky, like a pulse, and then I turn it off. So if you leave the light on for 1 second, there's a beam that's 186,000 miles long.
Right.
Okay, and so that is on its way to that star, and maybe to a planet that'll see it.
So cool.
Yeah, that's just my space graffiti. I'd say Neil is here. This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries, fan favorite Cosmic Queries. And this is the grab bag edition. Chuck, you ready for it?
Always loving a grab bag.
Yeah, the grab bags are fun because they're like random,
whatever.
you know? They just dance around.
That's it.
And they keep me on my toes. I haven't seen these questions, so
They have the random beauty of a snowfall.
I don't know what that means at
It
all.
means you never know what you're going to get, but you know it's going to snow.
Okay. Is that your attempt at poetry? Okay. You got a C+ on that one. All right. Give them to me, Chuck. Let's go right in.
This is Bjorn Furunap. He says, we seem to focus for obvious reasons on the what and the how of the universe. The why never seems to get much scientific attention because it assumes, I imagine, that there is a purpose which physics does not really need. With that in mind, is not the why an important factor for human curiosity? And should we not then seek to not necessarily find a reason for the universe, but encourage those who seek purpose and thus understanding? Okay.
Damn.
It's philosophical. In
Damn.
nature.
Just
He
at
went
this time of the morning?
I know, he went, hey. So you don't need a why, is what
All
I'm
right.
saying, but shouldn't we still ask why?
All right. So, I have a response for that.
Okay.
I've thought deeply about this, by the way.
I know
All right.
you have.
So, in physics, we declare full understanding of something when we can account for all the behavior we've seen it exhibit and predict all future behavior that it might undergo.
Mm-hmm.
And we know what it'll do when we poke it, when we heat it, when we freeze it. And we say, we understand this thing.
I know what you did last
I
time.
know what you did last. I know what you will do. So let's take gravity for an example. Okay? So you can say, well, what is gravity? How does gravity work? And then you say, well, why is gravity? You can go in this sequence, I suppose. And I'm here to tell you that we can launch space probes from Earth, a moving target, and hit a moonlet around an asteroid, point blank, having sent a space probe to where it would be when they both got to the same point at the same time. Yes, it is rocket science. Yes, it is involved a precise understanding of gravity. We're good with that. If you want to try to now understand why, why did the spacecraft hit its target? Because we did the calculations and we gave it the right acceleration and we knew where the target was when it was going to get there. That's why it hit.
I love that joke, by the way.
Which one?
Why did I'm sorry.
Why the asteroid crossed the road? Was
Yeah,
it?
because the way you said it was like, why did the chicken cross the road? And then your answer was, because we did the calculations and we saw exactly where it was going to hit.
My favorite answer to why the chicken crossed the road is, can't the chicken cross the road without having its motives questioned every time? This is the,
Oh, okay, let me give you the black version of that.
Oh, yeah?
Why did the chicken cross the road? Why are you in my business?
Who asked you?
Exactly. All right.
Why? That's why.
That's why.
All right. So the point
Dang
is,
it.
you can say, let's say the pie is up on a table, and it falls to the ground.
Right.
You say, why did the pie fall to the ground? And I can say, well, because you pushed it.
Right.
That should be sufficient response to that why question. Okay? Well, you pushed it, but there's a little more going on. If we were floating in space and you pushed it, it wouldn't fall at all because there's no net gravity vector there that will have the thing fall. It's in free fall. It'll just float.
Okay.
So there are plenty of questions where the why is a completely satisfactory answer. We can give you a why for it. Okay? Why were you T-boned at the intersection? Because you ran the light. Okay? There's no end of questions for which the why, there's no end of situations for which the why question has a completely legitimate answer that we're all satisfied with.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
It becomes an issue if you try to take a philosophical step and then try to explore why as the consequence of intent.
Gotcha.
In so doing, you are handing intent to things that might have no intent at all. And therefore, you are forcing an intent where there might not have otherwise been one. And therefore, you're forcing an answer. And now you're chasing ghosts at that point.
Right. And he answered his question, and you just confirmed it. He said, it's not necessary. So basically what you're saying is, for the purposes of science, if what we're really concerned about is science, we don't need that.
Well, or I have answers that are science that are satisfactory answers to the question
right.
why.
And I should have said that too. I don't need to go beyond that because the science has been satified. So beyond that,
or you're satisfied because I have a scientific answer for why something happened.
right?
Okay. Why is Earth warming? Because we are adding greenhouse gases to the chemical mixture of the atmosphere.
Right.
That is a complete contained answer to the question why. So I will not cede the accusation that science is not about why. I will not say that.
Right.
There are plenty of why questions where we are all completely content with the scientific answer for it.
Right. And so there you go. And like you said, going beyond that, you're creating a dragon and then chasing the dragon.
You created the dragon, correct.
You created the dragon and now you're chasing the
And you want to give meaning and significance to the existence of the dragon you created, where there was never a dragon there to begin with.
There you go. Well, look at that, Bjorn. You started off by saying that you were going to ask a profound question. I got to give it to you.
But what I do want to say is,
Go ahead.
if you're going to say, well, because one of them is, what is the meaning of life?
Uh-huh.
That's not a why question,
That's
that's a
not
what, okay? And I might say that meaning is what you make of it, given that you have power over objects and events and things and places and people in your influence. You can create meaning rather than just simply look for it. Most people are looking for meaning like it's under a rock or behind a tree, and then they spend their whole lives in search of meaning. And I'm saying, make the meaning and derive your meaning from that.
Okay.
Now you might say, well, why should we have meaning in life? I would say, in our experience, people with more meaning in their life lead a more fulfilled life. And to be fulfilled is in our short time on Earth may be something we should all seek, so you can have a better time. Why do you want a better time? You could keep doing this.
Yes.
But I would ask you, what is the end game of that? Where will you be satisfied with your sequence of asking why? Because if you're never satisfied, then you're not useful on the moving frontier of science where we can land a target moving in space.
Right.
Where we can take pictures of the early universe in a telescope parked 1 million miles in orbit around Earth, 1 million miles from Earth, called the James Webb Space Telescope. While you're asking questions, we are answering questions. While you're asking why questions in the dragon that you just created, we are answering questions and advancing civilization. So, yes, I am discounting many people who are asking why about many things. But so many other things where you ask a why, the answer when drawn from science or even from culture or whatever is a perfectly satisfactory answer that no one would further question.
Well, there you have it. That was very, very necessary.
Yeah.
All of that you just said, very, very necessary. I mean, it speaks to so many other things than just this question from Bjorn. There's so many
it does.
things.
It stretches beyond the limits of the question itself. Yes.
Wonderful. Wow, good stuff.
Keep it coming.
Here we go. Let's go to our next one, which is Jay Salmon. Or is it Salmon? I don't know.
I don't know anybody who pronounces the L in salmon.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's salmon.
Well,
Anyway,
the salmon rusty.
you're right. That
S-A-L-M-A-N,
is
salmon.
rusty,
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so he says, when matter is consumed by the black hole, does it retain its form as protons, neutrons, etc., or is it compressed and ripped apart to the more basic elements of the particles, like quarks, etc.?
I can answer that very clearly. We don't know. Next question.
There you go. Let's move on.
No. So, matter and all the identity it carries as it goes down to the singular. It's the singularity where we're idiots. That's unfair. It's a singularity where we have profound ignorance. All right.
Right.
And Einstein's theory of relativity, which gives us the black hole in the first place, does not take us to the singularity. It's a limit to the theory of relativity. That's why we have string theorists who are picking up the slack there. We do not know what happens to matter at the singularity. We just don't. We do know that the black hole remembers what it ate, because Hawking radiation, where particles come into existence from the energy of its gravitational field just outside the event horizon, that gravitational energy, through equals mc squared, spontaneously becomes a pair of particles. One side of that particle falls back in, the other side escapes. If you get the inventory of the particles created out of the gravitational energy field, that inventory of particles exactly equals the history of what the black hole ate. Remarkably, somehow the imprint of what it ate is remembered in the gravitational field of the black hole itself. Yes.
That's pretty
Profound.
wild.
It's profound.
That's just wild.
Because you didn't reach back in and pull it out.
No.
It
appeared.
It appeared out of the energy outside the event horizon.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my gosh. And of course, Stephen Hawking was at the centerpiece of that.
It's amazing. Hawking radiation, the
Stephen
evaporation
Hawking,
of a black hole.
Rest in peace. We actually had him on Star Talk back when we were on the National Geographic channel.
Yeah.
And you might be able to dig it out in I guess Disney Plus has the entire Nat Geo catalog. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff, man.
Yeah. Mm.
That is good stuff. All right, here we go. Colby LaPresi from South Carolina.
All right.
And Colby says, once again with black holes, if a black hole was smaller than my body, beyond the event horizon in all directions, would it still rip me apart atom by atom?
Yes. Don't ever. No, just stay away. Because what matters is not the size of the black hole, how much mass. So if Earth were a black hole, it would be the size of a plum.
Right.
So now take all the mass of the Earth, cram it into a plum, and you want to walk by it and believe you're going to stay intact? That is not going to happen. It will suck you in, and it will funnel you down, and you'll be spaghettified, funneled, and that's it. And just kiss your ass goodbye.
Look at that, Colby.
Because you wonder how something your size can fit into something that small. The very fabric of space-time narrows towards the black hole. So you will be funneled, basically extruded through the fabric of space and time, like toothpaste through a tube.
That's crazy, man, when you think about it. It's so hard to just like really
to fathom it. Yeah, to have a black hole
like,
that fits in your palm of your hand, and then it sucks you down into a tiny point.
I mean, it's oddly terrifying and beautiful at the same time.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Yeah, you're not getting out of that one. Just keep your distance.
We're banging them out. Here. Alan Rayer says, can someone address the comet C2022E3? Hey, Neil, just want to let you know I'm a big fan. And I'm coming to you from the Isle of Malta.
Oh my gosh, cool. Well, when we come back from our first break, we will address that question on Star Talk. We're back. Star Talk Cosmic Queries, Grab Bag Edition. We left off with someone asking me about Comet. What number did that?
Our good man Alan Rayer from the island of Malta in the Mediterranean wants to know, hey, what's the deal with C2022E3?
Well, he gave me the phone number of the comet. Cool. So that's been called the Great Green Comet of 2023. By the way, that ID is includes the year it was discovered, 2022, and the semi-month it was discovered. So there's that ID is packed with information for someone in the know to know when it was discovered. And so B, this comet, based on its orbit, it comes from what's called the Oort cloud. This is a spherical shell of comets that surrounds the solar system, but it extends halfway to the nearest stars. And comets that come from this can come in from any direction at all.
Yeah.
They can loop in from above, from below, and their orbits last tens of thousands of years. There is no comet that we see from the Oort cloud that was ever seen in the history of civilization. Wow. So you might say to yourself, well, I better go out and watch it. Well, every Oort cloud comet is that. So it's possible for something to be rare but uninteresting.
Okay.
Because they're common, right? Right. Just keep that in mind. So with this comet, it's made the news primarily because there's a chance people could see it.
Okay.
And right now, like last night, it would be among the days of peak visibility. I looked up, I didn't see it. I'd have to find it with binoculars. So it's got a lot of press attention. By the way, we discover hundreds of comets a year.
Right.
So a comet alone is not some, don't invest special attention to the fact that a comet was discovered. They're as common as blades of grass on a lawn. There's trillions of them that orbit the sun. So A. B. The many comets are very faint, and you might catch it with binoculars, and you can see the green in a telescope because it's a green comet. Remember, our retina has rods and cones?
Yep.
And the rods are sensitive to shades of gray. The cones are sensitive to color, but they require higher intensity light in order to get triggered. So if you dim the lights in a room, if you look at a room in the dark, but just light leaking in from a street light, something through the window, that room is not vibrantly colored.
No.
It's basically shades of gray.
Right.
Okay? Because your cones, your rods are taking care of business there, just so you can see your way anywhere. Only when it gets brighter that you start registering the colors. So dim comets, no matter what color they are in a telescope, typically you don't notice that with your eyes, unless you can see them through a big telescope. Okay, that can make the object bright enough to to trigger your cones. So, where to get the green from? The green, well, we did an explainer on the comet. I think we did. Yeah, we did an explainer. So, cyanogen is one of the molecules that, when it interacts with sunlight, gets warm, radiates light. There are different ways a comet is rendered visible, and different chemicals will have different color signatures, and that's part of what tells us what comets are made of. All right? I mean, it's a beautiful, wonderful thing. So, I love me some comets, but most of them are just not, they're not something you're going to write home about and say,
boring.
Were you alive in the 20th? Yeah. I promise in your lifetime we'll have a really good comet, because every 10 or 20 years or so, a really good one comes around. I wouldn't count this among them.
Now, the real deal is that the action is where the asteroids are, my friend. Don't worry about the comets. The action is with the asteroids. That's okay?
Yeah, but asteroids are dark, and they only, reflect light.
Right.
And even if they do reflect, they're dark, so they don't reflect much light. So they can come up on you, and you wouldn't know it. Whereas comets, here I am.
Yes, exactly.
Look at my tail.
Comets
Look at my
are
beautiful.
like, look at me. Look at me. Asteroids are just like,
It's
Stop. Hey man, where'd you come from?
No, you said that way too glibly. Give me your wallet. No, the more likely the asteroid's gonna say, "Yo, give me all your species."
Yeah. Tell me about it.
It ain't about the wallet at that point.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if there's ever an asteroid big enough that would blow off the entire atmosphere, because anything that hits the atmosphere becomes like the ocean or anything else. It would have to be penetrated. So suppose you had something big enough that it hits the atmosphere, but it's so powerful that it blows the atmosphere off. But would it then be so big it would destroy the planet?
Next question. No. Right. Here's the thing.
Yo,
the way
that
you
was
want to get
cold,
rid of,
man. That was cold.
I know it was cold. You want to get rid of the atmosphere. You get enough asteroids hitting Earth to heat the atmosphere, and the hotter atmosphere expands, and we might lose some outer layers because you have the molecules start moving faster,
right,
and some will achieve escape velocity,
right,
and so. But a large enough asteroid just punches a hole in the atmosphere. The real damage is because it doesn't leave its energy in the atmosphere.
Gotcha.
The energy, it'll barely be slowed down by the atmosphere.
Gotcha.
And then it hits Earth's surface, and that's where it stops moving. Hey, where did all the kinetic energy go? It made a crater. It burned the forests.
Right.
It
became a shockwave.
Shockwaves. That's so.
Right.
You have to ask where. Look at the energy budget. Where did it go? That's where the damage will occur.
Okay, cool, man. That was cool. All right, here we go. This is Nick Davis. He says, hello, Dr. Tyson and Lord Tyson. This is Nick from Australia. I was wanting to know more about how gravity and its influence on time were to influence light. On the
very nice.
hypothetical Miller's planet and Interstellar, what would happen if someone orbiting outside of the time distortion were to point a super powerful laser pointer at the planet? Would the beam be dimmer, or would the night sky look like? What would the night sky look like for someone on the ground compared to someone in space?
Ooh.
And let's take out atmosphere so that we don't have those distortions.
Right, yeah. So, no, we good here. So, here's what's interesting to do with your laser the next time you're trapped in a black hole. You can try to point your laser out of the black hole and see if anybody gets the signal. They won't. All right? Why not? Because it's climbing out of the gravitational well that the black hole is. And for every little bit it ascends, it's losing energy. So, the energy profile of your laser will become lower and lower and lower energy until there's no energy left at all and the light does not escape. If you were just outside the event horizon and did the same thing, the light would escape, but it would also be shifted in energy. And it's called a gravitational redshift. Gravity redshifts the light. And so that's what would happen to the light. This was only about light, or did they also ask about time?
Well, yeah, so he started off saying, I wanted to know about gravity and its influence on time.
Yeah.
And
so,
light.
and if he remembers from Interstellar, they're on a planet orbiting a black hole,
Right.
and they are severely time dilated.
Yeah.
So that minutes to them are years to the folks orbiting far out. That's right.
That's the scene where he comes back and the guy is old, right?
He's old, correct.
Yeah. Wow.
Correct. And it was subtle, but they got it in there. At the end, the what was it? They showed someone in a hospital bed, or was it? I forgot.
Yeah, I think
the
that
exact.
was his daughter,
That's who was older.
who was older than he is.
Correct. Because his because his life was prolonged for having been in a very intense gravitational field.
Right.
So yeah, all these are real, and you can calculate it. And by the way, we do this every day with GPS satellites. GPS satellites are in a different gravitational field compared with us. Yes, it's still Earth, but we are closer to Earth's center than the GPS satellites are. So just the way they did in the movie Interstellar, except it doesn't have to be a black hole to mess with your time. It just will mess with it at a different level, at a lesser amount. So our time on Earth is ticking more slowly than the time in GPS satellites.
And,
Yet the
and
GPS satellite is handing us our time.
Right. Wow.
So how is it that they match up? We have
I know how.
How they do?
Because the GPS, they're on CP time. See, a lot of y'all don't know about CP time.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chuck.
But see, GPS, y'all don't know. They down with CP time, and they cool.
They're cool.
And I'm not going to explain what that is.
Okay,
If you know
Google
what it
CP
is-
time.
If you know what it is, you know what it is.
The
If you
Google
don't-
CP time. All right. So, Chuck, I don't know what to do. Chuck is still in race therapy.
Hey,
Chuck is
listen.
still in. This stuff. All right. So the GPS satellites are no. You're saying that on Earth we'd be CP time because the GPS satellites being in a different low
Yeah, that's right. We're
gravitational
closer
field.
to the gravity, so we are slow.
We're slow. And the GPS satellite is ahead by a calculatable amount. And so when it gives us our time signals, it pre-corrects it using the equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity so that we get the proper time on Earth's surface.
That's just, I'm telling you, it's just fantastic.
Yeah. And then people say, well, I don't believe in science. I don't want to do science. It's like, do you know what we do?
Exactly.
We're living?
Exactly.
All right, don't get me started here, Chuck.
You can't even tell time. You're talking about you don't believe it. You can't even tell time.
I don't decide. What do scientists
What
know?
science do? Yeah, I'll tell you what they put crap in the sky that calculates the time that you can't even tell. That's what science does. And you got the nerve to sit around like, because seriously, do they really know? Do they really? I'm not sure if they really know. Okay. That is just so. I just love that it's so elegant.
Yeah.
In the fact that it's, establishing the time, but then relaying the time after it equates what the time will actually be for you. That's freaking amazing!
It's for you because it is touched by Einstein's general theory of relativity.
Damn!
Yes.
Oh, that's just so good! All right, okay. That's so freaking cool, man.
Like, what do people think scientists do, right? You think we're just sitting around?
So cool! Oh, man. All right.
Right, next one.
Here we go. This is Kyle Marston. And Kyle says, I know how I perceive the universe. And I know you and Neil, you perceive the universe as well. And that our perceptions are pretty similar as biological entities from Earth. What insights do you have, Neil? As we now have artificial intelligence, how will they perceive the universe around them? Like, are they going to go straight to Dan Simmons' Technocore or more like Tchaikovsky's Hive Assembly? Wow.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you the truth, Kyle. I'm sorry I read your question. No, I'm joking. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, okay, so I have several ways to address that. One of them is, I don't know that people thought much about AI's sensory system.
Ooh, very nice.
Right? So can
love where you're
AI
going.
feel pain?
Love it.
And can AI taste? Right?
Right.
But we know we can outfit it with capacity to hear and to see that is vastly greater than our own.
Yeah.
All right? And self-driving cars will be able to see at night.
Those are senses.
These are senses, correct.
Right.
So we can outfit AI with sense. I don't know that we can quite have them taste things. We'd have to.
Why not? Why not? Think about this.
No.
Your olfactory sensors in your brain basically are responding to a molecular stimuli.
Yes.
So why wouldn't we be able to program what that molecular makeup is and then give the computer the same
Yes, we can.
response?
However, yes, we can. However, we just have centuries of efforts to improve our capacity of sight with microscopes and telescopes, and to improve our capacity to hear with sensory devices and microphones. So we don't. We're much more behind in having machines that can taste. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so we can have a machine that can analyze the chemicals of what's touching. There's mass spectrometers that can analyze chemicals. We can say if it's this much that tastes salty, this tastes sweet, and this is the umami. We could teach it that, I guess. Sure, but then it has to sort of bite into you, right? To taste it, right? It needs some mechanism to taste. Right? It can't just be a box
I see what you're saying.
on the table.
It'd be the difference between someone telling you what something tastes like,
Correct.
and you putting it in your mouth,
Correct.
and tasting it. Right.
Correct.
Right.
All right. And so, because you can hand them all the ingredients that went into your pie, and then they can analyze those ingredients, and they say, good, I want some ice cream with that. In a pie a la mode, they might do that, but would they want to? Right? Does AI have our urges? Does AI have our, typically it's only thought of in terms of problem solving and this sort of thing, not in terms of receiving the sensory pleasures of what it is to be alive. But let me add to that in science, there are people who run around and say, I have a sixth sense. And they want you to be impressed with that. And I say, well, I'm a scientist and I have a dozen senses. Because I have sensors that can detect all manner of things happening around me that my 5 biological senses can't. I can detect polarization. I have a gravimeter that can detect slight differences in where the mass is beneath our feet. I can have devices that can detect radioactivity that we cannot sensorily do. I can detect wavelengths of light that fall outside of the visible spectrum. All right? So I have dozens of senses. You're not impressing me with your sixth sense.
Wow. Yeah. So why don't you take that little parlor trick back to your seance. Okay. I'm sensing someone who's passed with the letter J. Wow. So okay, so that's cool. So
I sense someone here with a relative that has an X in their name.
You're right.
Those seers don't last very long on the block.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
They never do that.
Yeah. Or
Well,
Q.
there you have it, man. There you go. So let me ask you this as a follow-up to Kyle's question. Do you think it's a good idea to, and not as a means of anthropomorphizing machines, but do you think there's any true benefit in giving them our sense of taste and smell,
Whatever
and
I want,
emotion, and
whatever
so
it is, I want them to think that humans taste badly.
It's people. It's people.
I don't want them thinking that we tasty snack. That will not go over well.
Oh my God, that's so great. That's very funny. All right, here we go. This is Christopher Fowler, and he says,
To serve man. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes, exactly. Christopher Fowler says, "Hey, Neil, what's up, Lord Nice? First, I am just a huge fan of yours, Neil. Thank you for providing the spark of curiosity to us commoners. Second, thinking about the Stargate franchise, could there be a discovery in nuclear fusion advancements and understanding, and I use this term very loosely, of the quantum, being able to establish an Einstein-Rosen bridge for interplanetary and interstellar travel?" Wow.
So let me first agree that we kind of need that if we're going to go between the planets.
Right.
And not the planets, between the stars and galaxies. Yeah, planets takes, a dozen years. That's within a human lifetime. To the nearest stars, it's tens of thousands of years. We need a wormhole. Stargate is basically a wormhole. They didn't call it that, but that's what it was. And except there was just this metallic ring that, it's mixed with mysticism and magic and this sort of thing. So you step into the ring like time tunnel. Those who remember this from the late 1960s, you step into the ring and you're transported through time. Do you know where they went in the very first episode of Time Tunnel?
I do not.
They went to the Titanic.
Why?
And the guy's on the ship of he's on the deck of a ship. And he's, I'm on a ship. Because they got lost in time, right? So he's on a ship. And I wonder where it's at. And he walks by, and the camera moves with him, and then the camera moves back, and you see the buoy that says Titanic.
That's great.
And you say, and because there was not a second voyage of the Titanic, right? So my boy's going down on this trip. And apparently they took a poll about if you could move through time, what historical event would you want to witness? And many people said they wanted to see the sinking of the Titanic. So it has been hypothesized that that's why the Titanic sank. Because when the time machine was finally invented, everyone went back to the Titanic, and there were too many people for the lifeboats.
Oh, that's funny.
Because they were all time travelers and they all died.
And you know what? If they wanted to go back in time to the Titanic, they deserve to die.
No,
That's all I'm going to say.
that ain't right.
All the places you can go. You're like, I want to go back and see a bunch of people drown. Listen, I don't care how much you don't like rich people. It's a little too macabre to want to go back to the Titanic. You got what you deserve. You right on there with them when it goes down. Okay? I hope Leonardo DiCaprio grabbed you by the head and pulled you right down with him. Just like, sorry, Grace. Okay. Yeah.
Are you done, Chuck?
I'm sorry.
All right, so where was I talking? So it was just about the Stargate, the possible Stargate portal. We know how to make we know what is required to make a wormhole.
Right.
We just don't have this material. So it needs something, it needs the equivalent of negative gravity, negative energy substance. And we don't know what that is or how to make it. But if we had it, we can make a wormhole.
We can do it. There you go. Great question, Chris.
Yeah. All right. We got to take a break, Chuck. And when we come back, the third and final segment of Star Talk Cosmic Queries, Grab Bag Edition on Star Talk. We're back. Star Talk Cosmic Queries, Grab Bag. We left off that last segment. We were talking about Stargate. Chuck, do you know I have a cameo in Stargate Atlantis?
I did not know that. Now,
do.
That was the TV show?
Yeah, TV show.
Oh, man, I love it.
Yeah.
What happened? Please tell me. And now I gotta know.
I'm an old friend of one of the characters, and I can't act, so it's embarrassing. So I shouldn't have told you.
Oh,
So
no,
never mind.
Okay, let me tell you why it's not embarrassing.
Why?
Guess how many appearances I have on Stargate?
That's
So
Stargate.
to hell with the haters. See, that's what I say to haters. To hell with you.
Because it's a cameo, people give you a little more slack for your
Doesn't
inability
make a
to act.
difference. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot. Please, I can't act either, and I've been in a bunch of stuff. And I'm supposed to be an actor.
Hired as such.
Right, they
Yes,
hired
okay.
me for it. I still can't act. So guess what?
All right.
You should be very proud. Don't ever shoot, please.
So next one.
All right, here we go. This is Jason Whitehair. Says, greetings, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice. With the expansion of the universe, likely never ending, and space-time with it, will individual galaxies be ripped apart by the expansion as objects get further apart from each other? Will individual bodies be then ripped apart and so forth? Ooh.
Yes.
What?
Ultimately, as galaxies spread apart, this pressure within the vacuum of space, we call it dark energy. We don't know what it is, but it's there and it's doing its thing. And it is most of what is driving the universe right now. That dark energy will ultimately overcome the gravitational attraction of stars that are held together within galaxies. So it'll start ripping apart galaxies. Then it'll rip apart star systems as it pulls planets away from their host stars. Then it will rip apart solid objects as the molecular bonds that hold the atoms together are broken. Then it will rip apart atoms where the electrons are ripped from their nuclei. Then it will rip apart nuclei. Then it'll rip apart the fabric of space and time on the Planck scale. And at that point, it's the end. That is called the Big Rip. And that will take place in 22 billion years unless something stops it.
Sleep well, Timmy.
Have a nice day.
Jeez. God, that's awful.
It starts ripping apart protons themselves. Right, wow. This is serious stuff.
Look at that.
And by the way, when that begins to happen, it happens rapidly. So it's what starts things getting flying apart? It's because the more vacuum there is in the universe, the more is this pressure to accelerate it.
Gotcha.
Right, so it's a runaway process.
So okay, gotcha. Yeah, right. It's like a snowball rolling downhill.
The snowball,
it just keeps
correct.
Going boom, 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 bigger, 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 bigger.
Bigger, and the bigger it is, the bigger it gets.
Look
right.
at that. That is insane.
And it's called the Big Rip. By the way, in our second Star Talk book, guess what it was titled, Chuck?
No, go ahead.
Cosmic Queries. In our second Star Talk book, one of the questions is, what is the future of the universe? And we show all the scenarios and one of them is the Big Rip. So if you get that book, you'll have way more conversation about it than anything I just laid down to this recording.
Fantastic.
Your Cosmic Queries.
Cosmic Queries.
You got it.
So this is Bruce Ryan. Hey, what's up, gents? Bruce from Virginia here. I'm wondering what happens to all the heat and energy emitted from stars. Is it actually heating up the universe? Or does it just travel until it hits something and then that something absorbs that heat? And then what happens when that heat
I love it.
absorbed?
Okay, so both of those happen. So what happened is the heat generated from a star goes out in the form of photons of light.
Right.
Okay? And that will travel until it hits something else and then it gets absorbed. So you'd think it would just be this tennis match going on back and forth. However, in the expanding universe, the energy of the photon is diluted into the space that has been expanded for it. So the energy, the total energy is still there, but it's diluted. So in other words, if you have a box of energy, right? Now I take that energy and spread it into a box twice that size. It's the same amount of energy, but the energy intensity is now half in each place. Now make the box 1,000 times as large.
Right.
That energy is all spread out. The energy intensity is dropped by a factor of 1,000. Add it all up, you'll recover all the energy you began with, but the energy density is thinner. And as the universe expands, the energy density drops, and so the temperature of the universe drops. And right now we're 3 degrees Kelvin, 3 degrees absolute on the scale, and it's dropping.
Look at that. Wow. That's
By the way, the James Webb Space Telescope, part of why we put it where it is that it's far away from Earth. So Earth, it's 1 million miles from Earth, and it only ever points away from the sun. and it has these baffles that will absorb sunlight that hits it, but re-radiate it back to the sun. A little bit moves through, and we have another baffle that will absorb it and re-radiate back to the sun. And so we have 4 or 5 of these layers, and each layer, less and less of the sun's heat energy makes it through to shield the telescope from any infrared energy that could hit it from the sun. By shielding away the sun, it drops into equilibrium with deep space.
James Webb Coppertone.
Yeah, I guess you can consider. I guess it is like sunscreen. It's
right?
sunscreen. It's a cosmic sunscreen. Thank you, Chuck, for that analogy. And by doing so, the sun, which is relatively close to it, all things considered, will not then heat it up. And so any heat that's in it will just radiate back out into space. So this is the thermodynamics of technology and engineering and in the universe itself.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is cool. Yeah. All right. Man, we're getting through a lot today.
Yeah, look, keep it coming.
I can't believe it.
Keep it coming.
This is Cameron Bishop. He says, hey, Neil. Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
I like to think that if I waved at the night sky, someone out there in the distant past is waving back. Now, in the last century, we have gone from stars might have planets to stars on average have lots of planets. If you run the numbers, the amount of planets out there is huge. Given that we exist, it's not fair to say that with life here on Earth in one hand and the amount of planets in the universe on the other hand, that life is statistically likely in the universe? And what sort of implications does that have? Either scientifically or philosophically.
The day we discover life in the universe, it will signal a change in the human condition that we cannot foresee or imagine. Yes, it is highly likely that life is thriving elsewhere in the universe, not out of wishful thinking, but we're made of the most common ingredients in the universe. So whatever life was doing on Earth, it was highly opportunistic, A. B, life got going almost as fast as it possibly could have. Within 100 million years, it sounds like long, but it's short on the timescale of Earth. Within 100 million years, we went from organic molecules, which are plentiful in the universe, to self-replicating life. And the universe is old. So you combine how much time we've had, how quickly Earth managed to create life, how resourceful life is, and to assert that we're alone in the universe can only be done based on some philosophy that has no foundation in science.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
That's it, man.
That's it. That's it. And so if you wave, surely someone is waving back. I have no doubt.
Back.
Yeah.
That's it. And
your wave is not going to get to them
right.
for, 100 or 1,000 light, years traveling at the speed of light. What I do every time I'm out and I have my laser, I flash it at a star that's in the night sky, like a pulse, and then I turn it off. So if you leave the light on for 1 second,
right,
there's a beam that's 186,000 miles long.
Right.
Okay, and so that is on its way to that star, and maybe to a planet that'll see it.
So cool.
Yeah, so it's my space graffiti. I
go.
say Neil is here.
And so when they show up,
So I want to get picked up. I want to meet the
I'm gonna say,
aliens.
when they show up and they're just like, we saw your green signal.
No, they'd say, well, who the hell's been waking us up in the middle of the night?
Exactly. We saw the signal. And, oh, that was our man Neil. Yes, and by the way, you are now all serving our god Flarm. What? Yeah.
Chuck desperately wants to write a screenplay. That's clear. Correct.
Yeah. It'd be kind of cool though if they landed and they were on their version of what we had as the Crusades.
Oh, yeah.
Except that they do it on an intergalactic basis.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
anyway, all right. Tyler J says, hello, Dr. Tyson. Hi,
And
Chuck.
where did they say where they're from? I always want to know where
Tyler
they're from.
What options are there to resolve the crisis in cosmology? I heard that new data from James Webb Space Telescope has further separated the two values we have for the Hubble constant.
Yeah. Yeah, this crisis is, by the way, when I was coming of age, I mean, astrophysically, we didn't know the size of the universe to within a factor of 2. The size or the age of the universe.
Right.
To within a factor of 2. To show you how precise modern cosmology has become, we are now arguing over a 10% difference between two numbers. And the reason why it's called a crisis is each of those two numbers is precisely known, so that the error bars, the uncertainties do not overlap.
Right.
So that's, even though they're close to each other, especially compared to when I was in school, they don't overlap, and so it's called a crisis in cosmology. And crisis, I think, overstates it. It's an unsolved problem. Right. Every unsolved problem is not a crisis. It's just an unsolved problem. Right. And somebody's wrong. Okay? Period.
That's it. So, and there's the answer. Somebody is wrong.
Or you're measuring two different things and you think it's the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, you can measure the tail of an elephant to the blind man, and the feet and the tusks and the trunk, and you could tell each other that the other person is wrong, but maybe you're measuring the same thing, but in different parts, in different ways, and collectively you all are describing one object, and it's the elephant.
Exactly.
You're both describing the universe, but maybe you came at it from different sides of the elephant. Yeah. So I'm not worried about it. It makes good headlines. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it. Yes,
Wow.
James Webb will help us address this. Yes.
That's fantastic. Well, that's wonderful.
By the way,
Okay.
I think in Cosmic Queries, we do talk about the crisis. The cosmic, I think it's in there, in the future of the
Crisis
universe.
of cosmology.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's called tension. It's called cosmic tension. Tension between these two different measurements. So again, in Cosmic Queries, I hate to sound like a ad for the book, but yeah, I mean, it is an ad for the book. We put a lot of effort into that book. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Crisis in cosmology, not to be confused with the crisis in cosmetology. Okay. Which is, how dare you put that eyeshadow with that lip color?
No, you know what the crisis in cosmetology is? I wrote about this in Starry Messenger.
Okay.
It's an alien comes to visit, and they see
Yes.
that people with straight hair curl it, people with curly hair straighten their hair, people who are short wear heels, people who, if their body is not, the muscles aren't big enough, they try to make them bigger. If there's something else about their body, they'll change it. They do all these things, and so the aliens will say, "You guys must deeply believe that you are irreconcilably ugly."
Right.
Given how much money is spent on the beauty industrial complex.
They'd be right.
They'd be right.
They'd be right.
They'd be right.
If they were to make those assessments, because they're not even assumptions,
Right.
Just assessments.
Yeah, you've got eyelash thickener. What, you don't like your eyelashes? You got powder on your cheeks. What, you don't like the color of your cheeks? You got paint around your eyelids, and you don't like the color of your what? So yeah, they'll run back home and say there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth. Plus, they all think they're ugly.
Well,
Right.
you might think I think I'm ugly. Maybe I just think I'm fabulous.
No.
All right.
Chuck, I don't think we have time for anywhere. Wait, throw one more, and if I have time, I'll do it. Go.
Okay, let me find something very quick. I'm gonna.
You don't know how quick my answer is going to be.
Well, I'm gonna make it a quick question.
Okay,
That
good.
way- okay, so here we go. Hello, Neil and Chuck from NAU in Flagstaff. I was wondering if you've heard or know about the idea of black hole stars. I've seen videos taking this hypothetical star that has an insane mass, and it could explain black holes in the middle of galaxies. I asked you this question that I didn't even realize in a few weeks ago, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know what a black hole star would be, other than just a star that became a black hole.
Exactly.
Right. I don't know. We have very clear definitions of
What you told me
stars.
is that we know of nothing that has the mass that would create the black holes that we see at the center of
Oh,
galaxies.
correct. Yeah, that's an unknown. We don't know what phenomenon is necessary to funnel mass to whatever black hole began there for it to have hundreds of millions of times the mass of the sun. It's still, and James Webb is going to help us figure that out. That's all. It's a frontier.
There you go.
And notice I'm not calling it a crisis. It's just something we don't understand yet.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we don't get all emotional about it. It's just, let's work on it.
Right, so there you go. Pull yourself together, man.
Pull yourself together. You can get through this.
You can get through this, man. Pull yourself together.
All right, Chuck, that's all we got. That's all we got time for.
That's it.
I love grab bags. Those are fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
always.
Yeah. Cosmic Queries. Grab bag. Chuck, always good to have you there.
Always a pleasure.
Neil deGrasse. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. Got with me my co-host, Chuck. Nice.
Hey, Neil. What's
All
happening?
right, I love having you out there, Chuck.
I love being here, man.
For all my Star Talk needs, you're there.
And beyond.
And beyond.
And beyond, my friend.
We're going to knock out another Cosmic Queries, but this one, we have to grab the ones that don't fit any categories. So this is just, I think you coined the term galactic gumbo.
Gosh, dude, that's my favorite. We call it grab bag. We'll call it a bunch of different things, but my favorite is galactic gumbo. You don't know guarantee. They'll put in there the little cayenne pepper.
Spice that up.
Spice over little cayenne pepper. Common cayenne pepper. That's a kind of common cayenne pepper.
So we should go to Louisiana and see if we can get galactic gumbo on somebody's menu. That'd be
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
why not? Who's going to say no to that, right?
Exactly. Yo, that's a great idea. Oh, nothing would make me more happy than to go into a
Little bit of
place and-
everything.
Yeah, galactic gumbo.
So these are all Patreon questions, and they're getting it good. Apparently, I'm just looking at.
They are, but this time we actually we have more people than Patreon.
Oh, you let in some others in this round.
Well, this round.
Okay.
Because it's ask anything.
Okay.
So
And if I don't know, I'll just say I don't know. Go on to the next question.
Yeah, that's right. So it could be anything that they want to know from you, you know? So, including, why is the sky blue? But we already did that.
We already did that. We got that.
Yeah, we did.
And, the more content we post, Chuck,
Right.
in explainer videos and things, the whole Cosmic Queries could just be, go to this link. Go to that
this
link.
link, go to
we
that
just
link,
kick back.
go to that. Right.
When we're done explaining everything,
Yeah.
we got it. Oh, by the way, I'm compelled that this format inspired a book, a Star Talk book called Cosmic Queries. It's March 2021. So,
And is it actual queries from people?
No, so what happens is there's some queries that are just so deep and they spill out over this format. If someone says, what is the meaning of our existence, or why is the universe here? Those are real questions that real people have.
Right.
But they don't lend themselves to our repartee, right? So we collected the deepest questions ever asked, and we put them in the Cosmic Queries book. So there's like, how did life get here? What is the universe made of?
Why can't I wear brown shoes with a black tuxedo?
Or can I wear white after Labor Day? Those are the questions.
The burning
that get asked.
questions.
Okay.
Right. Cool,
All right,
man.
So start it out. What you got?
All right,
Bring it on.
let's go with Umran Coca. But says Chuck, if you're reading this, please just call me Sarah.
Okay. Okay.
Well, there you
Sarah.
have it.
Thank
There
you,
you go.
Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks for telling me after you make a fool of yourself.
All right, you could have just put that as your name. Okay. All right. Could dark matter be the effect of another universe's gravity on our own gravity?
That's what I want it to be. I so badly want dark matter to be regular matter in a parallel universe whose gravitational force is spilling into our space-time.
I want that to be true. But none of my colleagues are leaning that way, and they're like deep in it, and it's their expertise, and I'm just looking over the fence. What you up to today? Picking it up so I can share it with all you good people. So the what's the over-under, the odds-on favorite is that there's some other kind of particle, family of particles that are not the electron, proton, neutron, the ones we're familiar with, that do not interact with our particles. And if they don't interact in any sort of chemical way, then light will pass through them. All you'll feel is their gravity. Mm-hmm. And so I don't have a problem with that. I don't think it's as fun as thinking there could be another universe. Now, the only reason why I think this is I spoke with some top folks about field theory. This is a class I never took in graduate school, and I regret it. But field theory, you study, fields. These are fields that generate forces on objects, basically. Okay. It turns out
not the kind you play on.
Not the kind you play on.
Okay, all right.
These are force fields. A concept introduced by who's our guy at the mid-century? Michael Faraday, in the mid-19th century, because no one imagined describing something you can't see that has an effect on other things. All right, and so he had to invent this concept, this field concept, where you draw lines that take the shape of that field, and that's what the iron filings do
for the magnetic field, right?
Yeah, before him it was just that's just what they do. Right. But he gave it
magic.
So he gave it, so he anchored it in physics speak, so that we can actually calculate with him and do other things.
Sweet.
So these are fields. So in field theory, you apparently, and I can't demonstrate this to you, I can only repeat it, others have told me, that light and all the forces that surround it, electromagnetic forces, cannot exit your space-time.
1, 2,
they're trapped
3,
within it. But
4,
gravity
5,
can.
6.
Gravity can spill out of your universe and move between universes. That's what I heard. And I think I got that right.
Okay.
But so if that's the case, then a nearby universe in this higher dimensional construct could have gravity spilling into our universe. And there we are mystically touching it, thinking it's a magical, invisible thing, when it's just real and it's just something sitting on outside the door.
Wow. So now let me just ask this on top of what she's... When you talked about...
What Sarah
says. Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah.
So you say that some think that they might want it to be these particles that we cannot interact with.
Yeah, it's not so much that I think there's good reason to think they could be those particles, and there are experiments now designed to try to capture them and see if one in a zillion encounters with our particles, maybe they'll have there'll be some exception to that rule that'll render them visible.
Gotcha, because that's my point. It's like, why make that postulate in the first place?
Yeah. I mean, why not just little gremlins? I mean, there's an invisible particle, you can't see it.
Right. So,
but you have theories guiding these experiments, and they're suggesting if the dark matter is of this kind, it should interact with this regular particle in this way, this rarely, or this frequently. And so you do this. So we have these huge experiments trying to detect dark matter particles. That's all that's going on there. All right, so I'm with Sarah on this. It'd be cool if it were.
Okay, very cool.
By the way, if that's the case,
yes,
since we have 5 times as much dark matter in our universe as regular matter,
right?
That means there's a shit ton of regular matter in this other universe.
Right, their regular matter. Right.
Yeah, if our dark matter is their regular matter, that universe has at least six times the mass of our... At least. It turns out to escape your universe and enter another one, the strength of the gravity drops off precipitously, so it has to be even stronger than just a factor of 6.
Isn't that crap?
So it's a honkering universe, and wouldn't it be weird if one day we learned we're just some small gnat among other gnats on the back of a much larger, more powerful universe, and we're just a satellite universe to it.
Wow, that's in a way very humbling.
Very humbling.
And in a way, I kind of want us all to get together and just make a very loud sound so that we're not boiled in a pot of water as the dust speck that we are. So,
Or to get swatted off the back.
or to get bang. All right. Wow. Okay. Cool.
All right.
Okay. Here we go.
Give me
This
some
is also from Patreon. Sarah was a Patreon patron, and for those of you interested, go to patreon.com/StarTalkRadio and support us, and then you can be part of actual private Patreon cosmic queries where Neil answers your questions almost personally. So
Yeah. These would just only be posted behind the
behind
Patreon
the curtain. Behind
yeah.
the curtain. Yeah, Patreon curtain. All right. Fernando Gomes says this.
Gomes or Gomez?
It's Gomes, so maybe it's Gomez, but it's
If it's Freddie Gomes, then fine. But if it's Fernando, give me some.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Allow me to recalibrate. Here we go. This is from Fernando Gomez.
Now starring Fernando Gomez.
Right.
No, maybe Gomez needs a Z and Gomes is that. I don't know.
Maybe,
but,
I don't know.
Go on.
But anyway, he says, our own pocket of the universe is expanding. Will it exceed the speed of light? I guess when he's saying expanding, he's also including the acceleration as well. And if so, will that mean we'll no more be able to detect anything coming from outside of our universe too?
First of all, that is already the case. Okay.
Oh, snap.
Okay. And as time moves on, and as you correctly added, Chuck, with the acceleration of the universe, what will happen is things that used to be within our horizon simply expand faster than the light that they're sending us can reach us, and then they basically disappear beyond the horizon. And as the universe continues to expand, things that used to be nearby will now find themselves on this extreme limit of the expansion and then disappear beyond the horizon, such that there will be a day that arrives. By the way, there's a whole section of one of the chapters in the Cosmic book on this. By the way, it's not out yet. It's like March, so don't worry about it yet. It's not out yet. So I don't even think it's listed yet. So I shouldn't even be talking about the book. So pretend I didn't say anything.
Hey, you're getting a sneak peek. Don't worry.
Okay. So there comes a time when our galaxy will merge with the Andromeda galaxy, it becoming one galaxy twice the size, and it will become only us in our pocket of the universe, and all other galaxies would have receded beyond our horizon, and the night sky, as seen from Earth, would contain only stars and nothing else in the universe. So we would have a universe that people thought it was before Hubble discovered other galaxies. There was a time, ask anybody before 1926. They say, tell me about the universe. Well, they're just stars. Stars in the night sky, and stars just go on like forever. And then we learned all the stars you see are in our one little galaxy. And there are other island universes, if you will, which was a term traceable to Immanuel Kant and others back in the 18th century. Could there be island universes out there? So other galaxies, you can think of them that way. And so everything we know about the history and origin of the universe is because we can see these other galaxies out to the edge of the universe. But in the distant future, when they all recede beyond our horizon, gone is any record of the history of the universe, the Big Bang, the expansion, everything. There'll be no indicators left to tell us. It'll be an entire chapter of the history of the universe ripped from the book. And there you are. Any post-apocalyptic civilizations will say, yeah, the universe is just the stars in the night sky.
And they won't have any way to disprove that.
And Chuck, I lose sleep wondering whether we today are in some kind of state of existence where a chapter had been removed from our attempt to probe our place in the universe. And here we are without that chapter trying to make sense of it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Terrible.
What a terrible thought.
I have these thoughts, and it delays slumber many a night.
That's just awful. That's an awful thought. Oh my God. Yeah, and so is the distant future thought. That's not good either.
Right.
Yeah.
I got another one. You ready? Suppose you grew up on Venus. You'd be vaporized, but let's ignore that complication.
Okay,
if you grew
right.
up on Venus,
I got some really good sunscreen.
if you that won't help you from high temperature.
This
Right.
is true. That's only UV.
Sunscreen ain't stopping you from.
Right. That's not 900 degree.
That's not a.
Yeah. I got an asbestos bathing suit. Go ahead.
So, if civilization arose on Venus,
Right.
there would be no culture of the night sky. There would be no night sky because it has such a thick cloud cover. No one has ever seen the night sky.
Oh, wow.
All you would know is that half a year, because Venus rotates very slowly, half a year it's just kind of light, and then it gets dark for most of the year, and then that's all you're going to know. And so someone would have to figure out how to travel in space to even know there's such a thing as traveling in space. Build a spaceship and then imagine emerging from those clouds, the cloud tops, for the first time. And you see the sun and stars and other planets. Oh my gosh. So are we buried under some cloak preventing us from getting an accurate understanding of the world around us?
Wow. That's very very profound and thought provoking.
Yeah, that's Fernando.
There you go, Fernando. Look at you, buddy. Nice
All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, more Cosmic Queries Galactic Gumbo edition
Yeah, the home.
on Star Talk. We're back, Jack.
Yeah.
Chuck, do you get to do stand-up during COVID? How does that work?
Okay, so it's so funny that you asked that. I have done a few Zoom shows, to be honest, and they feel weird. And I am
Yeah, because so much of your business model as a comedian is interacting with people and seeing them and feeling them. Right? You can't do comedy in a vacuum.
No, it's weird, and but on Zoom that's kind of fun because depending on who's hosting the show, sometimes they let you can see into these people's homes, and so that
Do you smack talk? What's going on?
that is so much fun. There's so much fun. It's like it's like if I were doing a Zoom right now and a comedy show and I'm looking at Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'd be like, oh, look at that. There's Dr. Tyson, who apparently has pictures of alien sperm on his wall. That's great. That is fantastic. This guy's clearly been off the planet.
Okay.
So that's the fun part. But
Okay.
it's not nearly as fun as doing stand-up live with the energy of a live audience. There's a real human connection that comes with a live audience. There's nothing like that. So
Just for those only listening, I have two works of art from an Inuit artist.
Yes.
And it is a bird that has just consumed a fish. And one is a black and white version, the other one is a white and black version of the same print. And they flank my desk for these recordings. And they do look a little alien.
yeah, they do. They look a little alien, but they're cool.
Yeah, and if you're interested in these, you can find them on our postings, the name of the artist and and a little bit of the history of the Inuit culture is there. So, and I thank her for giving me permission to show these. They're actual real art. My wife is was raised in Alaska, and so she has sort of an awareness and a sensitivity to the whole region and Inuit art and this sort of thing. So.
That's cool.
Yeah. Anyhow, so
very
let's keep going. Give me some questions.
Yeah, let's get back into let's do another Patreon from Jet Thomas. What a good name. He's a space hero. Hello, Neil and Chuck. If gravitational waves can bend the fabric of space-time.
Wait, by the way, jets don't work in space, just so you know. You need rockets, but go on.
Okay, you're right, because you need an air inflow.
You need air
You need
intake.
air inflow to make a jet.
I'm just saying.
I got you. I got
Okay,
you.
okay, I'm just-
Listen, I'm not. I will take that correction. I
I
know.
don't be all up in your face about
No,
it. But
I know.
just- I don't
Listen,
let stuff go by.
I know who I'm talking around.
Okay.
That's why I
Go
don't
on.
go to the movies with you. All right, here we go. So Jet Thomas says this: if gravitational waves can bend the fabric of space-time, could it potentially be utilized to communicate with life in other universes? In principle, could a device use gravitational waves instead of the way we use radio waves to stream information outside the bounds of our universe. Now, you just said in our previous answer that light is bound to this universe, trapped. So now, gravitational waves.
Yeah, so each one of these is an entire window to the universe. I mean, let's think back for a minute. When the telescope was sort of pioneered by Galileo, he's thinking, oh my gosh, look what I can now see. And I can see ships farther in the distance. I can look up at the Milky Way and I see stars where you thought it was just a cloud. And he's imagining that the telescope is the way to see everything your eyes can't. Okay?
Right.
But then, give me a couple hundred years on that, and then what happens? William Herschel discovers infrared, which is also light, but your eyes can't see it. And in fact, in his original research paper, he called it light unfit for vision.
Wow.
And so, wait a minute, if all your telescopes are only giving you visible light, but why even call it visible light? It's just light, right? You don't have any other, there's no reason to qualify that it's visible light if you don't know any of the light that you can't see. The moment we discover light you can't see, you now have to constrain how you call the light your eyes detect, and we call that visible light. Infrared is not visible. Ultraviolet is not visible. Neither are X-rays, gamma rays, radio waves, none of that. Yet it's all light, traveling at the speed of light. So we open up telescopes to these windows to the universe, and that's how we discovered the birth of the universe and black holes and jets and all kinds of things in the universe. That's how we discovered them. But now we can go a step beyond that and say, all of these collectively, in a way, is just one kind of window to the universe. The window that uses light. Are there other kinds of windows? And yes, gravitational waves is a kind of window. The neutrinos is a kind of window. There are neutrinos everywhere. We just need special telescopes to detect them. And so, if gravity can escape your universe, if that can happen, then there's no reason why we can't send a signal. I agree entirely. That's a long answer to just say
No,
yes.
that's-
I agree, but I got a question that, again, I'm an idiot when it comes to field theory. So, if the ripple of a gravitational wave requires, or its effect in the space-time continuum is this wave, when it leaves the universe, what is it jiggling? I mean, I don't know what is it. Maybe it's just the graviton, the quantum particle that corresponds to the gravity wave, in the same way a photon of light corresponds to the wave of light, right? These are sort of parallel constructs, all right? We speak of light waves that carry by photons. Gravity waves carried by gravitons. Maybe the graviton busts out, goes through, enters the other universe, and we don't have to worry about the wave warping the fabric of space and time. So, yeah, I don't see why not. But I would need higher expertise to answer that with some precision.
Wow, God, how much higher expertise can you
No,
get?
we got people.
Jesus.
Brian Green would totally.
Oh,
be
yeah, well,
in-
yeah, but
in
that
on
is-
it.
that is
He's
his
just up
thing.
the street.
Yeah, that's his thing. That's right. Yeah, that was a great answer, though, man. No,
Okay.
that's fantastic. Yeah, I love it. And the windows to the universe. That's an excellent.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a window. So the electromagnetic spectrum is a window of windows.
Right.
Right? And then
Right.
we have another kind of window over here on the other side of the house.
See, oh
Yeah.
man, I love that. I love that. That's just God. That's so,
If you went back in time and said, Galileo, you're practically blind.
right.
And he'd say, no, I'm not. Look what I can see. And then,
He was like, "Do you not see what I'm looking through? What the hell is wrong with you?" Yeah,
that's exactly how he would have said it, too.
yeah, you know that's how he.
Dude, do you...
What? What?
He was colloquial, by the way. He
Yeah.
didn't. He hung with the common folk.
Oh, really?
So he might have spoken in
You never
Italian
know.
vernacular of the day,
Italian?
whatever
Right.
that would have been.
Yes, the Italian equivalent of "child, please." So, okay, cool.
Child, please.
Child, please. Don't you know I invented the telescope? The hell
Straight
is your
from the
problem?
inner cities of 20th century. Child, please.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I love that, the different windows of the universe. Love it. Okay, let's go to Eric Allen. Eric Allen, also from Patreon, and then we're going to jump into other people outside of Patreon. I'll make Eric the last Patreon question. Hi there. I've been listening for years, and I finally have the nerve to ask a question. He says, we know that the force of gravity bleeding into our universe from another universe would drop off at the rate of 1 over r cubed, he says? Yeah. Okay. Hypothetically, if the other 3 forces were somehow able to bleed into our universe from another, would they be affected the same way? Now, I don't know if I said his equation correct.
And I got it. No, we're good. We good here. Okay.
we okay?
So let me just say what's going on here.
Yes, please.
Okay. If I have a water pistol
Okay.
and I shoot it right at your face,
Right.
then all the water that exited the vessel in the water pistol goes in a stream and it all lands on your nose.
Right.
Okay?
If you're a good shot.
There's no dilution of, as long as the stream is tight and narrow, there's no dilution of it, of what came out of my water gun before it hit your face.
Gotcha.
So now, let me say, I'm now, instead of going to do it in a straight line, that's one dimension, I'm going to spray it horizontly.
Oh, okay.
Okay? But it's the same amount of water.
Same amount of water.
Okay? So if now I spray it, then it's quote diluted by the area over which it has to travel. Okay?
Correct.
So if that's the case, then it drops off as 1 over r is what 1 over the distance. So if you're twice as far away, you're getting half as much as you would have if you were closer. Okay, that's how that dilution would work. So that's in 2 dimensions. Okay, now let's say you're now spraying it in all 3 dimensions, so that now it's like this wave, this spherical wave emanating from the water gun. Of course, you'll hit yourself in the face.
Yeah, because it's going in all directions, right?
Right. So it turns out, if you go in all these directions, then it's being diluted by the area of the surface of that sphere.
Oh wow, I'm actually out of.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So now it's being deleted, and the formula for the surface of a sphere is 4 pi r squared. So it's being diluted by the square of the size of the surface. And so this is the famous 1 over r squared law that light experiences, that gravity experiences. Because whatever is the source, it goes out and it's filling all of space, and as it moves out, the intensity drops off as the square. If you're leaving your universe, you're going in a direction that is not accessible to anything you have seen or know, because you're exiting these dimensions. And now you're leaving our universe, crossing into another universe. The strength of the gravity will now drop off by the cube of the distance. And that's significant. Okay? If I'm 2 feet away, and now I go to 4 feet, I now have 1/8 the strength.
Right.
Not half the strength.
Not half the strength, right.
Because it's a factor of 2 away, and we cube that. 2 times 2 times 2 is 8.
Right.
I have 1/8 the strength. Okay, so I don't know any reason to think why other forces wouldn't have this extra dimension of dilution associated with them, exiting your universe and coming into the another universe.
Right. Okay, cool. Wow.
Yeah, so you're subject to a higher dimension of dilution by leaving a universe. And so, yeah, so that's why I think I said in an earlier question, it's not only the 6 times our gravity that it has going on for itself, it's got to make up for that extra dilution to leave its universe and come in here. So it's a honkering universe.
Wow. Okay, cool.
If that's what we're feeling, if that's what dark matter actually is. Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, Eric, after waiting years, you actually came up with a damn good question. Good for you, buddy. Yeah. We'll see you in a few years with another great question.
Okay.
All right. Let's keep it going with. I love this. This is from Instagram. The most happy boy 11 is the handle.
Okay.
Neil, how does it all end?
Oh.
And that's it. That's the whole question. How does it all end?
Let me tell you what that is when we return. We got to take a quick break, and when we come back, the 3rd and final segment of Cosmic Query's Galactic Gumbo Grab Bag on Star Talk. We back. Star Talk, Cosmic Queries.
Yes.
All right. If we last left off in last week's episode. The question was asked by, who was it? Little Boy 11 or something? What is it?
Yeah, Most Happy Boy 11.
Most Happy Boy 11.
Yeah.
Wanted to know, how will it all end?
Yes.
The universe will end. Not in light, but in dark. Not in fire, but in ice. Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Oh, that's terrible.
Okay.
Poor
Now,
universe.
Beyond that little bit of simple language,
Okay.
there's an entire section of the Cosmic Queries book that specifically addresses all the scenarios of how we will end. And so I'm going to pull rank here and say, buy the damn book when it comes out.
Oh, wow. There you go.
What I will do, I hate doing that, but a lot of effort went into those chapters. I'm going to pluck, for me, the scariest ending of them all.
Okay, good. I like that. All right. Wait, hold
okay?
on. Hold on. Let me get my flashlight and put that up. All right. Let's get it.
Chuck, imagining he's around a campfire in the dark, but he's in a completely lit room. Right, okay.
Exactly.
All right, so here you go. This expansion of the universe, this acceleration, there's no reason for any of us to think it will ever end. It will keep accelerating in its expansion. So, as we described earlier, the distant galaxies will expand beyond our horizon. Then the nearby ones will no longer be nearby because they would have been stretched to the edge of the universe. Then the power of the stretching will overcome the gravitational binding of stars with other stars and stars with their planets. So we would see our galaxy systematically get stripped apart, with stars being cast beyond the horizon as it expands. And this will continue. So not only will every star get cast asunder to beyond our horizon, such that our sky will contain only one star, and that is the sun. Except the sun won't live that long, but let's pretend it's still there. Then, the stretching of the universe will rip the planets away from the star, so that we will then become alone in our own bubble within our own horizon in the universe. Then it will keep stretching and it'll begin ripping the Earth apart. And by the way, this is happening at a faster and faster rate. And you can calculate when the expansion of the universe rips apart the very particles that comprise matter itself, and the very what's called a Planck length, the granularity of the quantum universe itself gets ripped apart, and in fact, this is called the Big Rip.
The universe split its pants.
Split its pants.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, literally, it split everything.
Right. Wow.
It bent over and split its pants. Chuck, I love that description. And that, if the universe goes that way, it'll happen between 10 to the 30 and 10 to the 35 years, around there.
Okay.
So that's a lot of years in the future. So
well, there you go, happy boy. I hope you lose sleep over that.
He ain't happy anymore. No. Oh, by the way, there was an episode of Doctor Who where there was a tear in the space-time fabric, and that tear would show up, and you would like see it, and so that was particularly scary for me because I know what the theories tell us. But
That's good.
yeah, so the Big Rip freaking me out.
The Big Rip. All right.
Let it freak you out too, so I'm not the only one.
There you go. All right.
By the way, and that's just one of a dozen scenarios given in that chapter.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, and read it to your kids, people.
Bedtime stories.
A wonderful bedtime story. Wonderful. All right, here, this is Chloe Wagstaff. Chloe Wagstaff says this. How can artists, in your opinion, contribute to science?
They already are. Oh my gosh. So first of all, historically, before we had cameras, especially the naturalists, but also astronomers too, if you saw something, you just drew it. All right, and not all scientists are good at drawing. So you see Galileo's sketches; they're not too bad.
Right.
All right, in his notebook, they're pretty good.
Right.
better than I can do, I think. But if you had a real artist, they could totally rock the scene and put what is actually out there on the page. And all the naturalists who are documenting flora and fauna of the world as they traveled the world to record all the manifestations of life on Earth. Every one of those were either artists themselves or carried an artist in the back, in the wagon with them. And so one of the most famous of these are the Audubon paintings. All right, we hold them up as art, but this is a scientific record of birds. And until photography could do that or do it well or capture the color of them, that was the only thing we had. So we owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to artists, the scientific illustrators of the day. But then when photography came, it sort of relaxed that requirement, but there were still some things you had to draw because photography wasn't all that sensitive to light. So if it was really, really dim, you still had to draw it. Early astronomical images were still drawn, even though photography was available. Well, let's fast forward to today. So no, we don't. Sorry, I don't need you to draw my Hubble photo because we got really good imagery of it. Sorry. However, you know what I need you for? You know what I want you for? Design, graphic design. They're artists, okay? I like some things better than others, even if they have the same functionality, because some objects are just beautiful to behold or to touch or to carry with you. I value that. I think that's, we can have a utilitarian world, but is that the world you want to choose to live in? No, you want the world where that's a beautiful space. That's a beautiful, I'm talking about architecture now. That's a beautiful building, a beautiful room. It's been organized beautifully. What's the feng shui of that room? Those aren't scientists thinking that up. Those are artists.
You just described Apple computers.
Okay. I try not to mention the name because we're not paid by Apple or any computer company. But
there's still time.
There's still time.
Yeah.
So in that way, artists, I think, make a beautiful world in which scientists function. But otherwise, no, I don't see that happening. There's a big push to get A in STEAM, right? Science, technology, engineering, and math. You put an A in there and STEM becomes STEAM. And with the urge that if you train scientists to be artists, it can boost their creativity. And I don't know how successful that will be. Yes, you have to be creative as a scientist. But the number of scientists who said, I thought about this new discovery after I looked at this work of art, or after I painted this, those numbers are not high. And I know of one case, a guy named Ed Belbruno, who looked at Starry Night by Van Gogh, and it got him thinking about orbits, transfer orbits between Earth and the Moon because of the swirls of the paint. So it got him thinking. I think that's great. Does it mean he would have never had those thoughts without seeing the painting? I don't know. I do know, however, that science and engineering greatly affect art. Right? When neon was invented or discovered, you have neon glowing tubes. Artists were all over it with neon sculptures and things. And so when we make chemical discoveries or discoveries in material science or in computing, the artists are all in it and all over it. There'd be no modern special effects were it not for artists exploiting the computing foundations that were created by basically math geeks 60 years ago. So there is a two-way street, but most of the traffic really goes towards the artists rather than towards the science. But based on my read of the history of this.
Well, there you have it. Artists, you guys, we don't need you. Okay. Now that's a joke.
Let me say it differently.
Nobody. Go ahead.
Maybe if more scientists took art class, then there would be more creativity expressed than they believe possible.
Right.
Okay. But I want to see that tested, and I think it's worth an experiment.
Yeah, I want to see scientists take communications classes more than I want to see them take art classes. Because that's what we need. We need people to listen to scientists, more than anything.
And one last bit of that. I don't want to eat up this whole segment on this, but if you look at Beethoven's Ninth Symphony or even Van Gogh's Starry Night, if they didn't create those, no one ever to be born will ever create them. They are singular expressions of the creativity of those artists. Whereas if Einstein had never discovered relativity, somebody else would have, or some combination of people would have, and they would have discovered it in exactly the way he showed it to us. And so the creativity of a scientist is not existing in a free thinking way, because ultimately nature passes judgment on whether what you invented works at all. So the creative process has different landing zones.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense because science is bound by laws. Whereas
By laws that we didn't create. They're
that
out
we didn't
there.
create.
Yeah.
Creativity is about breaking laws.
I like it. Very nicely put.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cool. All right. Yeah.
Let's go to lightning round. See how many questions we can get in.
Okay, here we go. All right, I don't know if we're going to lightning round with this question because it's a great question. This is Ms. Kell, 8893. What questions are we not and should be asking about the universe? Damn! That's really cool.
All right, I got one. You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. The question that we should be asking and we're not have not yet manifested because the discoveries necessary for us to occupy the new vista, which enables those questions to then be in sight of our curiosity, have yet to be discovered.
Oh my God, you thought about this before.
Next question.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm just going to say, that was a really good answer, man.
Okay, next question.
All right, next question. Here we go. Vitesh Sinha, who says, do you believe in a borderless world? And how could we possibly make that happen?
Borderless Earth? No countries?
No countries.
Yeah, okay. So this is
borderless Earth.
Okay, so I don't mean when world, I mean the universe, but Earth. Yeah, I think borders are embarrassing. They're just embarrassing. If an alien came down and said, "Oh, you all human?" Yeah. So well, then why is this guard right here? Why is there a war? Oh, because even though we're all human, we're finding reasons to kill each other. These slight differences that we tried hard to find, found them and invoked them as reasons to mistreat each other, to kill each other, to enslave people, to round them up into concentration camps. And so, we'd have to somehow tell that to the aliens. As they look at us befuddledly, like, what the hell is wrong with you? They'll go back, there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth. Often a common enemy brings people together. COVID should have been that enemy, where we'd say, let's put down our differences and fight this, because it will attack us all, no matter who we worship, or who we have sex with, or all the other things that create fights among us. Wow. We have a common enemy, people. Let's fight it together, and that didn't even happen. I give us a D+ on that. Okay? The only reason I don't give it an F is because some progress was made in the effort to make the vaccines. Right. So I don't have hope. I think deep down within our DNA, our tribalism will forever prevent that from happening. And I wish I could sound more positive, but based on my read of history, I can't.
Well, a sobering answer to say the least.
Chuck, I think we got to end there, Chuck.
No, get out of here. All right, wait. One last one. Very
one last
quick.
one. Okay, go.
Okay, Saraba Pandov says this. Has humankind ever seen in the night sky a supernova?
Good one. So first, we discover hundreds of them a year with dedicated telescopes that go from galaxy to galaxy looking for something that blew up since last night. Okay, a supernova lasts, visibility lasts weeks and into the months. So we have dedicated experiments just for that purpose. But for the unaided eye, the first exploding star visible since Kepler in the 1600s was in 1987. There was a guy in the observatories in Chile, in the Andes Mountains, who was looking through his telescope, and he sees this bright object in what he's looking at, and he says, no, there's something wrong with the telescope. So he says, let me just walk. So he goes outside the telescope, looks up, and there's a bright object. Okay, so this is a case where he's using his eyes to verify the machine rather than the machine to verify his eyes. And that was discovered, I think, in February in the year 1987. It was the first supernova discovered that year, and it is the famous 1987A. And it is the most studied supernova in the history of the world. And all our telescopes, we have a very good communication system among us. All the telescopes around the world abandoned whatever research projects they were on at the time, slewed in the sky over and found this object. And even when it was below the horizon, the telescopes were waiting for it to rise. So you can get all kinds of data, radio waves, infrared, ultraviolet, visible, everything we could throw at it, we did. And there are thousands of research papers on that exploding star, visible to the naked eye.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, Google that, 1987, capital A. It's all there.
All right.
Beautiful question. Chuck, that's it. We got to wrap.
All right. That was fun.
Yeah. Very good. So, all right, Chuck. I'll be looking for you. I love your Twitter feed, especially when you live tweet live events.
Yeah. Not much of that going on now, but I'll be tweeting the Super Bowl. That's
the Super. This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries edition. Of course, I got Chuck Nice with me to make this happen. Chuck,
What's up, Neil?
dude, it's not often we get one of my own people.
That's right.
In a Cosmic Queries.
That's right.
Just my kindred spirit. And today we've got Professor Herr Dr. Brian Cox across the pond from the UK. Brian, welcome to Star Talk, dude. Not your first rodeo with us.
No, it isn't. No, we've been doing this for a few years now. I think it was about 10
Plus,
years ago.
I've been a guest on your show. A couple of times I've been in the UK. I was there live. You got an audience and stuff. So that was fun. And so let me make sure I get your bio accurately described here. So you're a professor of particle physics, University of Manchester. That sounds very specific. You're not just professor of physics, right?
Yeah,
particle
physics. Yeah, I mean, my research history is I've worked at the particle accelerators around the world, actually, including Fermilab in Chicago, the DAISY in Hamburg, and CERN in Geneva. So that's
the big one, CERN. Yeah. Okay. And so, out of the UK, you've hosted multiple TV shows. The one I remember most is The Universe, and you also did one on the solar system. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Solar system, and
you got another.
That was the local version of that travel show.
yeah. This is the bit that we might be able to make.
The greater travel show was The Universe, and you were like, by the way, check out this neighborhood.
Yeah, we're going to do multiverse next.
And you got another one, Brian Cox's Adventures in Space and Time. And for me, what's most important is that you have come stateside. You have crossed the ocean to give a multi-city stage theater tour of the universe. This is bold, hairy, and audacious. I love it. I love it. And by the time this posts, you're in the middle of the tour, coming up in Edmonton in Canada, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, and then you slip down into Seattle, Portland. Can't not do them if you're doing Canada, right? And then Sacramento, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, 2 nights in Los Angeles, San Diego. Then you hit up Texas. And
this sounds like a Johnny Cash song.
I know it does.
I've been everywhere, man.
And you ended in Texas, in Houston, Texas. So good luck with that tour. Oh my gosh, what can people expect?
Well, it's spectacular is the first thing to say. So we use the biggest LED screen that we can fit into the venues. It was designed actually for in the fall. We're doing these huge shows in the UK because I always say to you, people know who I am in the UK, and it's a bit more low key in the US. So the show's designed for 15,000 seat arenas, and so we produce these graphics of flying into black holes, a lot of black holes in there, considering the nature of life in the universe, origin of life, future of life, the multiverse. So all the big questions in space-time, black holes, cosmology. But it's essentially big graphics, and hopefully for everybody. I mean, I do some complicated stuff in the middle about quantum entanglement and the black hole information paradox that we can talk about later. But the idea is that
Of course,
it's a show.
it wouldn't be a show
exactly.
unless you did that. Right, of course.
I was talking to that with my 8-year-old last night.
It's on the tip of everybody's tongue.
It is, I was like, sweetie, now just remember, in the morning we'll finish this little conversation on quantum entanglement. In the meantime, sleep here, but not here in L.A.
So this is not a Brian Cox lecture on stage. This is a performance with a hugely visually delivered messaging about science and physics and the universe. And
there's music's a big part of it. So it starts with Sibelius's Fifth Symphony, the third movement, and almost a version of 2001 that I ended up making. Because I asked a friend of mine who's a conductor as a joke one night, what should Stanley Kubrick have used? Right, and it was kind of a joke. But he immediately said he should have chosen this piece of music by Sibelius, which was written in 1915, and it's at one level it's about swans taking off from a lake in northern Finland. But at another level, it's about the deep beauty of nature. It's that idea, that famous quote from Einstein, that if you look carefully at nature, you might catch a glimpse of something deeply hidden, which is the structure of nature itself. And so it just sounded like that to me. So I ended up almost remaking 2001 in 8 minutes, which to the horror of my promoter.
so let me
Who had to
quantify
pay for it.
how popular you are in the UK. I have a way to measure that for you. I don't know if I ever told you this. So right now in the United States, I'd be stopped by 15 out of 20 people in the street, because they recognize me, whatever, I think for you it's 20 out of 20, or 21 out of 20 people in the UK. But I can quantify that, You are so popular there that no one knows who the hell I am there. So watch what happened. We were filming Cosmos. We're in Trafalgar Square, big square, and we're filming Cosmos. And we're cordoned off, and I'm there, delivering lines and things, and all manner of people. Hey, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's right. I said, oh, where are you from? Oh, we're from the Netherlands. Oh, we're from India. Oh, we're from Russia. Oh, we're from. Nobody stopped who was from the UK. Nobody. So either they're just polite and they don't, or you completely occupy that space in the UK, and that's what I'm thinking is going on.
Or Brian does all of his talks in the UK, and instead of ending it with "keep looking up," he ends it with "don't listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson."
I'm totally happy, to swap for a few months. So you can have the UK, I'll have the US, just until the end of this tour. We'll swap roles. That's good. That's a good deal for me.
So now,
No, I don't.
Here's a question.
I can't even
Brian.
recite this many cities in the UK that you're going to do here in the United States. This feels like a little bit. Because you got that Beatles haircut. It feels a little bit like the British invasion. Putting us in a new place that we didn't even know we could land. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Very cool. So Chuck, you collected questions from our Patreon supporters.
Indeed, we do have them, and of course, our listeners are very excited
Our generator.
to ask Brian questions. So, do you want to jump into this?
Yeah, let's go straight ahead. What do you have?
All right, this is Marcus Gustafsson, who says, "Hello and greetings from Sweden. If the strength of gravity happened to be a little stronger or a little bit weaker than it is, how different would our universe be?"
It's a good question, and this is widely debated actually, because there's a question of how much you can change the fundamental properties of nature. So, do you say the strength of gravity, the mass of the electron, the way the Higgs field works, all those things, such that you have a radically different universe? And actually, it's quite hard, because you can change some things and then change something else, and it kind of balances the change out, and so it's quite a controversial area actually. But broadly speaking, if gravity were too strong, all else being equal, then things would collapse ultimately into black holes very quickly. So the early universe would not have formed extended structures like galaxies and solar systems, or stars may be very short-lived, and so on. So you can change the universe such that you would not have life in the universe if you increase the strength of gravity too much. But also you can decrease it too much, and then stars and galaxies don't form in the early universe. And again, you probably don't have a living universe. Now, the complication comes when you say, okay, well, what if in the early universe the slightly over-dense regions were a bit denser, which would have something to do with a theory we called inflation, possibly, or something, the way the Big Bang was, and then you turn gravity down a bit. Can you kind of compensate? And it's true, you can. So it becomes an extremely difficult modelling challenge. And so you'll see research papers on this. How can you change the things and fine-tune things? But then broadly speaking, that's what happens. If it is too strong, then everything collapses into black holes. And if it is too weak, nothing forms at all.
Okay, so that's the physicist answer. Okay. Now we'll give you the astrophysicist answer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
In graduate astrophysics 101, okay, one of the first calculations we do is what happens to the luminosity of a star if you change the gravitational constant. Okay, it's a calculation we do. All right. So what you do is you put a little parameter there and see what happens to that parameter as you run through the calculations for a star's luminosity. And what you find is that the luminosity of a star is extremely sensitive to the value of Newton's gravitational constant, to the 7th power.
Wow.
Okay? So what's interesting about that is, if the gravitational constant were different, slightly higher earlier in the universe than today, as Brian can attest, there are whole branches of physics that think about and wonder and worry about whether the constants have actually been constant. All right? But forget whether we have godlike powers to just change it and see what happens. Were they always this great? Did they change over time? So you can look at how sensitive it is and constrain how much it could have possibly changed, because you would see stars of enormous luminosities living out their lives very quickly in the early universe, and you don't see that. So it's to the 7th power of that term that
Somehow I managed to
luminosity
do that.
would be affected. And 7th power is that times that times that times
Give me a
that
second.
times that. Okay, all through. So we actually find that number in intro astrophysics graduate school.
And can you define luminosity for me? It's not, because if you're saying that it's not just brightness, it can't.
Oh
just
yeah. So here it is.
Right.
It's simple. If this example is rapidly becoming obsolete, but take a 100-watt light bulb. Okay.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Okay. What is that? Right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
In the old days, there was
Yeah.
like the
That's
bulbs
like,
that got
okay,
hot.
now here's what you do first. You dial up your grandmother on a rotary phone.
So the wattage is its luminosity. So no matter what distance I put it from you, it will always be a 100-watt bulb.
Okay, gotcha.
As I get it farther away, it gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. So that would be its brightness.
Right.
That's all.
So that's it. So okay. So you're saying that gravity is like a string on the light itself, kind of like that would be making it less.
No, it would be like a knob.
Like a
on
knob
that
turning
would
it down.
increase the wattage.
Thank you. Right.
Yeah.
So instead of pulling it back, it's turning down the light. Okay, that's cool, man.
Yeah. It's a dimmer.
It's
or
a dimmer.
Or a thing on
Right.
the bulb itself.
Yeah. Let's make the universe sexy, baby. You know.
Dim.
Let's dim the lights. Hey, you know. How would you like a little cosmic champagne? All right.
Next. Time to go to the next question.
Go to
That's how
the
you
next
know.
question.
I'm enjoying this.
You like the sexy universe, Brian?
Yeah. I'm going to use some. I'm making notes.
All right, let's go to Sandra Bayani. And Sandra says, is it possible that the laws of physics change beyond our cosmic horizon so that all of our theories about multiverses stop working and stop making sense? Greetings, fellow Earthling. I cannot get enough of this show. Please, whatever you do, never stop this podcast.
Oh, Chuck, did you just add that?
No, I didn't. I really didn't. I mean, sometimes
Actually, I love that question.
Yeah, that's a one.
I love that question because it brings in our horizon and multiverses, and the very theories that predict a multiverse work in our universe. Why should they work in another? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will get right to the heart of that question with our special guest today. He's a special guest to me, Brian Cox, from over in the UK. We'll be right back. we're back. Star Talk Cosmic Queries. This is everything physics because I got one of my people here, one of my science and education brethren, Brian Cox from over in the UK, who they call him a rock star over there, and we've said this on his previous appearances, but it's worth repeating that this man had a #1 song on the pop charts in the UK. So you're a literal and figurative rock star of science. Have I overstated that, Brian? I think
I think you've understated it, if anything.
So, what was the name of the song again that you performed?
The most famous song is a song called "Things Can Only Get Better," which you will say correctly is runs counter to the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes.
So it's an inaccurate song, but yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you got to break some eggs to make an omelet, as they say. All right, so Chuck, we left off with a brilliant question about here we are in our universe that has our own horizon, and we come up with our own theories of the universe, and one of them is that there might be a multiverse. So beyond our horizon, if it's not in our universe, why should we even believe that the rules that predict a multiverse would even exist? There you go. I love that.
There's a lot to unpick there. So our horizon, first of all, there is a limit to how far we can see, which is the fact that our universe is of a finite age, or let's say there's been 13.8 billion years since the Big Bang, and so there's a finite distance you can see because light travels at a finite speed. So we are very sure that there are galaxies way beyond our horizon, but essentially the light has not had time to reach us from them. Now, actually, as Neil said in the answer to the last question, you can say, well, observationally, do we see any evidence of the laws of nature? So the strength of gravity, for example, going back to the last question, changing.
Oh, it works without the power being on. Sweet.
Galaxies. And the answer is no. We have no evidence that they change in the patch of the universe we can see. So that's the observational point. But when you start to talk about the laws of nature in different regions of the universe, or multiverse, as you said, then it becomes more interesting. One multiverse, there are lots of different kinds of multiverse, but one of them is called the inflationary multiverse. So we have a theory called eternal inflation, which essentially leads to the idea that there are perhaps an infinite number of bubble universes, of which ours is one. And the piece that we can see, the observational, the little piece we can observe is a patch in one bubble universe amongst perhaps an infinite number of bubble universes in the inflationary multiverse. And those theories do lend themselves potentially to the laws of nature in each bubble possibly being different. And the way I sometimes picture it is like a snowstorm with snowflakes. So every snowflake is different because it's had a different formation history. But there's something similar about them all, which goes to the underlying structure, which is to do with the water molecule itself. So there's something similar, there's an underlying framework, but every snowflake is different. And the inflationary multiverse can be like that. So you can imagine that the laws we see, things like the strength of gravity, sort of crystallize out as these bubble universes form from the potential, which is this thing called inflation that's potentially going on all the time. So it's possible that different universes have different emergent laws, things like the strength of gravity. I think most physicists, probably all,
I have no clue where that disappeared
some
from.
kind of underlying framework, which could something that we don't know what it is, right? Something like string theory or something, which underlies the whole thing. So that maybe Neil wants to add, but that's my summary of the inflationary multiverse.
I love your snowflake analogy, but suppose that do you have enough latitude in your eternal inflationary multiverse model to have a universe that has 5-pointed snowflakes instead of 6? I mean, how much room do you have to just make stuff up completely?
We don't know. This goes back to, it links to something called the string landscape, which Leonard Susskind actually wrote a great book called The Cosmic Landscape a while ago, detailing this theory. So when you look at string
Just
theory...
remind me, Leonard Susskind is the one who's a big exponent of the holographic universe. That's the same guy.
Yeah, he's one of he's been at the cutting edge of physics for decades, right? And so in the string landscape, the idea is that in string theory, it turns out you can have there's a number that they calculate. I don't know how they do it actually, but it's something. Well, I do know how they do it. It's something to do with all the extra dimensions being curled up and stuff. It doesn't matter. But essentially, 10 to the power 500 different possibilities. So one with 500 noughts after it. But these are the different ways that you can produce laws of physics like the ones we see from the underlying theory. And that was seen as a really disappointing.
That's a lot of wiggle room right there.
Oh, I think
Well, but the way I see it, it's almost like saying we understand DNA. So in biology, we have a theory, we have these things A, C, D.
Great, I need to put it somewhere else.
4 different bases that come together to form DNA. And it's like saying, okay, so there's an underlying theory. It's pretty simple. It's the double helix. It's chemistry. Out of that, it's like saying, right, predict a human being.
Yeah, you can't
So
do
of
it.
course you can't, because there are many different combinations of DNA, and we have no understanding yet of which ones would work and which ones wouldn't, and which ones can be realized by evolution and which ones can't. You know, it's just
But it's an
a huge
astronomical
landscape.
number of combinations of just to make humans, let alone
exactly.
all forms of life.
So,
Right.
so it's like saying we understand the basic chemistry that gives us that thing, DNA, but then from that, predicting a particular instance of that, an organism, is of course it depends on its history, it depends on all sorts of things.
Oh, not
And
bad.
it's the same.
If you look at that like, I don't know, an alphabet to create a language, can you rule out the nonsense? For instance, if you know English, you know that HLPPP5 is not a word.
Yeah.
Right?
So, well, yeah,
so are
there's
you
a
able
grammar.
to kind of rule out the nonsense that, okay, these things would not happen, and so even though it is a possible combination, we know that it's kind of gibberish. How do we narrow that?
Well, I mean, we don't. I mean, we don't know. We haven't got the expertise. We don't really know what the underlying theory is. But I mean, for example, you could imagine a bubble universe that forms, and gravity is so strong that it just collapses again in a millisecond. There may be many universes like that. So that might be, you know, as you say, that might be a universe that we consider was just never got going. So
Gibberish.
it's undoubtedly
That's
true.
a gibberish
That would be a gibberish
universe.
universe, maybe. So it might just about form and then collapse again, for example.
You'll know if you meet a life form from there, because there's this like.
Yeah.
Not only are the laws of physics gibberish, so is their language. Right? That's what you're saying.
I mean, I just want to emphasize this is speculative stuff. So the string landscape, as I said, Leonard Susskind's book is great on this. And then it's interesting that inflation, which Neil will know about as well, that's a theory that was introduced initially just to deal with something called the horizon problem. You mentioned the horizon.
That's pretty close to
Essentially,
the.
the unexplained point that if you look in one direction out into the universe as far as you can, and then turn around and look in the other direction, then you're looking at points that emitted light that we're receiving now, that now in the universe is something like 93 billion, I think it is, light years away, right, because of the expansion of the universe. So you're looking at points that in the standard model of things could never have been in contact with each other, and yet are at the same temperature. So 1 part in 100,000, which is an observation. So that means, and inflation
Just a
is
quick thing,
initially...
Chuck. I think we did an explainer on this.
Yeah.
There was something where I was talking about
Yeah,
that
but
the
we-
universe
we-
has a more uniform temperature
Right.
than different parts of the same room you're in.
Right. Well, that's
Right.
because we were with that explainer. We were talking about redshifting. Is kind of how we got into it.
Oh, that's how we got there. Because
Yeah.
I was saying you have an air conditioner in a corner, you have a heater over there,
Right.
and you're fine if it's a 5-degree range in a room that's talking to itself thermodynamically.
Yeah.
And now we have across the whole freaking universe, and it's within 100,000th of a degree, which is
Yeah.
completely mind-boggling freaky, and we needed a freaky explanation for it.
Yeah, so inflation was the idea that once upon a time they were in contact, and then the universe expanded very, 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 very fast for probably a small amount of time, and so we thought that they couldn't have been in contact with each other, but in fact they were, and so that's why inflation was introduced. But it ended up doing several things that it was not designed to do initially. One was that the thing that drives inflation, which has got a fancy name called inflaton field, but it doesn't matter. What
It's a
it is.
breakdown in the supply chain. That's
Yeah. Yeah, well, it makes that look trivial. The 2 points were doubling in this. If you take the 2 points in the universe, then they double, the distance between them doubled every 10 to the minus 37 seconds in the basic models of inflation. So it's much worse than we're going through now with prices. It's an incredible exponential expansion. But
Much worse is an understatement there, just to be
yeah. But in looking at that, Stephen Hawking actually was involved in this, and many physicists in the 80s found that these
Just
theories...
Chuck, last time we did this, he said Stephen was
I
involved
know,
in
Steve.
this.
Yeah, he's cleaning it up this time, Neil.
He's clean.
Yeah.
He's
It's
being a little better.
Hawking.
I name drop.
We got to hear the last name here.
Stephen, Kit, Lenny, all those things. And
This time.
So that theory, it was discovered, predicted that there would be ripples in the density of particles
Oh, hey, look, there
in the
it is.
universe through the Big Bang as inflation drew to a close, which are the ripples that we see in the cosmic microwave background radiation, which you may have talked about, and also actually in the distribution of galaxies across the sky. So there's a distribution. They're not just completely random across the sky. There are patterns in the galactic distribution. And that was predicted before it was observed by this theory. So the theory is interesting and textbook, but you'll find it in cosmology textbooks. But the eternal inflation bit, which is kind of an add-on to that, ends up with this idea that inflation doesn't stop everywhere at the same time, basically. So you get multiple bubble universes. And then that theory was noticed that that's a mechanism to realise the string landscape, which gives you the possibility of varying the laws of nature in each of those bubbles. So that was the history. So it's not just, it sounds fantastical, but it's not just like somebody just dreamt it up one day and said this would be.
I try to make that
There's
clear
a thread.
because otherwise they think we're just pulling stuff out of our ass, and it's even if it is out of our ass, it's very carefully withdrawn.
By the way, that's one of the universes.
Yeah.
With a central black hole. Yeah. Time to go to the next question.
Oh no. Yeah,
Time
really,
to go to
we
the
need
next
to move on
question.
then.
Okay, here we go. Kitty Wagemans says this. Hello, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Cox, and Lord Nice. And I bet you can't pronounce my name correctly. You win that bet. Get no argument from me. I was
And the
asking.
name is what?
His name
What's
is
the name?
Hidde Wagemans. I said Hitty Wagemans. And he's from the Netherlands, so he's Dutch. It's a Dutch name.
That helps how to pronounce that.
Yeah. So
Hidde Wegman, maybe.
Hidde Wagemans. Okay. And yes, if it's Dutch, it's. He says, I'm asking myself after I watched the movie, The Atom Project, if you really can time travel with wormholes. By the way, here we go. Chuck, Hiddy is pronounced Hiddy without the N. Who knew?
Hidde. Yeah, okay.
Wormhole.
You got to reach to the end so you can help you pronounce it.
Listen,
People
that
help
is-
you out there.
That is too much work, Neil.
All right, so Brian, we're talking about time travel and wormholes. I presume I think everyone knows with Einstein relativity, you can travel into a future, right? Or at least into the future of where you once were. So let's confine this to: can you go backwards in time? Do wormholes enable this at all?
Wormholes are getting increasingly interesting, actually, particularly in the study of black holes. We can get onto that. But so yes, wormholes are allowed geometries in Einstein's theory of general relativity. If you just take that theory alone, what do I mean by that? So they really are shortcuts through space and time. So you can imagine, traveling from New York to Sydney. It takes a long time. You go around the surface of the Earth, or you could tunnel through, and you could get there quicker. So yes, if wormholes exist, and you could travel through them, and they were big enough and stable enough, then you can build a time machine. Now, virtually every physicist who works on this, and Kip Thorne actually, who got the Nobel Prize for gravitational waves, did quite a lot of interesting work on this. It looks like...
And he was a main advisor in the movie Interstellar.
He was, yeah.
In fact, an executive producer.
Which
and
has
the
a wormhole.
robot in that movie was named Kip.
It was, and it has a wormhole.
Yeah.
So, and he also actually suggested to Carl Sagan the concept that wormholes were used in the film.
In the movie context.
And the book,
in
and the
story,
novel,
in the
actually,
story.
first.
This is getting annoying.
So when you add quantum mechanics into the mix, which is the theory of everything else, because our universe
See, that's a
hasn't
problem.
just got gravity in it. It's got all sorts of other things in it as well, obviously atoms and electromagnetic radiation and so on. Then it seems like the wormholes are inherently unstable to begin with. And if you try to travel through one, it collapses. So that's basically. I should say, by the way, that they're such an integral part of Einstein's theory. It's a very famous paper in the 1930s by Einstein and Rosen, and they were called Einstein-Rosen bridges before they were wormholes. And they're built into the basic description of a black hole. If a black hole lives forever, or the maximally extended Schwarzschild metric, right, whatever it's called. But which was discovered by Schwarzschild in 1960, just after the theory was published. Then there's a wormhole. Right? So they're just fundamental to the theory. But most physicists
You know what?
believe
It's
in
faster
Stephen
just for me to
Hawking called the chronology protection conjecture. Where he thought about this.
He was a rapper.
They will be unstable. Yeah, I didn't even say it. You can say it. I can't say it. Chronology protection conjecture. But these things would not be stable, and you can't travel through them, so you can't build time machines. However, it's worth saying that wormholes have become very rational in what's called the ER equals EPR paradigm. So Einstein-Rosen, ER is Einstein-Rosen. It's a thing in the 1930s where Einstein-Rosen goes into space, deep geometry, EPR is Einstein-Podolsky and Rosen, spooky action at a distance. It's quantum entanglement. And so what now is very fashionable and looks as it's one of the best explanations of how information gets out of a black hole is that this plays a role. So there's a kind of a dual description. So we've got quantum entanglement, which is this spooky action at a distance thing where you separate things to large distances and they're still linked in some way. The linked in some way is starting to look possibly like you can describe it in terms of wormholes. Microscopic wormholes linking them together. But this is stuff that's been done now, 2020, 2022. So it's on the edge, but people are taking it very seriously.
Okay, so wait, let's pause there and come back. But all right, now you've established that we agree we can think about wormholes. But you haven't told us how to go backwards in time. When we come back, Brian Cox is going to tell you how to go back and not kill your parents. Okay?
And I can tell you an even simpler way. If you really want to go backwards in time, get married and do something wrong, because she will never let you forget.
Thank you, Chuck, for your splitting your marital issues into this podcast. Star Talk will return with Brian Cox. We're going to find out how to go back in time. Be there. We're back. Star Talk, Cosmic Query. Got Chuck, of course. Chuck, you're tweeting at Chuck Nice Comic.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
yes.
You got some fun stuff there that tracks current events and things. It's always good to see what you have to say
Look at
about that.
It's shooting
and
right
Brian
through.
Cox, my friend and colleague from the UK, is taking the United States by storm and a little bit of Canada in dozens of cities. He's bringing his major theatrical production of. Do you give it a title, or is it just everything you want to know about where we are in the universe? How about that? Like
Horizons.
Horizons. There it is.
Yeah. By
Boiled
the way,
down
that's Billy Connolly's over that way. No, which way?
Okay.
Actually, since it's going to be like that, it's going to be
And
problematic.
Brian Cox, you can find his schedule at briancoxlive.co.uk. Just do a Google on Brian Cox Live, it'll send you there, and you can see the whole schedule. And he's coming through town with a hugely visually spectacular
Why can't I?
display. And this is what
What? I can't grow
this
plants.
is what stages
I
are
can't
for.
grow
The universe is
food?
the biggest stage of
Really?
them all. He's
I
brought
need
the
to-
universe
I need to go check that.
into theaters. So Brian, welcome to town for this.
Wow.
So we left off with describing wormholes, and I have to tell the story. Brian, I have to tell this. Okay? Chuck, so Brian, you just stay on the side while I tell this to Chuck. So Chuck, I'm in London, and I'm a guest on Brian's show. Okay? I'm talking about space travel, space exploration, and he's got a whole audience there. They're all UK people, okay? And they're new to me, and I'm a little new to them, but they know Brian, and they know I'm American. So I talk about the future of space travel, and I say maybe, no, chemical rockets are not going to work. In order to do this, we need like warp drives or ideally wormholes, and then we can do this. And Brian kicks in and said, wormholes are unstable and they'll collapse and you can't do this. He's correct, but that's not the point. The point was the audience, do you remember what the audience said? The audience said, That's why the Americans discover everything. Because they're so optimistic about everything. That's why they went to the moon and we're stuck here in London. And so you lost your audience on that comment, Brian. And I had them from then on because they liked my American. Some of it's just me, but then I realized a lot of it's just American enthusiasm.
Yeah.
You know? So Brian, how do you use wormholes to actually travel backwards in time? Is that possible?
Well, so yeah, if they were stable, or you could stabilize them in some way, then you could use them as time machines. And that's considered to be unlikely. But it really is true to say that it's very true to say we don't have what's called the quantum theory of gravity. So we don't really, in any sense, understand the deep merger between relativity and quantum mechanics, which you need to understand to answer that question. Many physicists point out that we don't. It feels like it's no way to build a universe. We've all seen Back to the Future. We all know the paradoxes that happen if time travel is a reality. So I think if you pushed most physicists and said, don't be formal about it and don't say what I just said, which is we don't understand quantum gravity yet, then most physicists would say, okay, we think the laws of nature will be such that there aren't stable, macroscopic, big wormholes.
It's looking
That's
good.
what I think most physicists would say. But Kit, actually, you mentioned Interstellar, and Kip Thorne is one of the world experts on this, does point out that you can get around this. So you could have a universe which permitted time travel and was not full of contradictions if there were no free will at all. So the whole universe itself is completely consistent, and the time travel is built into the consistency. So that's actually what you see in Interstellar. So that happens in the plot of Interstellar. He can't stop it. I'm not spoilers, but he can't stop himself leaving his daughter's room in the past.
And by the way, that's also what happened in the story Slaughterhouse 5 by Kurt Vonnegut, which is a time travel story on top of being a World War II story. But I think Kurt Vonnegut got it right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. He just described your life is always there. You're always being born. You're always dying. You're always in school. You're always in love. And you just rejoin where you were on that timeline and relive that.
There's a Stephen Hawking's birthday party. No, it's Kip Thorne's birthday party. There's a proceedings. So Neil, when we go to scientific conferences, you have a proceedings. It's a big thing. And there's a proceedings.
No way. Wait, there is a growing pot.
I think it's his 60th birthday party. And Stephen Hawking gave a talk, and it's written up in the proceedings of his birthday.
I guess I can't do that, huh?
And Stephen said that Kip has become increasingly interested in time travel through wormholes as he's got older. That's how he started. So he started the paper, which I love.
Right. That's good. That's good. That's good. Chuck, this is our third of 3 segments. Give me a few. See if you can slip in a few more questions.
All right, here we go. This is Catherine Moore. It says Dr. Tyson, Dr. Cox, Lord Nice, hoping that you can hear Dr. Cox elaborate on he alluded to in his YouTube video regarding time and space not being the stuff from which everything else is derived. Rather, that time and space may be derivative of something much bigger, much deeper.
Or deeper.
This comes from the study of black holes primarily, and I would say it looks like space and time emerge from quantum entanglement. So we mentioned entanglement. I should say what it is, by the way. Shall I say what it is? Shall I give the 1-minute introduction to entanglement?
Sure.
So imagine you have a coin, and you can toss it, and it can come up heads and tails. If it was a quantum coin, and there's 2 of them, they can be in what we call a state, such that you could separate these coins out across the Milky Way to the edges of the universe. And you just look at one of them and you could toss it and it would be heads and tails. So you can look at it and it's heads, you look at it again, it's tails 50% of the time, and it looks completely normal. But actually, if you got back together after doing lots of experiments on this thing, you would find that the coins never came up heads at the same time or tails at the same time. They're always heads, tails, plus tails, heads. Or heads, tails, or tails, heads, right? They're always opposite. So you can build a quantum state like that. That's called entanglement. So it's an interesting thing. It's kind of it's like the information, all the information contained in this system of two coins, it's somehow spread between them, and they don't behave as individual entities, even if you separate them to vast distances. So that's entanglement.
Because they're not just coins, they're also waves, and the waves know about each other outside of the local place where the coin is getting flipped.
No, it's.
If that's the truth, then I've been saying it wrong all these years.
No, they really are. The best way to consider it is it's a single system, and the information, the structure of the system is a property of the whole thing.
Why isn't that the wave
best
function?
way to think about it?
That's got to be the wave function.
Oh, it is the way. Yeah. So
that's
you
what
can
I'm
write
saying. That's what I'm
the
trying
wave.
to say.
The wave function you'd write down. It'd be heads, tails plus tails, heads. Is an example of a wave function. And for the geek there, we can have a 1/√2 there in front of each one. Everyone equal probability.
You've gone too far,
But
Brian.
the key point is it's this.
You had me at wave, you lost me at 1/√, whatever.
Well, 50%. It equals. So you can have lots of different. Anyway, so that's an entangled system. And
Wait, deep in there is that there's a term that's squared in the wave function. So he's got to put the square root of 2, so that when you square that, it becomes a half.
yeah, if I want
Okay.
50-50.
Yeah, that was a missing piece of what he was saying there.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the amplitude, right? So that's entanglement. It's a fundamentally quantum mechanical thing, and it's very well understood, and we use it in technology and quantum cryptography and so on. So it's a thing. This is how the universe works, and it does seem as if, as I mentioned before, the idea that you can also interpret that as having wormholes connecting these things together.
I love it.
Essentially, what you're seeing is that entanglement and space are intimately related. That's the modern way of looking at it. It's the very modern way. And I think it's fair to say that most physicists would say that the entanglement is the fundamental thing. And so we're beginning to think now that you have a theory of quantum mechanics, quantum field theories, on some surface or something, and then the entanglement actually produces the space. I mean, it's true to say that entanglement, I've seen it said, which is a beautiful thing to say, that entanglement is sort of the glue that keeps space together. And so entanglement is fundamentally related to space. And therefore time, but it's more obscure.
So that's the next sci-fi frontier, because the latest Doctor Strange is madness through the multiverse or something. So they got the multiverse in there, and he's opening up portals, which are basically wormholes, as he, So now we got to somehow get down into the very fabric of the space and time itself. That'd be good. All right. Chuck, we got just a couple. See if we can go into like lightning mode.
Okay, if we can.
Okay, go.
Well, let's lighten things up here with Lindhall Fries, who says, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Cox, Chuck, here is there a parameter edge of the universe? And where in relation to that edge is the Earth or the Milky Way located? Are we closer or farther to the center of the universe? Also, how do we know the universe is expanding? And is it just that our instruments are getting stronger? Much love.
Okay, so we need that in a soundbite.
I can do it. So no, we're not at the centre of the universe. We're at the centre of the observable universe, because that's just a piece that we can see.
Right.
But the universe extends way beyond that horizon, and so it could be infinite in extent. We don't know. So, but it's much bigger, I think, than the piece we can see. So no, we're not at the centre of the universe. It might be an infinite universe. We know it's expanding just very simply because we look at light from distant objects, and that light is stretched. And the explanation is that light is a wave, and it's travelling through expanding space, and so it gets stretched as it journeys. And what the basic observation, all the way back to Hubble, is that the further away
Hubble, the
you
person,
see
the person.
Edwin
Right.
Hubble,
Yes.
all the way back to Edwin Hubble, the further away the thing is, the more the light is stretched when it reaches us, and that's what you would expect if space were expanding. Essentially at a uniform rate. It's actually changing a bit. It's expanding a bit faster now.
Okay, so there is no. So if we said, I want to go to my horizon. Let's leave tomorrow.
Yes.
So then, what would we see?
You'd see the same universe as far as we know. So you could go to the horizon and look around, and you'd see a completely uniform universe with the same kind of distribution of galaxies.
So like a
it
ship
looks
at
the
sea, it's carrying its horizon with it.
Right.
With it.
Yeah, so yes, that's a good example. If you go to the horizon on your boat and go to the horizon 20 miles away, whatever it is, and then I probably got that number wrong, and now all the flat Earth people will go, "See, didn't know," because but there is a horizon, whatever it is.
It's way closer than 20 miles unless you're in a crow's nest.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
So you go to the horizon and you just see ocean, and you go to the next horizon, you just see ocean, and that's what the universe is like as far as we can tell.
Hey, I mean, that's as simple as going to the top of a hill. You experience that anytime, like you're driving up a hill or on a bike. You look at the top of the hill and it just looks like that's the end. You get to the top of the hill and it's just more of the same.
Just more.
It's just this time you're looking down.
More of the same.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
let's go to Alain Bredeau, who says...
This might be the last question if we have time.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Alain says this: Hey, Neil, Chuck, and Professor Cox, we have electron microscopes to probe smaller stuff than with regular light microscopes. Do you think somebody is going to come up with a quark microscope or something of that nature that will enable us to see even smaller or get closer to those strings that
This is
theorists
cool.
fantasize about?
love it.
Wow,
It's an
Alain.
ultra cool.
That was
This
Wait,
is ultra
let me
cool.
just set that up just real quick. So, regular microscopes use visible light. And visible light has certain wavelengths. So, if you really think about it, a visible light telescope can't see anything smaller than the wavelength of light you're using, because the light would just wash over it and wouldn't be able to bring it into focus. So, electron microscopes use basically, I think, Brian, is it X-rays? Because electrons and X-rays are the same thing at certain. You can beam electrons to have an energy level of that of an X-ray, and X-rays have really small wavelengths.
Yeah.
So now you can see detail way smaller than visible light. So this questioner knows this about
It's really
electron
cool.
microscopes
It's
and
a
wants to
great
take it another
question.
step. So
And there's a really great fundamental point to make here, which goes to black hole physics actually again, is that so as you make if you take the wavelength down, quantum mechanics allows you to think of light as a wave or as a stream of particles called photons. And as you shrink the wavelength, the energy of the photon goes up. So that's just basic quantum mechanics. So the smaller the wavelength, the higher the energy. So you get to a point where if you want to probe smaller and smaller distances, what actually happens is you make a black hole, because you put so much energy into the small piece of space that black hole forms. And then as you put more energy in, the black hole grows. And so you end up reversing that process, because as the black hole grows, then you get less and less resolution again. So there's a limit to how small you can see.
So I'll step in here because Chuck didn't. You kept talking after you said, yeah, first you make the black hole, and then you continue.
Well, you put more and more energy in.
I'm saying this sounds dangerous, Brian.
Well, yeah, it's an in-principle argument.
Oh, the
right? We're
principle.
talking about-
Oh, it's a thought experiment. Okay.
The point is that you get to a point where if you try to cram more and more energy into a smaller and smaller amount of space, which you have to do to see the small thing, you have to get more energy in, right? The smaller wavelength.
Because you're using
then
photons that are higher and higher energy.
Or anything, yes, or anything, electrons or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then you form. There comes a point where you form a black hole in that region.
And then you can't see
And then
anything because your microscope got sucked into it.
Because
Well, no.
you did.
You'll have less resolution. So it's called. Now Leonard Susskind writes about it.
Wait,
and
so
it's called-
ignoring the
he
complication
calls
that
it
you'd be
the
dead,
UV.
and ignoring the complication that you'd be dead and you've destroyed the Earth, you'd have less resolution on your microscope.
No, you wouldn't, because it'd be a tiny black hole. So you wouldn't notice it, except you'd stop seeing. So you can't probe smaller and smaller distances forever. I think Susskind calls it the UVIR connection, ultraviolet infrared connection. I think that's what he calls it. So, but it's a fundamental property of the universe. So black holes stop you from doing that, going to smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller distances.
Pesky black holes.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, it's fundamental. It's pointing to fundamental physics. So we go all the way back to this idea of space and time and the link to quantum.
Dude, we got to wrap it up there. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Cover the universe here. Whoa. Brian, this has been a delight. I know you're active on Twitter. Where else are you active? Because you're Prof. Brian Cox on Twitter.
Prof.
Where
Brian
else are you?
Cox. Yeah, I'm on Facebook as well. But Twitter's my usual mode of mode of communication. I don't know why. It's just a habit, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a habit. It's quick and easy
Yeah.
and sharp. And so, Brian, always great to see you and hear from you. And we'll connect again. Chuck, love you, man.
Love you too. Always.
All right, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal
All right.
astrophysicist. As always, keep looking out. If you put food in...
All right, let's see what else we got.
All events just are. They're unchangeable, they're immutable. So the events can't change, and you simply, if you go back to the past, are fulfilling the precise set of events that allowed you to exist and to go on that journey in the first place.
This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries Edition. And today we're going to be talking about time travel.
I'm gonna have to go get some
Inspired
more
by Dickens'
iron.
classic novel, A Christmas Carol. Chuck, love to have you on this.
Always a pleasure to be here. Although
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
actually here. I'm coming to you from the future. You should just know that.
Thanks for that heads up, in
Yeah.
case that matters.
Let me say it to you this way. Neil, it's your kids. They're in trouble.
Thank you, Doc Brown. Realize when they went into the year 2015. Just thought I'd remind you of that.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. We'll get back to that. So I know a little bit about
Oh,
time
sweet,
travel.
I can
don't
warp
know
to my own
nearly
ship.
as much as our
Sweet.
guest.
I wonder how far
Which is why
that-
we brought him on. A good friend
Yes.
and colleague from up the street at Columbia University, Brian
Sweet, I can
Green.
see it. It's
Brian,
awesome.
dude,
Our returning
doing?
champion.
returning.
Our returning champion, Brian Green, ladies and gentlemen.
He's professor of physics and math. Is that right? Both of those?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Dang.
Right. Isn't that, wait,
Dang.
as a layperson, isn't that redundant?
It does sound redundant, yeah, but I don't touch equipment. That's what it emphasizes.
Oh yeah, it's like get the hell out of the lab. You're one of those
Yeah,
theorists.
I'm going to
Yes.
do
Yeah. So Brian is a theoretical physicist and a longtime friend, and it's just a delight with best-selling books. And let me get the title correct of his latest book, because this title leaves nothing out.
Right.
Here it is: Until the End of Time, Mind, Matter, and Our Search for Meaning in an Evolving Universe. Came out last year. Brian, that title doesn't leave anything untouched.
You need
seems to
all
be.
the good search words so that whenever puts in. So, yeah.
That's
And
great.
who's the publisher of that? Give them a
SEO
shout out.
optimized. Knopf.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Knopf, very nice, very nice. And of course, many people know of you through being co-founder, I think with your wife, is that correct, of the World Science Festival? Yeah, Tracy Day. I met Tracy Day before I knew you when she was a news reporter. Was it for NBC? Is that right?
ABC. Yeah.
ABC. Yeah, she did an interview with me.
Oh, I didn't know
think
that.
Yeah.
She never mentioned it.
Yeah, we go way back before. So let's put some context on the table. So Charles Dickens, which is, he wrote Oliver, he wrote A Tale of Two Cities, he wrote he wrote a bunch of stuff. And I think he wrote A Tale of Two Cities, is that? Yeah.
Sure, of course.
And
It was
yeah,
the best of times.
And the worst
Yeah.
of times. Right now, we're in the second part of that right now.
Yes, exactly. we're going to get out.
Yeah, we're
So written long time ago, 1843, and by some measures, it may be the first sort of modern literary example of time travel or the implications of time travel. And so that's well before, like a half a century before H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. So itself quite a remarkable step to take in storytelling. So Brian, before we had Einstein's relativity, do you know how did anybody think about time travel?
Yeah, it's a good question.
What was it missing? What? Let me say that differently.
Yeah.
What do we in our enlightened modern times, with the benefit of relativity, get to say about time travel that they couldn't say before Einstein, before the 1905 special relativity paper and the 1916
Sure.
general relativity.
Yeah, I mean, I look at us as the unique species on the planet that's able to lift ourselves up above the timeline and think about the past and future. So that immediately gives us at least the imaginative capacity to travel to the past and the future. But of course, you're going beyond that. You want to know about real time travel. The way that they could back then is that time is much more individualistic than anybody would have ever thought. The common view of time was it's universal. It's the same for me, for you, for anyone else, regardless of what we're doing, what we're experiencing, how we're moving.
Right.
And that Einstein shattered by showing that time elapses at different rates depending on all those qualities. How
Right.
you move, gravity you experience. That's the main new feature.
Awesome.
Interesting.
That is amazing. So now that you said that, because please, one of you, either one of you, I'm filthy with physicists right now. I can just,
you just, it's raining physicists.
it's raining physicists. I'm an embarrassment of physicists' riches. So this is just wonderful every time I think about it. But if something is, let's say,
Copper.
let's go as close as geosynchronous orbit, like a satellite, and it's traveling at this speed, and they have to adjust the clocks because time is ticking differently for that thing up there than it is for us down here. And can you please just speak to that? And can you speak to, is it a literal elapse difference?
Yeah.
Like running clock, or is it something that causes it to seem like
No,
an
it's
elapse
real.
difference?
Ooh,
Well, I
good
shouldn't
one.
jump in. Maybe Neil wants to take this, but it's
Well,
real.
no, so why don't I'll just start with 1905 and you pick us up at 1916, okay?
Sure,
So
yeah.
what we learn with 1905 special relativity is that the faster you go, all right, you will perceive events around you as,
All right.
well, okay. If you watch someone go fast,
Yeah.
you will perceive their ticking clock to move more slowly than yourself. And we call this special theory of relativity because it only involved motion that did not accelerate. It was very sort of a basic case of motion. And so once you got used to that, then 10 years later, he throws in a whole other fact. And Brian, pick it up from there.
Yeah, the new fact that Neil's referring to is that gravity also affects the passage of time. So, Chuck, an example that you gave, if you have a clock on planet and a clock that's hovering above the Earth, some number of miles up there, those clocks will really tick off time at different rates because they're experiencing different forces of gravity. The stronger the pull of gravity, the slower the clock ticks. So the clock on Earth truly is ticking off time at a slower rate than the clock that's floating up there in space.
Well, so what's interesting there is that the geosynchronous satellites, because Chuck, you started this by saying they have whatever is their orbital speed, which
Right.
has some significance, right? It's a few miles per second, really.
Right.
And up at sort of middle, Brian, every time I talk about, there's LEO, low Earth orbit, and GEO, but middle Earth orbit, MEO. Every time I say Middle Earth, people are thinking Lord of the
Yeah.
Rings,
It's- oh, don't worry, Mr. Frodo.
We've got this.
We'll
So-
get that traffic satellite fixed, sir. We'll do it.
So Brian, have you done the math yet? Since you are professor of freaking mathematics on the geosynchronous satellites, they're moving fast relative to us, so their time we should see their time slow down.
Yeah.
But they're farther away from Earth's gravity, so we should see their time speed up. So there's some contest between the two.
There is, and I don't know the exact numbers in that particular case, but I do know that when they tested these ideas on a Pan Am jet in the 1970s, where they had an atomic clock that they left on the tarmac, and the other they strapped into the passenger seat, maybe as first class, I don't know, on this Pan Am jet. In that particular case, it is the speeding up of time from the gravitational difference that wins out. So whenever I teach this, I'm always careful with my language, because you would think that clock should tick up time more slowly because it's in motion. But when you take the competition into effect, in the end, the net change is not what you would have anticipated. But none of that really matters. What really matters is when you take all the effects into account, motion and gravity, that Einstein delineated, the prediction agrees with the observation spot on. And so these effects are truly real.
So I didn't know about that experiment. And Brian, please tell everyone.
Yeah, Hateful and Keating were the two scientists.
Okay, tell everyone what Pan Am is.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That was the Southwest of its day, you know.
Yeah, kids.
Pan Am actually was also the space shuttle in 2001: A Space Odyssey. It was a Pan Am space shuttle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, going up to the space station where there was an AT&T phone and a Howard Johnson's hotel.
Yeah, super cool. That's very cool.
So it turns out, I didn't know that about the Pan Am. That's excellent. That remains true even for the geosynchronous satellites. So the fact that they're higher above Earth wins over the fact that they're moving fast. And so when the geosynchronous satellites hand us our times to our cell phones, they have to be pre-corrected, knowing that Einstein's ideas are correct, which is just freaking mind-blowing. Einstein could say it in his armchair, right? And it can happen in a physics paper, but to actually measure the stuff is a whole other thing.
It's totally insane. It's totally nuts. And just one other thing, Chuck, for your question, even if you take gravity out of the story, you take two clocks and you send one into space and it turns around and it comes back, and you literally compare the clocks side by side, they will show different amounts of elapsed time. So it's real. The clock on Earth in that particular case will tick off than the clock that went on that round trip journey. So in a sense, the person carrying the clock on the round trip journey has traveled into the future. They're seeing the Earth time than their own watch would suggest it should be.
Wow.
And one last point about Ebenezer Scrooge. He was observing different Christmases, but the big issue for any storyteller is whether you can interact either with the past or with the present that you then have access to. And so what does Einstein say about that?
Well, he doesn't say a whole lot about travel to the past, because everything that he was doing, if you actually follow it through, you can move in such a way or experience a gravitational field that allows you to go into the future. And if you're in the future, he said, sure, you interact with anything that you want to interact with. It's just that you are at a later time than your own clock would suggest. But when it comes to the past, I haven't read anything that he wrote, but it's a real conundrum that, Back to the Future popularized, right? If you go to the past, can you change things in such a way that might prevent your own birth? And then you're in a logical paradox. How could that ever happen? And people have struggled with that. And we can talk about the solutions if it's relevant to the topic here. But yeah, in one of those solutions, you can interact, but you're constrained. You don't have the freedom that you would have thought you would have had to mess things up.
Now, wait, is that constriction forced upon you? Like, for instance, if I were trying to get rid of my own self. So I'm going to commit suicide via time travel, right?
Oh, okay.
Suicide via time travel. So those constrictions, since I'm coming from a place that is already set, okay? Yeah. I go back at my origin, before my origin, I'm sorry. And then let's just say, I cause my parents to hate each other. I'm doing the reverse of the movie, right? And they end up hating each other.
Because you can do this without bloodshed, right?
Right. Yeah,
you just
without
have
bloodshed.
to put your parents in an argument at a time they might have made love, and then you're not conceived in that moment.
Exactly. Or I just do something really nasty, but not, like hit on my mom, and she's just like, "You are adorable," and I'm like, "Yeah, don't ever talk to that guy." And
stop.
Yes.
So before this gets too far out of hand,
I wasn't going any further, Brian.
Slow down, Chuck. Yeah. Slow down.
Let me just ask this. So would then kind of like the box of time force those events to happen anyway in a different circumstance, even though I just screwed up the circumstance under which I came into being.
No, I wouldn't frame it that way.
Okay.
The answer that I would give on that is that if you travel back to an earlier moment in time before your own birth, then you were always at that moment. There aren't two versions of a given moment in time. A moment in time can't change, because what would be the parameter through which that change would occur? It'd have to be time. But we're talking about individual moments. So if you go to the past, you were always part of that moment, and therefore you were always part of the causal chain of events that resulted in your own birth. So you are.
Okay, so wait. So Brian,
Damn.
Brian, in the time machine, the character has a love interest, and then she crosses the street and is hit by a horse and buggy. Back then, I guess that was a deadly thing. And then she says, "No, wait, I can fix that." He goes back in time and prevents her from crossing the street, leaves her, and then she gets mugged and dies from a mugging. And then he prevents the mugging in a third time, and then she dies some other way. And he figures out that her death was something inherent in the timeline, and there's nothing he can do to change it.
Brian, what you're saying is what's inherent in that timeline is you. You're not an X factor. You are part of that equation all the time.
That's correct. All events just are. They're unchangeable. They're immutable. So the events can't change, and you simply, if you go back to the past, are fulfilling the precise set of events that allowed you to exist and to go on that journey in the first place. Now, look, I'm not saying this is the only resolution to these ideas, because Neil, the example that you gave brings to mind another proposal, which is this idea of a multiverse, where
okay.
Now,
Well, let's pause there.
Sure.
We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna find out what kinds of time travel are theoretically allowed.
Yeah.
And I like the one where Chuck, going back in time, preordained the fact that he would be born, even if his intentions were otherwise nefarious or even suicidal. We'll be right back. Cosmic Queries Time Travel with Brian Green. We're back. Cosmic Queries Time Travel Edition, inspired by Charles Dickens, The Ghost of Christmas Past, Present, and Future. Brian Green. We got the best person in the world to have this conversation with, Chuck, and you know it.
Absolutely.
So Brian, in the case where Chuck's going back in time was part of the equation that led to his birth in the first place, even if he only just realized that. Let me give an example that I've given before, but it seems to be consistent with that. Okay, so I see. So let's say we can use tachyons, which travel backwards in time, and I can send texts via tachyons. And I watch you walk down the corridor, and you slip on a banana peel. And I say to myself, Brian's my friend. I don't want him to bust his ass slipping on a banana peel. I'm going to text him. So I text you via tachyons. You get the message before you slipped on the banana peel, and you look down to the message, and by looking down, you don't see the banana peel, and you slip on the banana peel.
Yeah.
So I ended up causing you to slip on the banana peel. Is that the same case that you just described with Chuck?
Yeah, it's a self-consistent, immutable set of events, and the text, inexplicably from your perception, is what actually causes the event that you wanted it to prevent. But it's part of that causal fabric, and that, in this approach, is the immutable quality of the timeline.
That's
Wow.
cool.
So
Cool.
it's reverse destiny.
Well, it's timeless destiny. So all the events of reality just exist out there, and it perhaps is human perception that orders them into this causal set. But they're just all out there, just like all of space is out there. And this way of thinking about things, all of time may be out there too. And so there's nothing that can ever be changed.
Well, so in Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-Five, that time travel scenario is what you're describing, right? And because in it, his entire time, he's picked up by aliens, and he lives in a cage, all right, an alien zoo, but it doesn't matter to him because he still has access to his entire life's timeline. And when he's describing this, or they describe it to him, said, when will I die? You're always dying. When was I born? You're always being born. When did I go to college? You're always going to college. And so the pre-existing timeline, he could just rejoin it at any point, but the destiny is already preordained.
Yeah, and there's something comforting. There's something comforting about that, right? Because even those of us who've lost parents or loved ones, in some sense, they still exist at the moment of time that they occupied, and that is an eternal, unchanging statement.
But Brian, it takes away free will.
No, little fatalistic.
So yes, this is the version of negating free will, but I am one of those people who doesn't believe in any variety of free will of the traditional sort. So this doesn't run afoul of my intuition at all.
He's one of those.
Okay,
He's
Brian. Okay. See, I know we got queries.
Wait, Chuck. We got to get to questions. This is a Cosmic Queries.
Man, get these people. This
Brian,
is good.
stop tempting us.
Yeah,
Brian, stop tempting us.
Yeah,
Shut up, Brian.
Let's act like we don't have an audience.
Brian,
While we do that,
Brian, stop being so damn interesting.
I
and
really
let us
is.
get to our Cosmic Queries.
Man,
All right, go.
okay, all right. Let me get to the queries. I'll put my stuff on the back burner. Here we go. Hey, this is Jay Salmon who says, or Salmon. I mean, it's salmon, but Salmon maybe. He says, hello, Dr. Green. Because a photon of light has no mass, theoretically, can't it travel both forward and backward in time?
Well, I love that.
Speaking of gravity, and it's,
No, wait a minute. So it moves the speed of light. And
Right.
if time goes slower for you, the faster you go, then photons have no time at all.
Yeah, I think that's
So if they
good
have
way-
no time, who cares whether they move
it doesn't make a
forwards or backwards?
difference, right? There
Yeah.
is no
Why
forward
does it-
and backwards for
So I
photons.
think there's two ways of answering this question. I think both are really important. One is from our perception watching the photon. And from our perception, you fire a photon and it travels through space as time elapses. It goes forward in time. But then you say, what about from the photon's perspective? It's traveling at the speed of light. And from what Neil described earlier, when the photon looks out at the world, everything should be going infinitely slowly. And therefore, in some
Basically
sense,
stopped.
time is
Basically
time is
stopped.
stopping. Now, that's poetically fine. The problem I have with taking that too seriously is, and this may seem like a footnote, but it's not, you're ascribing some kind of experience to a photon. And a photon doesn't have experience. It doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't look out at the world, even though the poetic language is useful to invoke. And so to imagine that we could travel at the speed of light and therefore there'd be no time and time would stop is a step too far. So when we look at the photon, it's like any other particle. It travels through space, it goes forward in time. If you put yourself into the shoes of the photon, whatever that means, then poetically, yes, time would stop. There's no notion of the elapsing of time. There's no notion of aging from the photon's perspective, whatever that actually means.
But okay, so Chuck, you heard that Brian cast shade on the photon. He said it has no emotions, no feelings.
Basically, Brian thinks
No.
photons are stupid. And
Okay, that's Brian.
all right. Well,
Brian. All right, Brian. We know where you're coming from. All right. Keep going, Chuck.
Here we go. This is I like this. Let's a little more philosophical. This is Tyler J. Tyler says, how might time travel be policed or regulated if it were able to happen?
Ooh.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. If we could all,
So if you have bad actors going through, right?
Yeah. Well, again, I'm less fearful of time travel because of the view that I hold that you couldn't actually change anything. If you could, then yeah, we'd have to have the time police around here to avoid things happening that we didn't want to have happen. But
Right, is that the same thing as Hawking's time travel conjecture?
Well, he's got a few conjectures, so
You think? Okay.
depends exactly which one. But I think Hawking has said
chronology protection.
Chronology protection that
Conjecture.
you can't travel to the past because it keeps history safe for historians, right? Because if you could travel, you could change things, and it's also his explanation for why we're not overrun with tourists from the future. If you could travel to the past, wouldn't everybody, from the future come and visit us and be gawking at, what life was like in the 21st century? But again, they could be here looking at us right now. Or another explanation, which is more plausible, is in almost any time travel scenario that has been dreamt up, you can never travel to a moment in time prior to the construction of the first time machine. And so if the first time machine is yet to be constructed, that would also explain why no one's come back here, because they can't come back here because the machine's yet to be built. So that's another very straightforward way of explaining why we're not overrun with tourists from the future.
I like that one.
Wow.
All right, Chuck, keep going. What do you have?
All right, let's have some fun with this one. This is Kevin the Sommelier, who's
Oh, we love Kevin the Sommelier.
yeah, we love Kevin the Sommelier. Never sends us
He needs
wine.
to give wine never gives
never.
wine instructions.
Never sends us a
Advice.
bottle. Never,
Okay.
Well, no, never sends Chuck wine. Neil doesn't need any wine. I've been to Neil's cellar. He don't need no wine. Chuck needs wine.
Okay. All right.
All right. Kevin the Sommelier says, Dr. Green, what Hollywood film depicts time travel best in your estimation? And then he says, is it Frequency? I don't know why he says that, but
Well, yeah, I had a brief moment in Frequency. I tried to convince the filmmakers on how the end should be done, but it could have been more
Wait,
accurate.
Frequency is a film? I had never seen it or heard of it.
Yeah, Frequency is a
That's
film. There's a time travel element where a father and a son are able to communicate across 30 years. The father is dead. He's a firefighter. He died in a fire. So the son tries to tell the father, go left, not right in that burning building when it happens tomorrow. And he actually saves him. So they do change the future in that particular case. So yeah, there's a multiverse way of thinking about it. But back to
They called you for advice on that?
They called me for advice, and then they asked me if I would be in it, and I'm like interviewed by Dick Cavett in 2 different time frames, and they aged me to make me look old in one, and it was the scariest thing. Really, I thought it would be so simple, but I don't know if you've ever done this, and they put the plaster on your face to mold so that they can get jowls and things on you. Feels like being buried alive. But
Excuse me, Brian. Black don't crack, so that wouldn't be necessary.
Yeah,
that's true. I'm 87. I'm 87 years old, Brian. Yeah.
Wait. So, Brian, were you in the movie? Brian, were you in the movie? I missed
there's
it.
like
Okay,
a
I gotta
scene
go.
where I'm in a television set being interviewed in the past and another television set in the future to like set up this time warpy thing.
Oh, cool.
But I wouldn't call that the best.
But Chuck, that's not his first movie. He was in the Mimsy movie. What's the name of that movie?
The Last Mimsy, yeah. Or
Last
Mimsy.
He was in the last Mimsy.
Yeah.
My boy was in the last Mimsy. Interviewed as Brian Green. We need expertise on this one. And you were great in it. You were like total natural. I loved it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But to the
Okay, so what's the best movie? What's the best movie?
I would say that Interstellar is probably the best one, where you have Matthew McConaughey going near a black hole. Time slows down. And when it goes back to the ship, the fellow left is 23 years older, even though McConaughey's only like an hour older. And then Matthew McConaughey, I can't remember his name, his character in the movie.
Just to be clear, 23 years older, not 23 years old. So the guy's gray.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's sort of a very crazy scene, but it's accurate. You go down to near a black hole and you come back and your crew members have aged decades and you've aged an hour. But then in a very poignant moment, the character sees his own daughter much older than he is.
Right.
And she's in her bed, as you may recall, and he kind of comes into that room. So those are accurate features of Einstein's general theory of relativity.
And it's not just because you're buds with Kip Thorne, who was co-executive producer on that movie, who's professor of physics at Caltech. It's not just because you're friends with him.
That's not because I'm friends, but no doubt it was his expertise that kept the film on scientific track, which is kind of a beautiful thing.
It's a great movie.
And Chuck, did you see Interstellar?
Oh God, yes, I love it. It's one of my favorite sci-fi movies.
Did you see the name of the robot?
It's the big square robot. I forget his name.
Yeah, the
though.
big rectangular robot. It had a
Which,
name.
by the way, was the best, I think, depiction of a robot in a movie. It's just a block. Like
It's
everybody
just a
wants
block.
robots. Everybody's like, I am a robot. No, it's just a block. They're like, here's a square that has appendages when it wants, and I forget its name though.
Do you remember the name of the robot?
I do not.
Brian, do you remember the name of the robot?
I'm embarrassed to say I can't even remember the robot, so I'm out of this.
Okay. Okay. The robot's name was Kip.
Kip. Oh,
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. Just thought I'd tell you. Kip
Very
Thorne.
nice.
By the way, Kip Thorne, of course, helped pioneer LIGO, Laser Interferometry Gravitational Wave Observatory, but received the Nobel Prize, was the co-recipient of it a few years ago, and he did the movie. So we got some good people out there.
Nice.
Trying to raise science literacy of the world a few notches.
Yeah.
So, all right, there it goes. So good calculations there on the time. So that's just straightforward gravitational Einsteinian physics.
Yeah, that's all that is. Yeah.
That's very
Okay.
cool.
All right.
So
good.
so with respect, very quickly, is actually okay. Do we have any?
Wait, Chuck, are you a Patreon member? It sounds like you're asking your own question.
I paid this month.
Chuck, you a lion? That's what liars sound like.
That is exactly what liars sound like, and that is why I'm a terrible liar, because that's exactly what I sound like.
I paid this month. I
Yeah. All right. So wait, very quickly. Do we have any information on the aging of cells at the speed of light, or in gravitational situations that we might be able to attribute to time travel?
Yeah, well, everything that we're talking about in terms of the time slowing down or speeding up, it's truly time. So any physical process, whether it's the motion of atoms or the motion of particles in a cell or motion of aspects of proteins carrying out instructions given to them by DNA, it all happens at a rate dictated by how time elapses. So when we talk about time slowing, it's cells slowing, it's everything slowing.
Amazing.
So Brian, just to be clear, because there's a point of ambiguity here, unless we say it explicitly. It's not that being in stronger gravity has some effect on your physiology that makes you age more slowly.
Right.
It's an actual change in the ticking clock
Wow.
that's on your wall. That it's everything around you and has nothing to do with the effect of gravity, the strength of the gravity on your metabolism or anything.
Exactly.
It has to do with the space-time, the fabric of the space-time that you're embedded in. Is that a fair way to say it?
Totally fair. And so much so that even your thoughts would slow down in a gravitational field. And that's why you wouldn't even notice in your local environment that anything had changed.
Right.
Everything slows down, even your thoughts, so there's no obvious evidence of it. It's only when you compare time elapsing for you with time elapsing for somebody far away in a different circumstance that you recognize things have elapsed.
Now, of course, strong gravity might still kill your ass, but
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with the time that's
That's
ticking.
right. That's
Right.
right.
Amazing. Amazing.
All right, Chuck, keep going.
Okay, here we
Yeah.
go. This is Logan Kent. And Logan says, "Hello, beloved science professors, and happy holidays from Kansas City. I'm already giddy waiting for the episode where we get to hear about the knowledge and theories on the topic of time travel." Okay, well, we're in it.
Nice.
Okay. And he says,
And he's hailing from both Kansas cities, Casey Mo and Casey, Kansas, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
That's the plural there.
Yeah,
Right? Very
yeah.
good.
He says, if controlled backwards time travel was possible today, where do you think your matter or information would travel? And no, I'm not talking about what time do you want to travel, though the answers are, but rather if you were in a third person position observing someone travel back in time, what do you think it would look like? So the time travel itself, if you were the observer, what would you see if you were able to observe the timeline itself?
So I like that, but also just slipped in there, Brian, was some mention about information.
Yes.
And that links to entropy, I presume. So if you can tackle both of those. in the next 90 seconds before.
Yeah.
we
So,
go to break.
so look, I think the only real way to answer that question is to commit to a version of time travel to the past. And the version that I find most convincing involves wormholes. And the idea of a wormhole, I think many people know this idea. It's a tunnel from one location in space to another location and pays a kind of shortcut. And if you move those openings relative to each other, or you put one near a black hole, again, there'll be a time difference between the two openings. So now one opening is ahead, one opening is behind. So you go through the tunnel one direction, you go to the future, you go through the tunnel the other direction, you go to the past. So what would going to the past look like? Somebody would enter the opening of a wormhole and they would disappear and they'd pop out the other opening of the wormhole at a different place at a different time. And
so in the Marvel universe where you have Doctor Strange opening these portals, he's only moving through space. He's not actually moving through time. So that's a lost storytelling element there that they could totally do interesting things with, it seems to me.
Yeah, I mean, the richness of wormholes really arises when you have a time difference between the two openings. I mean, it's fun to have a tunnel through space, but it is mind-blowing to have a tunnel through time.
Yeah.
And also, I would add that, I think I can add correctly, Brian, that as portrayed in the movie Contact, where Jodie Foster goes through this, we presume is a wormhole, to get to visit the aliens, and then she returns. We like the idea that it's like a water slide. You know, you're in this tunnel, you're in this tube, and you're sliding in there. But it's really just a simple hole. You step through it, right? It's not some journey. Isn't that correct? Because they're basically in the same place.
They can be, but you can also have situations where the throat of the wormhole has some length to it. And then again, it would just be traveling through space. It wouldn't be some kind of, like you say, water slide or some kind of weird thing that was happening. But you're right.
Oh, okay. So, all right. Yep. So if you're going to do this, at least, and report on it, if you're in a wormhole and it's propped up nicely and it's safe for you, then you're just moving through space backwards in time if the opening of that wormhole is near a black hole where time is ticking more slowly than where you came from.
Or if it was there for a while. Once you set the time difference between the two openings, you can then move away from the black hole, because the time difference will then persist.
Wow.
Jesus. That is insane.
So Chuck, in this one broadcast, you've mentioned God and Jesus together. This must be a very significant force operating on your brain.
Instead, I should have said Father Time.
Why don't you give us one more question before we hit the break?
Alrighty, here we go. This is Jim Kelly, and Jim Kelly says, "Hi, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Green, Dr. Comedy. Why do physicists assume that all time travelers are murderous, patricidal maniacs?" Just kidding. Just kidding. But how does a hypothetical paradox preclude the existence of time travel?
All right, let's take a quick break because I want a good answer from Brian out of that. So, Brian, we're going to discuss the paradoxes and how they're circumvented when we come back on Star Talk, Cosmic Queries, Time Travel Edition, fully inspired by Charles Dickens, who kind of went there first before other novelists thinking about the Christmas past, present, and future.
Humbug.
We're back, Cosmic Queries, Time Travel Edition, with none other than Brian Greene, whose most recent book is, I gotta read this title because it's so inclusive. Until the End of Time, Mind, Matter, and Our Search for Meaning in an Evolving Universe. And you just confessed that you put every Google search a keyword in there so that no matter what anyone is searching for in the universe, they land on your book. That's brilliant. Published by Knopf in 2021. And Chuck, how do we find you on social media?
Chuck Nice Comic everywhere, people.
Nice. Leave off the everywhere, just Chuck Nice Comic.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Chuck Nice Comic.
And Brian,
you can find me everywhere.
Tell us about your social media footprint.
It's really only on Twitter, and it's at B Green. At B Green.
B Green. Okay.
Nice.
You can do that.
Without a check mark, without a blue check mark.
Oh, right. There you go.
Oh,
Never had one, and now I never will, I suspect.
I heard that after Elon took over and the check mark thing, that Jesus got a blue check for paying the $8.
Yeah,
that was
finally.
the one. So, Chuck, we left off with a question. Just give us the highlights of it. What was
There
it?
you go. Jim Kelly, who basically says this: how does a hypothetical paradox preclude the existence of time travel?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it does. So the hypothetical paradoxes are you change the past in a way that, say, prevents your own existence. And we already discussed how maybe you can't do that. But the other idea that we made brief mention of is if instead of traveling to the past in your own universe, the laws of physics demand that you go to the past in a parallel universe. Well, if you prevent your own birth in that universe, there's no paradox. Where were you born? In a different universe. And so that's another way in which you can have the freedom to make changes to the past, but not the past of your own world, the past of
And that's what the Marvel Universe persistently does. That's how Spider-Man can have multiple origin stories, for example. That
Right.
we're actually accessing a different universe where similar things are happening, but not so different that we don't recognize the story. That's crazy. So, Brian, what about information? Because information, I don't think it has mass, does it? Does it travel? Information is this intangible thing, and I always hear physicists arguing about whether we lose or gain information every time you do something with a black hole.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of information as more concrete than that description might suggest, because information is always carried by particles. You can have an abstract measure of information, but if you want to look at the motion of information, it's got to be the motion of stuff that carries that information. And to me, that makes it much more clear what's going on. So with black holes, the whole question was, as radiation comes out of a black hole, which Stephen Hawking told us will happen, are the particles...
Instead of Louis Hawking, you mean Stephen Hawking?
That's right, they always get those confused. Different universe.
Think of specifying, Brian.
Well, there was a universe.
To?
There was a universe where Louis Hawking actually was responsible, but
Louis
died. So as the radiation comes out, hey, serious guys. The question is, do the particles have a relationship among each other that carries the information of what fell in? So it's really concrete when you think about it as information carried by stuff.
Okay, because otherwise there's no information without stuff to carry it. That's another way.
It's hard to follow the information without that commitment.
So when it comes to like, for those of us who are listening that may not be so familiar with what you're talking about. So when you go into a black hole, I'm a chair, I go into a black hole. I get broken down into just particles, okay? That's all, because the gravity's so strong. Now I'm just a string of particles. I come out during the evaporation. Would I be able to be a chair again? Okay.
That is the question. That's the deep question.
Right.
And for a while, Hawking said no, that your particles would come out and they'd have no memory of their earlier configuration. The information that they carried would be lost. But he was ultimately convinced by string theorists and others that that was wrong. The particles come out and they do carry the imprint of the fact that they were once a chair. And if you measure the particles appropriately, you could reconstruct the chair when those particles come out.
Damn. That's amazing.
But the chair itself doesn't come out. You have to still make the chair. That sounds like a cop-out.
Wait, it's now an IKEA chair.
IKEA is in black holes. Chuck, I love that new theory. All right, Brian, I want a new research paper on that.
Black holes.
I want on my desk in the morning, Brian. The IKEA hypothesis.
Wow, that's amazing.
All right, Chuck, keep them coming.
Okay, let's keep it going. This is from Y Koss, and Y says, "Hello, Brian. Hello, Neil." And then he puts in parentheses with a question mark. Chuck? Okay.
That ain't right.
I don't know what's up with...
We've been Lord Chuck. We've been King Chuck.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Okay. He says, is it possible to calculate precisely where in the universe Earth was in a moment to make sure that we find ourselves on Earth's surface and not in the position that Earth was in when we are time traveling, how would you compensate for the? Oh, wait, and then wait a minute now. This is where he gets. This is when you know that Y-Cause was either thinking too much or maybe might have been smoking a little something. Then he goes.
Okay.
Then he goes like this. How would you also compensate for the expansion of the universe when calculating that trajectory? So he's getting it all in.
He's all in.
He's all in.
So let me toss to Brian here after I say something. So in Back to the Future, they kind of in the original they kind of avoided that problem because when Marty went back in time, he went back in time in a precise whole number of years. Okay, and so Earth would be back where it is when he goes back in time in its orbit, enough for the plot line. But if he went back a week or even an hour, he's not in that parking lot anymore at all. Mm-hmm. So Brian, tell me about all this time travel mechanisms when in fact the universe is changing. You can't just show up in the same place and expect to be home again.
Exactly right. And so when you time travel, you also need to space travel. It's really space-time travel, right? You have to pick the location in time and the location in space. And typically in these films, they only talk about the time part of things. And to make it concrete, if you're using the wormhole version of time travel, the opening of the wormhole that you're going to exit from, it's at some position in space at some moment in time when you exit. And you better be certain that you have somehow maneuvered that opening to be, say, on planet Earth, if when you exit, you want to still be on planet Earth. Otherwise, you could exit back in time, but near the Andromeda Galaxy or just an empty space. So you do need to dial both in order to get to where you are intending.
Okay, interesting. I bet they don't know that, but we accept it anyway, right? As it's implicit. It's implicit, yep. I guess, is what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck, keep them coming.
All right, let's go. I want to find this young person.
The way you described that previous question, it sounds like we should have a Cosmic Queries only if the people were on weed when they wrote the question.
Oh man, let me tell you something. That's a great show.
No. Just legal weed, not illegal weed.
It will either be our best show or our worst show.
Or the worst. No. While we're doing it, we'll think it's the best.
Right.
And then afterwards, we'll know it's the worst.
Exactly. And that is kind of how that goes. All right. This is Savage 162. And Savage 162 says, in the frontier of science, is there any idea on how to try and detect the theorized tachyon particle? So,
remind us what a tachyon is, Brian.
Yeah, so it's what you had mentioned earlier, Neil, this idea of a particle that can go faster than the speed of light. And when a particle can go, hypothetical, I should say, a particle goes faster than the speed of light, there are observers watching that particle who will see it reach its target before it was emitted by the source. Reaches target before it was emitted by the source. So cause and effect become flipped for the observers who are witnessing the motion of a tachyon. So the question is, how would you ever detect these things? And it's a bit, first of all, to measure something going faster than the speed of light, that's actually not that hard. You start with a particle at one location and you fire it, and you simply calculate, or you measure, I should say, how long it took to get to the target. Did it beat a light beam or not? And that's it. So that's pretty straightforward. And indeed, you may recall, I don't know, some 10 years ago,
that neutrino thing.
Yeah,
in Italy, right?
Yeah, in Italy, there was a claim that these neutrinos had gone from the source to the target and beaten a beam of light. They'd gotten there earlier than a beam of light would. Now, some of us knew that could.
So, Brian, you know the joke about that, the Euro joke, because Europeans like joking about each other. They said that would have been the first time Italy arrived anywhere early.
Yeah, that's right. Right, that's exactly right. So that was the key tip-off immediately that nothing gets. But scientifically, it would have been fascinating. It would have been an example of something going faster than the speed of light. And so people looked really intently at the data and ultimately realized that there was some kind of loose wire or fiber optic cable or something. I can't remember the details. And when that was repaired, the particles did not go faster than the speed of light. But in principle,
But let me add, Brian, because you might not go there, and for the benefit of Chuck, that in my field, and it surely happens in your field, somebody gets a cockamamie observation, which would later be shown to be wrong. But if it's right, it's amazing, and you have these ambulance-chasing theorists coming up with an explanation of course, why that must be so. Did that happen in the case of the neutrinos?
oh gosh, I'm not completely sure. There must have been a few papers because nobody could have fully resisted it within the confines of the entire field. But 99% of the people who encountered that result that I spoke to were like, it can't be true. It just can't be true. And it wasn't true.
Here we go. Ryan. This is just Ryan. He's like Cher, just Ryan. He says, hello, doctors. If we developed a way to time travel backwards, could we travel to a time before the Big Bang? Or would we just break science altogether?
I love it. Brian.
Yeah, well, the whole question of before the Big Bang is a deep one. And it could simply be that there's no notion of before when it comes to the Big Bang, because the Big Bang could be the origin of time itself. And so the notion of before makes sense when you're talking about 1800 or 2000 BC or whatever. But when you get to the beginning of time itself, there's simply no conception of before. And so there may not even be a realm of reality that we could delineate as before the Big Bang.
Right. Is this the same? I think I've heard Hawking. This is Louis Hawking told me this. that going before the Big Bang might be like asking what's north of the North Pole.
Yeah,
the
that's
whole
a good analogy.
grid system is defined there.
Yeah.
And you can't, once you're as far north as you can go, you can't go farther north. Once you're as far back in time at the beginning, you can't go further back.
Yeah, but I should say that that's only one idea. It's an interesting and provocative one, but there are other approaches which suggest that there is a realm before the Big Bang.
Right.
Maybe many Big Bangs giving rise to many universes, and our bang may not have been in any sense the first.
Right.
And so there may be a realm.
So you'd pass through. You'd have to pass out of our sort of space-time structure and enter somebody else's space-time if you want to go before what happened with the Big Bang.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like a subway line. You reach the end of one line. I mean, you can't go any further. That's it. But you can switch to another subway, and then you can go on from there. But you're in a different thing at that point, different train.
You're a different
You
thing.
do have to pay another fare in this version.
and Chuck, the laws of physics might be a little different, so that your body would fall into a pile of goo.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
Brian,
that's what you get for jumping the turnstile.
Brian, just close this out if you could. What kind of time travel did, in all of your variants, did Charles Dickens invoke for Christmas past and future?
It sort of feels like a wormhole version where they're traveling through a wormhole to the past, and maybe they're just hovering at the edge of the wormhole, not actually entering that reality.
And therefore not interacting with it.
Yeah, therefore they're sort of more in an observer status as opposed to a participant status. It kind of resonates with that, but
But don't you need a different universe now, because there were some different outcomes, right? So now you got to split.
That's right. And so this would be an example where the wormhole stretches from one universe to another, as opposed to from one universe to the same universe.
Yeah, but the different outcomes were not directly attributable to the time travel. The different outcomes were because of his change of actions in the present, which affected the future.
That's right.
So the past never changed.
Yeah, I think Chuck is more
past never
current
changed.
on that.
The past never changed. He
Right.
changed.
The past was, oh my gosh, is that what the future's going to be? No, it's not.
Right.
I want to change myself in the present.
Got it.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the basic idea is imagine 3 or some number of tunnels emanating from this realm to these other parallel universes, sort of like slices of bread in a grand cosmic reality where each slice of bread is its own universe. You just have these tunnels connecting us to them, allowing you to witness what would happen in a world where things were different.
Wow. Damn. It's amazing.
All right. We got to land that plane right there. Brian, it's been a delight to have you back on Star Talk.
Always a pleasure.
It's really, you're just up the street. We should have you on we should be like a regular Brian a feature, right? What give Brian his own a minute from
No,
Brian.
no.
Make it 2 minutes. Make it 2 minutes.
No, it's, you make it whatever you was called Brian time.
Brian time.
Near the speed of light. Brian time near.
Near the speed of light. Oh yeah,
There you go.
you got it, guys. Great to have you, Chuck. Always good to have you there.
Always a pleasure
for these cosmic queries. I am Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. As always. This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries Edition. And today's subject is extremophiles and alien worlds. One of my favorite subjects. Chuck, what do you think about that topic?
Kind of sounds like aliens gone wild. Call right now. It's aliens gone wild. You've never seen aliens like this before. Extremophile.
I love me this little bit of this subject, but we have one of the world's experts on it on Star Talk today. Kenda, welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Excellent. You have a PhD in this stuff, but let me just alert people that your expertise is some kind of amalgam of whole fields that were previously distinct from one another. So I think of geology, and I think of biology, and I think of modern astrophysics, and you just took a big fat stapler and crammed them together, and then you do all three of these all at once. How is that even possible?
It's called astrobiology.
No, but you got to know your geology too, right?
You do have to know your. It's kind of this interesting thing where you just got to learn to wear a lot of hats, and you don't necessarily. You should have. I mean, ultimately, you have expertise in one thing a little bit more than the other, but you have to know enough about the others to kind of pull those pieces in, because ultimately they all are really interconnected. And you also have to know when you don't know something and pull in the right people to work with you, but you have to be able to speak their language. So having that understanding of geology, so I can talk to a hard rock geologist about, how I think my bugs are eating their rock, is important. To have the same conversation about it. It's really important.
Let me tell you something. This is why I love being on this show. It's the only time you will ever hear somebody say, and I have to talk to them about how their bugs are eating my rock.
I did not see that sentence coming.
I did not either.
But Kenda, you work on Earth. So what does that have anything to do with aliens on other worlds?
Well, I mean, the reality is when we're trying to understand life in the universe, right now we only have one data point, and that's Earth. So, we have to kind of work on Earth and try to understand life here. And really, when we think about it, it's a big question. How did life even come to be on Earth? How did Earth come to be this big cradle where there's lots of life just kind of crawling all over it and in it and everywhere?
Let me help you with that, Kenda. Bugs started eating rocks.
Chuck is not going to shake that sentence for the next 5 years. He's going yum yum yum, tasty rocks.
But when we really try to understand, looking for life in the universe, a logical first question, and especially since we've tried and hadn't been too successful in the past, looking for life on other planets was, well, how well do we understand life here on Earth? Do we understand the extent of where life can live on Earth? Do we understand how life arose on Earth and kind of what did early life look like? And where can we go to look for it? What kind of environments do we live in? And those are a lot of
I'm an
questions.
old man here. When I learned about this, it was we need the 72-degree tide pool for life to thrive on Earth.
Yeah.
That's how old I am.
One of the things that we've
Life
learned,
is not comfortable unless it's room temperature.
and it needs just the right amount of sugars, and it needs this special kind of media. No, what we
Every
have
once
learned
in a while, life is just like, who touched that thermostat? Now, which one of y'all touched that thermostat?
On its Barco Lounger.
that would be us as the life. We're the ones that kind of we are the ones that clamp, right?
Right.
But microbial life, man, every time we think we got those bugs figured out, they do something crazy. We're like, wait, what do you mean you can live on a nuclear reactor? Wait, what do you mean you can live 2 kilometers down in the subsurface, and we find you when we're mining for gold? what do you mean
What do you
live in like super hot water that's also salty and acidic? What do you mean?
Okay, wait a minute. 3 sentences ago, you used the word gland. Could you please, for anyone over 50, could you just tell me what that is?
It's like camping, but glamour, bringing your house with you camping. So you maybe have like, if you're not really camping, you're in the wild, but you're not really, because maybe you like tow
still
a big
get-
old
if-
like house trailer with you, and that's your camper.
If you can still watch
Yeah.
HBO in your trailer, you're not camping. Is that the
Yeah, basically, you know, if you got a hot tub, and you know, and you've got your Keurig or your Tassimo or your, what's the other one? You got that making your coffee. You're not camping.
Okay.
That's why I camp at the Ritz-Carlton.
There you go. There, see.
Okay, so you're a staff scientist at the STORY, the Lunar and Planetary Science Institute. Is that right? No, just Lunar and Planetary Institute.
Lunar Planetary Institute, right? Yeah.
Right. And that's based in Houston, Texas. And we're especially interested today because you're featured in episode 2 of Netflix's docu-series Alien Worlds.
Yes.
So, pick up the action for us. Where do we find you?
You find me as far as in the episode, right in the beginning, you see this alien landscape that kind of looks, I might think, but we're actually in the Dalal hydrothermal system, which is in the Danakil Depression in Ethiopia.
So hydrothermal, this would be heat emerging from Earth's crust,
Correct.
manifesting on the surface somehow, right?
Yeah, hydrothermal meaning that it's heat coming from the Earth's subsurface. And in this case, a hydrothermal system usually heat-generated waters, like geo-generated water manifesting up from the surface. So there's water flowing in the subsurface, passing over usually like what we call a magma pocket. There's a big pocket of lava, and there's water flowing over it, getting superheated, and then pushing up to the Earth's surface and boiling out all there's the hot gases and everything like that. And
So at those high temperatures, does it absorb a lot of minerals from the rocks that it passes through?
it does. It absorbs a lot of minerals, so there's a lot of what we call anions and cations. There's a lot of dissolved constituents, chemical constituents, and especially in the Dalal system, it also goes through a subsurface salt deposit. So not only is it getting minerals from like from just like the ground, the subsurface rock, like over the magma pocket, but it's also picking up all these minerals and dissolving all these salt minerals. And so Dalal is amazing because it's hydrothermal, really hot, and super salty, hypersaline. And it's also acidic because there's also all this iron and sulfur that make it super acidic.
And that's where you want to find life.
Yeah, and it's what we call a poly-extreme environment, and it's so amazing, and it's a crazy challenge for life, and yet, there's multiple teams of us working there that are finding evidence for life in this environment.
Okay, so the Dead Sea, which is a highly salinic body of water, could only have been named that by people who did not have access to a microscope.
Yeah, because there's a lot of life in the Dead Sea.
There's no fishes, no vertebrate fishes.
I kind of get the feeling that the Dead Sea was named because somebody drank it, and then everybody else was like, "You see what happened? Everybody, don't you see what just happened?"
There you go.
Water all around and not a drop to drink.
There you
Right.
go.
Yeah, there you go.
So tell me about that. I read something about there's an algae pool nearby or in some other parts of your work. What's going on there?
Well, so it's not really pools of algae. So we have these bubbling pools, right? And they're literally you literally have elemental sulfur precipitating out of these waters. And you can see
Sulfur, so it stinks.
Oh, it's and it's like, you think the Dead Sea's deadly? Oh no, Dalal's deadly. You'll see when we're walking through there, you literally see, if you get too close on the ground, there's so much hydrogen sulfide gas and carbon dioxide gas.
Wait, you gotta tell
Get too
Chuck.
close,
Tell Chuck what hydrogen sulfide gas smells like.
rotting eggs.
No, you can. He's a comedian. You can do better.
I knew what it was, and I'm sitting here
holding himself
I
in.
am trying my
All that
best.
stuff, you know?
You have no idea the amount of restraint I just exercised. I have 15 fart jokes right now that are bubbling up in me. I shouldn't
backed
say
up.
bubbling up. That's the wrong way to talk about a fart joke. But
Chuck has the fart joke's backed up. in that
backed
whole
up.
time you're talking about this. Kenda.
I was ready to explode with fart jokes. This is all I'm saying.
You know.
Okay, so hydrogen sulfide, H2SO4, is that correct?
H2S.
Oh, just H2S. Oh, H2SO4 is sulfuric acid.
Yeah, and that's what's in the water. It's the H2S. The sulfuric acid is actually, there's H2S, low molarity. So, I mean, well, I don't know. I haven't touched the water, but in other acidic environments, usually the H2S is kind of low molarity. Because I've also worked in the Rio Tinto acid river system, and so the H2S is pretty low. Like, it's not going to like immediately burn your skin off. You know, you'll get a nice peel.
Okay, so that's the place, if you're going to eat beans, no one will blame you for anything. 'Cause
Yeah,
you got,
not at all.
You got
yeah.
the whole landscape to blame it on. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I would do very well there.
Yes.
I would do very well there.
Yeah, nobody's gonna notice a thing.
So Kenda, where did you grow up?
I grew up I'm a Midwestern kid. I grew up in a town called Rockford, Illinois, which is just west of Chicago, about 90 miles. I went into Chicago a lot.
This is harder than I thought.
You know, going to see shows.
Wait, just to be clear, if you were just 90 miles west of New York City, you were across New Jersey into Pennsylvania. So to index your location to be 90 miles in any direction from Chicago, does that mean there's no other big city you can tell us what you're near?
No, not where I am, because I'm west.
Say.
If I was east, I could say, you know, Detroit's not far away.
Detroit, all right.
You know, if I was
yeah,
east of Chicago, but I'm west, so
Okay.
no, it's kind of open plains and cornfields and stuff.
Right. Okay.
North of me though is Green Bay. If I had straight north, you'd be in Green Bay. In a few
We've all heard
hours.
of Green Bay. So
Yeah, well, I'm a Bears fan, so you know, let's not go there.
Oh, the Bears. So how did you? How do you land on Extremophiles as a career goal?
Oh, well, you know, this is interesting because I had a different hat on when I started my career. I actually started learning how to try to grow food and keep astronauts alive in habitats on other planets.
That's cool too. Both of these are cool.
I started out as a systems engineer working on space station and trying to keep people alive. But in my education, I'm nuts, and I did a dual degree. I literally have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in engineering and one in biology.
But generally, if you're nuts, you don't have to tell that to other people because it's just completely clear.
It is true. Yeah. By the way, all you have to do is say, I got 2 bachelor's degrees at the same time. And people
That's
will
nuts.
look at you and go, you must be nuts.
Okay.
And so part of, and I like paint apparently, so, you know, there's that. Part of my training was to also learn about microbes, because when trying to grow plants and develop earth microcosms, you know, you have to understand, you know, not only how humans live, but how everything else that's going to interact with. So I took classes in, you know, aquatic ecology, I took classes in lake ecology, I took classes in plant biology, you know, and I took classes in microbiology.
Well, wait, so at the end of the day, you realized you took 2 different majors worth of courses? Is that what happened there?
Yep.
So what are the 2 majors? What were the 2?
The first one was basically systems engineering. So it was I took a full course of engineering classes, and then I took the full course of general biology classes. And my engineering degree lets me specialize, so I was able to use a couple of my upper level biology classes for my specialization in engineering.
So your PhD, what was the title of your PhD thesis?
Oh my gosh. Hang on a second.
Oh my God.
Like, I gotta remember, a geobiological investigation of the hypersaline sediments of Pilot Valley, Utah, a terrestrial analog to ancient lake basins on Mars.
Wow.
Okay.
That's why I had to read it. I couldn't remember.
I got to tell you right now, I'm sorry he asked.
I retract the question.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, my PhD was still an engineering degree. I unintentionally got 3 engineering degrees along the way.
I'm liking it. Oh, the master's along the way? Yeah.
Yeah, aerospace engineering for my master's.
Okay, so you were totally loaded.
What do you think about, since you're a microbiologist and you were talking about growing food as one of your tasks when you were working on space stations, what do you think about Matt Damon growing poop potatoes on Mars?
Poop potatoes on Mars. We need the final word there.
He would have had some problems with his thyroid because of all the perchlorate in the regolith. So yeah.
Wow.
There-
So
there's some
basically,
Okay, wait, just
when
to be
they
clear,
rescued
wait,
him,
I gotta unpack that. Wait a minute. So, on Earth we have soil,
Right.
which is rich in microbes that
Yes.
participate in the ecosystem.
Yep.
On the moon and on Mars, there is no soil. Whatever
there's
the
not.
dust is there is ground up rock, basically.
Right.
And so, and you call it regolith.
We call it regolith because it has not been processed by microbes that we know of. There's definitely not on the moon, and on Mars, not that we know of. And we're not sure what the origin is of the organic matter that we
You're gonna need
have
5 more
found so
ramps.
far on Mars. So we call it regolith because it's not soil like we know it on Earth that has been processed over years by microbes and other life elements, and there's not a significant amount of organic matter making it kind of a
So he would have had a thyroid problem. So when
Mm-hmm.
they picked him up to save him, he basically would have had a goiter.
probably, or some other crazy issues. His metabolic system would have been having some weird issues because chlorate, actually kind of competes with iodine to bind on your thyroid, and we know that Mars has an abundance of chlorate in the regolith, and that's
Gotcha.
actually something that I'm working on with other scientists. It's kind of funny in my astrobiology life. I'm starting to kind of go back to my
Roots.
human spaceflight roots,
Yeah.
and bringing my astrobiology knowledge and my human spaceflight knowledge together as we're getting ready to go back to the moon.
Well, in the next segment, we're going to pick up questions from our fan base, our Patreon fan base. Chuck has all the questions. I haven't seen them. And we're going to find out what the public has to ask you. And they're very,
Excellent.
we got good people out there.
All
Listen
right.
to this show. They're scientifically literate, and they want to get more scientifically literate, and that's what this
Got
is
it.
all about when Star Talk returns. We're back, Star Talk, Cosmic Queries. We're talking about extremophiles and alien worlds with one of the world's experts on that, and apparently a whole lot of other stuff too. We've got Kenda Lynch, who is a scientist at the Lunar Planetary Institute in Houston, and who specializes in bugs on Earth that do the backstroke in high temperature, high acid, high everything else that would kill us post haste, and we're loving it. So Kenda, also, where might we find you on social media?
I am on Twitter and I am on Facebook. I have an Instagram, but I need to use it more. I'm Mars Girl 42 on Twitter for sure.
Whoa,
Good name.
cool.
Thank
Good
you.
name. It's a good one.
And you can also find me on the LPI website as well.
Okay, the Lunar Planetary Institute. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
very cool. And we're going to find you in episode 2 of Alien Worlds on Netflix, the
Yes.
Netflix docuseries.
Yes.
Very cool. Okay,
Yes.
so Chuck, this is a Cosmic Query. So we put out the call, and so what did you get?
Well, we got a bunch of people who actually, believe it or not, are super interested in this
Yeah.
subject.
No, I believe it. It's like weirdly interesting, you know? Yeah,
It really
okay.
is. It really is. Okay, let's start off with our favorite. This is Violetta and her mom. It says,
Isn't that
"Hello,
child grown
Neil."
up by now? She in college by now, Violetta? She used to write it when she was like 11 and 12. No, when she was 11 and 11 and a half and 12 and 12 and a half.
Okay, well, here we go. This is, hi, Neil. Hi, Chuck. Hi, Kenda. Violetta here, the 13-and-a-half-year-old kid.
13 and a half. She's a full-up teenager. Okay.
So
All right.
you said it, Neil. She did 11 and then 12, 12 and a half. Now she's 13 and a half.
And a half. All right.
I love it.
Okay. She says, I'm writing in from Washington, D.C., and my question is, what is the most surprising, fascinating life form or trait about a life form here on Earth that you have discovered or learned about in your career so far? How did this impact the way you think about what life might look like elsewhere in the universe? Thanks, guys, and I just want to say to Dr. Lynch that the world needs more scientists that look like you.
Whoa.
Wow.
By that,
Whoa.
she means fabulous.
Looking fabulous.
Wow.
Yeah, fabulous.
And she says, thank you so much for doing and being an inspiration.
Ooh, thanks.
Thank you so much, Violetta. So, oh my gosh, there's so many.
Dude,
There's so
what's the
many
weirdest
crazy-
bug out there? You probably have posters that rank them weirdest. Don't tell me that you don't know what your answer is here.
Well, I'll give you my number one favorite because I just think it's so crazy. The thought of it is just so crazy. My favorite bug is is the one that can live on nuclear reactors.
And does it have a
this-
name?
Yes, and I'm trying to remember.
But it's not the tardigrade.
It's not the tardigrade?
It's not the tardigrade, because tardigrade is not. That tardigrade is a small organism, but it's a multicellular organism. It's
Okay, but tell us more about it. So it can live like inside a nuclear reactor?
It can live on. They found it living on nuclear high doses of radiation, and it's got this cool shape. It's actually kind of like a cube almost shape.
Okay, in
that's
Japan,
what I
those
love
things
about
turn into Godzillas. You realize
I was going to say.
that's how
Yeah.
you got all of those
Yeah, so
Japanese
that-
monsters.
You're talking about a Marvel origin story right now.
Yes.
So somebody, it's the name will come to me, and I'll spit it out at some point later.
Okay.
I know I will.
All right, so you like the radiation resistance of that?
I just think it's amazing that, again, it's this whole thing about every time we think we've got bugs figured out, like, okay, here's their radiation limit, here's their light water limit, here's their cold limit, here's their hot limit, and then bugs go like, yeah, no, and they blow us right away.
We got
like,
this.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
figured
got
out
this.
a way. We got this.
We got this. All right, so is this a single-celled organism?
Yes, this is a single-celled
Got it,
organism.
okay.
Yes.
Whereas the tardigrade is a whole macroscopic object with legs and
Right. It's a multicellular organism, but it's still small, and it's still something that has amazing resilience and can survive incredible environments. So I'd be excited if we could find something like the tardigrade, like on another planet, because it definitely has developed strategies to live in crazy environments. It kind of basically desiccates itself and like goes dormant and goes into like they call it a water bear, so it goes into hibernation. This really crazy like dehydrated hibernation, and it can survive all sorts of insane environments, including being exposed to space.
Oh man, there's a whole episode of Star Trek Discovery devoted to a space tardigrade that they find that helps them navigate the mycelium network. And the cosmic mycelium network is this thing that allows you to move faster than light, because you enter this network that kind of transports you almost instantaneously to different locations throughout the universe.
I love it. They found a tardigrade.
who would have thought tardigrades were also spacefaring? Well, if they came from space initially,
Right.
That's the big
Yeah.
thing. Yes.
Well,
Cool. Let's get the next question, Chuck. What else you got?
Alrighty, let's do it. This is Nander Sirkel.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's your name now, man.
Take it or leave it. Okay.
Here we go. He says, I often wonder, when we're looking for life out there, aren't we a bit biased by our own conditions for life itself, like water or breathable air? Even when considering silicon life forms, this still assumes creatures living on planets. Do you think it would be reasonable to consider, for example, other scales of life in size and space-time? Maybe some life forms would be the size of planets, even galaxy, or quantum particles moving in time so fast that we, as slowpokes, can't even see them.
Whoa. So, Kendra, what part of your PhD thesis dealt with
Quantum life forms.
Not much of it, but I'll tell you, I was a fan of Star Trek Next Generation, so I'm there with this person's questions, But quantum life forms. So not part of that, but in astrobiology, we really do think about what we call as life as we don't know it, or what some people like to call weird life. And we try to think, when we're looking for life, we're developing this way to try to think what we call agnostically about life, which means, so life as we don't know it, or weird life. So yeah, there's a problem. We only have one data point, Earth, and life on Earth.
And even your extremophiles are part of that one data point.
Yes, everybody, even though they're extreme and they can live on reactors or breathe iron or, eat other crazy, metals and things like that.
Rocks.
Eat rocks, yeah. And even though they can do these crazy things, they all still have the same amino acids as we do. They have the same stereochemistry as we do. And we all have the same fundamental, basically, code. We have DNA and RNA. We all have the same fundamentals. We all have that same base code of life that kind of builds the structure of life. So yeah, when we think about life on another planet, we have to think about life as we don't know it. What if they use a completely different stereochemistry? set of amino acids to build their proteins? What if they have a different liquid? I was just getting asked this in a previous conversation about, what about Titan, where we have lakes of methane? It's a fluid, and life needs fluid for a chemistry. And
Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Yeah, we've actually been there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we're sending a beautiful little helicopter that's going to go and land and study the surface and those lakes and some of the organic sands there, and try to understand the possibility for prebiotic chemistry on Titan. And that's the question: is prebiotic chemistry possible in that kind of environment, and what would it look like, and what could life look like being arising in that kind of environment?
One of my favorite New Yorker comics was there's a crashed flying saucer in the desert, and these two aliens are just crawling along the sands, and one says to the other, "Ammonia, ammonia."
Yes. Yes. Totally. I mean, that's totally it, right? I mean, it doesn't. I mean, on Earth, it just happened that water was the thing that was going to be, the basis for life's chemistry. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how it's going to work on other planets. And that's something that we do have to think about. And we actually have scientists that study that weird life and kind of study that chemistry and see, well, what could be possible, what could happen. So, and then thinking about the larger scale of life, we do have scientists that are, they look at things called technosignatures. So we try to understand the scale of, contacting other intelligent, what we call intelligent, forms of life. Don't get me started on the intelligent comment, I don't know.
Yeah, we're not even that yet.
Right.
Thank you.
The jury's still out on that.
The jury's still out on us.
Yeah, exactly.
So can I ask both of you this? Is there a finite chemistry in the universe? I know we have the periodic table. Is there anything that could be outside of that could actually contribute to life that is not on our periodic table?
No.
That can't happen.
Everything that we know now, there may be other elements that we haven't discovered just because we haven't discovered them yet, but no, because all life begins with stars. All of our elements come from stars. So the star stuff, that's the one common thing that makes it possible for us to really think about this question.
The ingredients in the kitchen are all the same.
That's the ingredients. The ingredients in the kitchen are the same across the universe. So that's helpful.
In fact, Chuck, we're doing better than that because we have created elements that the universe has never seen before in our laboratories. Mm-hmm. So we created 24 more elements, or 20, about 20 more elements than were currently there. So let me ask you this, Kenda. If chemistry is the same, and basically geology is the same, right? You put a geologist on a planet, oh, I know what rock this is, or we might have a different kind of minerality, but it won't be so foreign to them that they'll be befuddled. Right. Is there any reason, and the physics is obviously the same. So if I have the same physics, the same chemistry, the same geology, why can't we think that maybe biology will all focus towards the same forms as we have here, if everything else does that in the other branches of science?
Well, that's a loaded question, because it's not. We can expect some of the same principal things to happen, like there's going to be some kind of cell wall structure. There's going to be an encoding system. There's going to be some way to transfer information. There's going to be some way to move energy and generate energy. There's going to be some way to move things in and out of an interior environment. Those kind of things, we can kind of figure out that those kind of are the common elements that are going to make life happen for biology, and those are the kind of things that we agree. We actually kind of agree there's a common set of about 8 things that all life, anything that we call life would probably have going on. Now, how they get it and how they put it together, that's where that chemistry is different, and that's where the environmental context that made the geology is probably different.
That's going to matter. Okay, good.
And that's where and that's where maybe some of the physics, because the gravity is a little different, so some things are slightly different that help drive that environmental context. So
I can say that you're not going to expect life forms the size of galaxies.
No.
Can I tell you why? I'll tell you why. Okay.
Why?
Okay. So our galaxy is 100,000 light years across. Okay. 100,000. If that were a life form, and one part of it had an itch, how long would it take to scratch that itch?
Right.
If you can't move faster than the speed of light. So it has an itch, and then it brings one part of it over to the other part to scratch it. 100,000 years later, it scratches the itch. This is not very effective.
Right.
This is not a coherently functioning organism.
Right.
And
Exactly.
if evolution requires a lot of experimenting, then the life form has to be able to change either on purpose or by accident fast enough so that you have enough of these experiments for it to take on interesting forms.
Exactly.
And if you're really, really big, that doesn't happen. So
Yeah.
And
Because, I mean-
if it takes 100,000 years to scratch an itch, just imagine how uncomfortable it would be when its underwear gets stuck in its butt.
okay.
I'm more thinking about the size of the underwear at this point. You know? Sorry.
Oh, just to be clear, I wear boxer briefs, and boxer briefs don't get stuck in your butt.
Oh, look at you, sexy
saying.
bragging.
Let's see if we can squeeze one more in before the break.
Alrighty, let's do it. Here we go. This is Akilasha Kashyap. Man, y'all just messing with me now, man. That ain't a real name. Okay, it's Akhilesh. Akilesh Kashyap. Kashhyap. Kashyap, I hope. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Dr.
We'll
Tyson.
give you a B
Hello.
minus on that one, but go on.
I get an A minus? Okay.
A B minus. I said.
Oh,
Okay.
Damn, you just I keep going down. Before you know it, it's just like you're expelled. Hello, Dr. Tyson. Hello, Dr. Lynch and Lord Knight. Oh, okay. I'm a first-time Patreon member.
Nice.
And my question is, if we discover life on a restricted body, like Europa or Enceladus, are we allowed to study them only through orbiting satellites? Or can we bring something back home and cut them open for science, of course? I mean, you went dark there. You went dark at the end, bro. Okay? You started off with,
Real good.
You started off with our continuing mission. To seek out new life, new civilizations, and then you ended up with, let's just cut these suckers open.
well, be careful. There's some folks around where Kendra hangs out in Texas where can we bring it back and barbecue it?
Yeah.
We will get to that answer after the break on Star Talk Cosmic Queries with astrobiologist Kendra Lynch. We're back for the third and final segment of Star Talk Cosmic Queries. Kendra Lynch is an expert in microbes on Earth as possible analogs to microbes in the universe. So Kendra, over the break, you remembered this radioactivity-loving microbe. The name
Yes.
of it, what's it called?
Yes, it's called Deinococcus radiodurans, and they literally can live on. They found them on nuclear reactors, and they are very.
Deinococcus
Deinococcus.
radiodurant. This sounds like a rock group.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It really does. You know? Chicago! Are you ready?
Deinococcus radiodurant.
Rock it out!
Wow, that's
Cool. Okay, so we left off with a question about what was the question?
So he wants to know that if we discover life on a restricted body, like
Yes.
Europa or Enceladus,
It's protected by NASA law, basically.
right? So, you know, can we actually study it just through satellites orbiting, or can we bring back something and cut it open?
Well, I mean, cut it open.
Let me just back up for a second. So NASA has a department of planetary protection, and
Correct.
there's a code within them, which is not a computer code, but a behavioral code. Whereas there are selected objects in the solar system that may have life. we don't mess with them, or if we do, we go in a highly sterilized way. And if we bring anything back to Earth, we want to keep that quarantine. That's their job.
Yeah, and that's the Planetary Protection Office. And the answer is we're moving into this phase of science where we are trying to bring things back because we realize that we need to bring things back to be able to study them better, to understand if there's life in them or not. Right now, we're in the process with the Perseverance rover in Jezero Crater for the Mars 2020 mission. They're capturing. We're going to send a lander to go and pick up those samples and hand them off from the rover, and we're going to bring those samples back. And we actually are having missions that are being developed to go to try to land on both Europa and Enceladus. And Enceladus is my favorite. It's one of my favorite icy moons, by the way. I love Enceladus. To try to understand, to look at the surface and maybe eventually try to get a sample that came up from the subsurface ocean on both of those planets, that we can study in situ, and maybe someday we can figure out how to bring those back. But right now, the goal is to just try to get to land on the surface and try to study samples in situ to see if we can find evidence for possible biosignatures of life.
So I may be mistaken with this question, but I'm just going to ask it. Did we not learn from Madam Saturn, Carolyn Porco, that they're going to try to fly something through one of the plumes of Enceladus and maybe collect what's being, pushed out of the ice?
Yeah, we have a mission that's going to try to do that. We also have Europa. That might even be able to do that with Europa Clipper, but we're also trying to fly through the plumes of Enceladus. We have the Enceladus Orbilander concept that is looking at doing that, like orbiting, but also sending a lander down to the surface to do some in situ science on the surface of Enceladus, hopefully near one of the tire claws where all this stuff is spewing out.
Okay, so that's the third time you said in situ. In 5
Sorry.
sentences.
In situ.
In situ. Excuse me, Madam Latin there. Okay.
Sorry, that's all science, especially biology. We like throwing Latin around.
So good Latin. Just
Everything
give me
has
some
a
Latin.
Latin name. Everything has a Latin name in biology.
Yeah, yes, Latin. So let me emphasize something that I think you said, but just wafted by it. The ice on Europa is very thick, but it also cracks, and then water seeps up in the cracks and refreezes. So you're going to be astrophysically lazy, and instead of trying to dig through the ice, you're going to try to see if there's anything that came up through the ice and froze there that requires no digging at all.
There's it might require some digging for the subsurface, but there are, we have some really brilliant scientists, not me, but some of my colleagues that are really brilliant that study
Other brilliant scientists, yes.
Other brilliant scientists, not me, because I don't study ice dynamics. I'm a biology one, but they study kind of that geology of those ice dynamics and found that there is likely water that is seeping up from the ocean and kind of connecting in the shallow subsurface and doing things that they can actually see on the surface from remote sensing.
And if that water below the surface had life, it would have gurgled up and frozen in place. You'd have freeze-dried life to study.
Yeah, exactly. We can access some of those areas. And then on Enceladus, of course, we've got the tiger claws just spewing stuff out into space, so we can try to capture some of that on the surface to try to see what we can see that maybe kind of fell back down.
Okay, so how sterilized do your probes have to be to land on a protected body?
Oh, very sterile. That's the challenge of doing this, is that, you've got to make sure not only that the lander is very sterile, but that, all the instruments that you're working on are very sterile. Everything. And they're even working
a coronavirus found on...
Yeah.
Just make the lander wear a mask.
Yeah.
That's all.
And just make sure you wear your mask, lander.
And use hand sanitizer.
Use hand sanitizer and show us your Vax card before you touch down.
All right, Chuck, give me another question, Chuck.
All right. Before, you know what? I got to ask this just before we go. I know I'm not a Patreon, but so when you talk about this water underneath this, basically, this planet, you got the ice like a crust and then the water underneath, but then you have other bodies in space that are just frozen solid pieces of water. Why doesn't the planet just freeze all the way down? Why is there water underneath that ice that can
on the moons?
Yeah, on the moons, not the planet. I'm sorry.
why do we have these ocean worlds on moons around?
Yes.
Well, first of all, a couple of different things. First of all, there is we get heating from the gravity, the extreme gravity that causes what we call tidal heating, and Neil can probably explain that better. That kind of pushes and flexes and causes heating that kind of adds to the Plus, these waters have lots of salt that are depressing the freezing the freezing point. So the water is able to stay liquid because there's so much salt in it that freezing point gets lower because there's so much salt.
It's been rumored that 0 on the Fahrenheit scale is the freezing temperature of a supersaturated solution of brine, of salt water. It's been rumored. And so that's where you get a 0. That's the coldest liquid they could get that would freeze. And then regular water just freezes at the warmth of 32 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale. But yeah, no, you said it perfectly, Kenda. Just the tidal stress between Jupiter and the tugs of other surrounding moons are pumping energy in. And so now there's a heat source that just has nothing to do with the sun. I learned in my biology books, you need sunlight for life. What you really need is just energy. You take the physics angle on it, you just need energy. And you pump energy in from tidal forces, you got it.
Right, and what they think is going on in Enceladus is they actually think that heat is also generating kind of, and maybe some residual heat, but probably more of the tidal forces in Enceladus, generating heat that's causing hydrothermal vents, like what we see on Earth. You know, the deep sea hydrothermal vents with the black smokers and things that you see, like on the National Geographic videos. They think that that's what they're seeing in Enceladus, and that's kind of what's kind of helping to kind of possibly generate the tire claws, pushing that energy out, and that is creating a lot of cool chemistry that life could take advantage of.
So, Kenda, we've had Natalie Starkey on the show, who wrote a book recently on all the cool, literally and figuratively, things in the universe, volcanoes, hot and cold, and she describes Enceladus as an ice volcano world.
Yeah,
and the plumes are just where you just need extra pressure buildup. It didn't have to be hot compared to us. It could just be pressure in its own environment, even if it's very cold. So, very cool.
Yeah.
Chuck, keep it coming.
You can't get better than that. That's so cool. Cryovolcanism. If that doesn't make you love science, you're dead inside.
Yeah, I want that on my business card.
Exactly.
I'm a cryovolcanist. You know, what are you? Okay.
All right, here we go. This is William D.A. Thank you, William. Thank you. He says, given that humans have always been fighting a war with tiny bacteria, viruses, and prions, etc., how likely do you think it is that there's a planet out there with a tiny microscopic organism and it wiped out the more complex life? What would such a planet look like long term? So that's what he said. So if we're in a war with, if we all got killed by a virus here, then what happens long term, even if it's just here on Earth?
Yeah, ultimately, do all the little things kill all the big things? You just have a planet full of viruses? A single-celled organism? Yeah, where does biology go?
Hey, what's up, Corona? What's up, Streptococcus?
Well, given that we've already had...
Hey, rhinovirus, how you doing today? Yeah, everybody's just chilling.
Oh, the
they got cities and things.
Yeah.
You know.
Get out of here, herpes!
You weren't invited to the party.
You know you're not invited, man.
I think we're gonna need more
given that
sathium.
we've already had multiple mass extinction events on the planet already, where we're like not necessarily microbes have taken out our bigger organism, but something else, usually an asteroid or something else, took out our larger organisms. Life has just kind of rebounded, and for a while the little guys were, in charge, but life eventually kind of picked back up, and organisms got there's an advantage on Earth for multicellularity, and so life eventually kind of worked its way back to multicellularity at some point, and those small guys got bigger and bigger and more complex each time. But we, so I would say is if we had a micro-generated mass extinction event, my guess is, for a while the little guys would be in charge, but then eventually, depending on, the environment of Earth, if it's advantageous to take advantage of resources and to keep yourself alive, to become multicellular, life would probably go back to being multicellular or having a multicellular component on the planet.
That's an excellent argument, because if we've done it multiple times in the past, why not again? I mean, after the KT extinction, nothing bigger than, a suitcase or something,
like squirrels and rats.
Yeah, a duffel bag with
rodents.
the biggest sized life form. And now we have, the blue whale swim in the ocean, the largest animal there ever was. So, a very good argument there. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's very cool.
Chuck, we got time for like one more, I think. What do you got?
All right, let's go to Kevin, the sommelier.
No.
Kevin says,
I like
yes.
We're going to party with you, Kevin.
Yeah, hey.
Exactly. Kevin says, when I'm sitting around drinking a Chateau Neuf de Pape,
Did he say
no, he doesn't. No.
No.
I just threw that in there.
Okay.
I thought that'd be
All
cool.
It is cool.
I wish he did start like that. Kevin says astrobiology used to be termed exobiology. Was this just a rebranding to make people more interested in it, like when Coke introduced new Coke, but had to go back to classic Coke? Well, keep drinking up, Kevin the sommelier.
That's a very good question that I'm thinking about here, because the reality is that when I fell in love with this, it was exobiology. When I was, and I'm not going to date myself, but when I got my first lecture, it was from this gentleman named Donald DiVincenzi, who was a part of what was called the exobiology office at NASA. And FYI, NASA always had an exobiology office. NASA started with an exobiology office, so this has been a question that NASA has wanted answered since the beginning of NASA. So this has been kind of part of our charter from the beginning. And so I think the big transition came obviously after the Viking results, but I think the big transition to astrobiology came after the Allen Hills rock and the discovery of the organics in the Allen Hills rock, and the hypothesis that these organics were made by Martian microbes, and these kind of microbes made these special, the whole argument about the biogenicity of the organic feed structures in...
Right, the Allen Hills rock is about the size of an Idaho potato and sitting on the shelf for years. Mm-hmm. We knew it was a meteorite, but no one really knew much about it until, like you said, the Viking mission. We have accurate measurements of the atmosphere of Mars from that mission, and air pockets trapped in that rock matched that air exactly. And oh my gosh, rock from Mars sitting on the shelf.
The age of SNC rocks, meteorites was born.
I never mind looking ignorant because it's my specialty. Please tell me what the Allen Hills rock is.
The Allen Hills is a Mars meteorite. We know, as Neil said, that it came from Mars because we look at these little bubbles in it that keep gases in it, and we're able to extract the gas and look at the gas composition, and it tells us that it has the exact same composition of the gases on Mars from our Viking results. And so we know that this meteorite was a piece of Mars that got blasted off and traveled to Earth and kind of landed on Earth. And so Allen Hills is one of what we call an SNC, or a Mars meteorite that came from Mars. And
just for background, there's a set of hills in Antarctica called the Allen Hills, where the glacier that is like permanently on Antarctica for now, as it migrates, it comes up against the hills, and if any rock fell from space and landed on this glacier, it gets dragged to these hills and deposited there. So it's a really convenient way to scoop up meteorites without having to comb thousands of square miles of area. You let the glacier do it for you. So it's in Allen Hills, and it was founded in 1984.
Wow.
So yeah.
And they still do annual trips, or they had been. I don't know if they stopped because of COVID for a while, to Antarctica to go out and look at the glaciers for meteorites. Because anywhere else, you actually have to watch it fall to kind of go look for it, or you have to, and we have people send us rocks, especially at the LPI all the time. I think it's a meteorite, and it's not.
Yeah, it's here we call them meteor wrongs.
Yeah, exactly. They're meteor wrongs. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
The point is it most? Certainly, possibly as much as half of all meteorites in our collections come from these ice sheets. And people wondered, well, do the meteors aim for the ice sheets? No, that's the only place you would find them if they fell. Otherwise, you have to sift through countless other rocks in the forest to know which one came from space and which didn't.
Right. And most of the ones that are verified that weren't falling on the glacier is because somebody watched it fall and tracked it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's about
exactly.
it. So, but the point is that after we got Allen Hills, and this was back in was it 92, 93? Is that right? When this study came out, and they thought that this happened, and everybody kind of disagreed, and we had arguments back and forth about are they life, are they not life, and then we realized, do we really understand what life is? And this is about the time that we started learning more about extremophiles and the RNA world, the vastness of the RNA world, and we started learning more about biotechnology and our capabilities for higher sample resolution and sample detectability. And our instruments got higher. So all of this kind of stuff made us start to question.
Instruments got more sensitive.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. More sensitive. Can't find my words today.
That's fine. Okay.
But all of these things kind of together, with that Allen Hills discovery, and at that time they went back and looked at the Viking results and realized that Viking would not have necessarily caught everything because of the sensitivity wasn't high enough, right? So there's all of these things going on. We started asking the question, like, what do we really know about life? Do we really understand life on Earth? Do we really understand the extent of life or what is alive on Earth? And so that's where astrobiology, because it was exobiology was like looking for life elsewhere, but astrobiology includes understanding how life on Earth also came to be. How did we become to be a living planet? So that's where the term astrobiology came from, because it became about looking for life on Earth, looking for life in the universe, but also trying to understand how do we become the data point that we have now? How do we become to be here?
Yeah. So I take the meta view, which is everything the astrophysicist does in space has a counterpart here on Earth. And so you want to glue together astro in front of each of those words. So we have astrochemistry, astrobiology, astroparticle physics. We're the push cart for it all.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
I like that one too.
Funny how the astrophysicists become the quarterback of the team.
I'm just saying.
Oh, so, I get it. Yeah, there you go.
We got appointed by the universe itself to be that role.
Well, now. Come on now.
So Kenda, I remember when that Allen Hills rock made news, and it was a research paper by some folks at Johnson Space Center making the claim that maybe this has evidence for life, which meant life was on Mars. I remember it like it was yesterday, and there was some chemistry within the rock, and then there was a photo of a worm-looking thing on the surface, and we didn't know what it was. It was really tiny, but it was just kind of intriguing. It made a good headline photo. But the better evidence was from the other chemistry going on in the rock. Yeah. I was on a talk show to comment on this rock, and they had me, a philosopher, and a biologist. And the philosopher said, how do we know whether the rock itself is not alive? Okay, we got that out of the way. We got to make that comment.
Stop smoking weed, dude.
We have to get past that. And then they put up the photo of this worm thing, and the biologist says, that can't possibly be life. And I'm thinking, wow, the biologist must know a lot to know that can't be. So I said, well, how come? And he says, oh, because that's 1/10 the size of the smallest microbes on Earth. And I then said, last I checked, this is from Mars! It was like, and I realized how narrow the thinking was of biologists. Because, like you began this program, Kenda, if all you have is a data sample of one, you have no capacity to think differently. Right. Everything has to be shoehorned into your own understanding of the world. And I was perfectly happy to have it be a life form that we don't know anything about. Deal with it.
And that biologist today is working at McDonald's.
No, stop.
I don't remember who that was, but I don't know. Probably not.
We got to call it quits there. Ken, it has been a delight to have you on the show. I remember you when you were in graduate school. You're all grown up now. She's all grown up.
It's such an honor to be here, and I'm so glad that you remember me.
Actually, finally found you in the ether. And We can find you on Netflix, episode 2 of
Yep.
Alien World, and we're loving it. And Chuck, always good to have you there, my co-host. Dude.
Always a pleasure.
All right, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. Keep looking up. This is Star Talk. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, and this week is a Cosmic Queries edition, the always popular Cosmic Queries, and the topic, the always popular search for life in the universe. And I've got with me as my co-host, Matt Kirshen. Matt!
Hey Neil, how you doing?
Okay, I spent all day yesterday trying to memorize the name of your podcast. It's probably Science. Did I get it right?
It is. I was convinced you were going to go for another variant, but thank you.
I stumbled in my efforts there. I found a podcast called Sometimes or Mostly Science. It's a whole other podcast.
Oh, we hate them. No, we've got a running rivalry with them. It's going to
totally have rivalries. So I got to make sure I get your stuff right.
It's going to come to violence at some point. Probably violence.
So I know a little bit about the search for life, but not as much as our guest today. Our guest today is Sarah Seeger. Sarah, welcome to Star Talk.
Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, so Sarah, let me get your full title up here. So you're professor of aeronautics and astronautics, physics and planetary science at MIT. Is that what? No, they left out a few categories.
No. It's because exoplanets and the search for life is an incredibly interdisciplinary topic. And it draws upon all those different fields.
Excellent. But between you and me, can I call you're a planetary scientist, right? That's really
Yes. I mean, my home is really in astrophysics. So
okay.
You could call me an astrophysicist or a planetary scientist.
So you're in the club. In the club. So I guess the search for life in the universe has to necessarily include the search for exoplanets, right? They go together. Yes. But is that part of our bias?
Not necessarily. We do. I mean, we're definitely Terra-centric. We definitely are narrow-minded. But at the same time,
Terra-centric, like Earth-centric.
Yeah, like Earth-centric. And on Earth, we believe that for the origin of life, we need a place for ingredients to concentrate. And it's hard to imagine ingredients just concentrating in the vastness and that low density of outer space.
Okay, so this concentration thing, I think, is under-celebrated out there. I mean, in the public, we take it for granted that we have rocks and buildings and mountains and people, and in our greater universe, nothing is together. I mean, it's mostly empty, and where it's not mostly empty, it's highly rarefied. And so planets are really special places.
Right, they are.
Fair to call that?
Very special, because they do concentrate complex molecules, they concentrate elements, nutrients, and everything we need.
Am I right in thinking they are substantially less special, or at least less rare than we thought they were even 5-10 years ago?
Yes, actually. We are slowly making ourselves less and less precious, less and less special.
No, Sarah, it's okay to know that. You're not just supposed to tell people that. All right?
I think that's nice about science. I like the fact that scientists sort of switch between going, you're incredibly special and you're not special.
Well, we do. We love thinking back to the Copernican revolution, where before Copernicus, the model of the universe was that our Earth literally was at the center of the universe. All the planets and the sun and the stars apparently all orbited Earth.
I think I've heard, is it Andrean described this sequence, some combination of her and the Carl Sagan camp referred to it as the sequence of great demotions for whatever we imagined ourselves to be. Plus, there was some rebuttal to that. I forgot the fellow's name, but he wrote, I think, convincingly that the idea that we are in the center is not necessarily an elevated place if heavens are above us, right? So the center could be the slag heap of where everything collects, and your ultimate goal is to ascend from that to greater places. So, but in either case, the location was unique, I think.
So in his mind, we're like the plug hole of the universe. We're sort of the drain.
So Sarah, was it natural to transition from exoplanet discovery to the search for life?
It was
Did someone have to sort of nudge you, or was it just obvious as the next thing to do?
You know, every scientist is different, and I've sort of been the random walk type of scientist. Like, work on a problem and see a more interesting problem, and then move over slowly.
Like the dog being distracted by the squirrel, you know. Squirrel.
Yeah.
You can't keep it.
So I think.
But when you started out in the late '90s, we didn't know many exoplanets, and even those that we did, it was fun to think of aliens on them, but there was no research program there yet. So it seems to me you were there at the birth of this, if not having birthed it yourself.
Yes, and in fact, but just to go back even further, before my time, perhaps even before yours, but in the decades past, since the...
there is no such thing.
No, okay, well, you know, what's
Neil is
interesting
always.
is if you look back, like even, you know, just after the time of Sputnik, like in the early 1960s, there's actually a report from a think tank kind of company, and it actually talks about planets and exoplanets and the chance for other Earths. And even in the decades after that, you know, there were always studies on how would we go about finding another Earth. And so when exoplanets was born in the mid-1990s, and yes, I was there, I was a graduate student working on exoplanets at the time, you know, they were hot Jupiters, they were not suitable for life in any way. But slowly those two things came together, you know, all the past decades of thinking about Earths, then switching gears to the hot giant planets. And so the thought of finding Earths and life, it was kind of always there in the background, even though it might have been a bit of a stretch.
And just to be clear, the Jupiters that you're referring to being hot it was easier to find really massive planets first compared to low mass planets. So
Right.
You're going to find a Jupiter first, and they're hot because why?
Because they're very close to the star, so close to the star that as heated by the star, they're just hot.
Okay, so they're Jupiters, but they didn't look like our Jupiter. So there again, we were not. So
Yeah.
we thought we were representative of the universe, and we're not. I mean, at least our solar system.
Right. We always expected to find a Jupiter where our Jupiter is, which is, you know, 5 times further from our sun than Earth is. And instead, we found Jupiter mass objects within a few day period orbits of the star.
So even our bias that shows up every day in race relations and sexism, it even shows up in astrophysics.
It did, yeah. And you know, the funny thing is just to take that a level further, when people first found these hot Jupiters so close to the star, we just assumed that they had the same albedo, the same reflectance properties as Jupiter itself. Jupiter's quite bright, you know, you see it in the sky because it's got icy clouds. And we couldn't see Jupiter in reflected light. And with a little more thought, we realized, wow, these hot Jupiters, they're incredibly dark. They're very absorbing. They have no reflective clouds, most of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not only... So they're big Jupiters that don't look anything like Jupiter. That's what you're saying.
Like, I mean, yes and no. They don't appear like their atmospheres aren't like Jupiter, but their kind of bulk composition, they're mostly made of hydrogen and helium. That part's the same.
All right, so if you come to this as an astrophysicist, planetary scientist, and now you want to think about life, you gotta start knocking on the doors of biologists. So when did all that happen?
Remarkably, it started happening for me when I had my first staff position. I worked at a place called the Carnegie Institute of Science, and I was in Washington, D.C. And it's quite interdisciplinary there already, and they were already part of working on the somewhat new field back then of astrobiology. So I started interacting with biologists there, and the funny thing is I got a postdoc there, and I signed him up to work with me, and it literally took us like 9 months before we could even understand each other, because our language was so different. Yeah.
So you need the coffee lounges, you know, between at the intersections of departments, because otherwise we just live in our stovepipes and discoveries go unattended to.
It's true. And later on, I attended an astrobiology conference, and I met a remarkable person there who became one of my closest colleagues. And so then through him being a biologist, I was able to learn and accrete more collaborators.
And so, I mean, you have a fascinating story. I only recently learned that you actually collected that together in a kind of a memoir, The Smallest Lights in the Universe. So congratulations on that memoir.
Nice.
Published by Crown in 2020.
And because we're all distracted by big explosions and big lights and big things, but maybe the smallest lights in the universe, I guess these are the exoplanets, or it could be metaphor for other things.
Yes.
In the book, that it's just call attention to other previously underserved domains of the cosmos. Yeah. So let's get straight to this. What is life?
You know, in exoplanets, we have a good excuse for completely avoiding that question. And we do. I'll run it by you. Because
Right.
we have telescopes and we can see atmospheres of other planets. We're hoping with our next generation telescopes to see atmospheres of small rocky planets. And we're going to look for signs of life by way of gases that might be attributed to life that have accumulated in the atmosphere. So we prefer to think about what life does. Life metabolizes, and it may give off gases during that chemical process of metabolism. So we conveniently sweep that under the rug, and we just talk about what life does.
And you sweep it under the rug because you can't do anything about that question anyway.
We can't do anything about it, and it's just a question that no one wants to agree on what the answer is.
So you sweep it under the rug and say, let's observe what life does. So you're the atmospheric gases equivalent to the people who study animal poop. For example, it's things that life does, even if you're not studying the life itself.
That's right.
Not to equilibrate your study with the study of feces.
And actually, Neil, that's never been done before, so that is brand new.
It's a brand new analogy.
So you're saying atmospheres on planets are kind of the animal remains of the galaxy.
Well, the gaseous effluences, I guess.
Yes, actually, that's a great way to look at it, actually.
Yep. So, Sarah, but clearly there are gases out there, and I want to get to the Q&A because Matt has them lined up, and I don't want to lose any time on that.
You do.
But clearly, there's some gases. Let's take methane, for example, that we know is the byproduct of life. Not all life, of course, but some bacterial life on Earth. We know that. So now, let's look to another place, like Saturn's moon, Titan. Oh my gosh, it's completely covered in methane. So it must be teeming with life. So but it's not. So
Yeah, that's the single most biggest problem. That we need to be able to see other gases in the atmosphere and put the gas in question in context with what else is there. But even doing that it'll still be hard. It'll be very like a forensic crime scene, you know? How do we pick out what is really life, what is really not made by life?
So the gases you list that are the products of life are necessary but insufficient to prove that there's life.
Yes, actually. And that is the sort of, let's call it the dirty secret of the whole field, is that we'll never be able to prove it.
So in forensic crime scene terms, you sort of got to distinguish between blood that was caused by the crime and blood that was just previously existing sort of decorative blood in that room.
Precisely.
Just blood that someone had put there that would just naturally be there on the walls in a splatter pattern.
Yeah, the normal blood that exists in the room.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sarah is going to put that analogy in her next research paper.
Yeah.
Right.
Just add an equation and that's all science is, right? That's
right. And, you know...
If it's in an equation, it's legit.
Yeah.
And so on our Earth, we have methane produced by life, by bacteria, by cows. But we also have methane coming out of mid-ocean ridges. So in a lot of cases, it is definitely ambiguous.
And methane is natural gas that we have in our stoves.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure what's coming out of your stove is not cow farts. It comes from another location on Earth. Okay. So,
Right.
Matt, we have a couple of minutes left in this segment. Let's see if we can squeeze in a question.
Okay, great. Well, this one, I love the questions that come from our younger listeners. So this one comes from Carrie Jenkins, an 8-year-old fan. How long do you think it'll take for us to find other life in the universe?
Well,
how close are we, Sarah? How many more years? What do we got here?
Well, we actually will have, we like to say we'll have I'm not purposely trying to evade all your questions, honestly, but I would like to say that we will have the capability to find signs of life very soon with the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. But whether we find life, that really depends on what's out there. if every planet has life, if life is extremely common, life that makes gases. So if you want a concrete answer, I could say anywhere between 2 years and 30 years, let's say.
Okay, so this would be the usable life expectancy of the James Webb Space Telescope.
Well, I was putting the James Webb, whose nominal life expectancy is 5 years, maybe 10. I was thinking of future telescopes beyond the James Webb.
Okay, and possibly missions to the icy moons of Jupiter, where there might be life beneath the surface, or even life beneath the surface of Mars. Right? I mean,
right.
Why not? You're not looking for that life, but you got other people, top people, doing that as well.
Right.
Okay, so we might find life, or definitely know there isn't life as we know it, in the lifetime of this 8-year-old girl.
Well, maybe this 8-year-old girl will carry the torch. If all the searches we're doing now are exhausted, maybe she'll be the one to think of the next new idea.
Maybe you all aren't clever enough, and we need her to come along and solve all the problems.
There you go.
All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, more Star Talk Cosmic Queries with my friend and colleague, Sarah Seaver. We're back, Star Talk Cosmic Queries, Search for Life edition. I got with me my co-host, Matt Kirshen. Matt, where do we find your podcast?
Oh, just all the podcast places. Just bang.
That's all your nearby stores have
any of them. Yeah, go to your local podcast supplier and just ask for Probably Science, and they'll find it somewhere in the back there. They'll go through their files.
Do you also do stand-up comedy?
I do. What I used to when indoor things existed. Right now, I talk into Zoom recordings and pretend I'm doing stand-up.
Okay, this is during the COVID lockdown. That's what it is.
Yeah,
okay.
that was my day job, and hopefully will be again.
Excellent. And we have as my special guest Sarah Seager, who's an astrophysicist, planetary scientist, searching for the exoplanets, searching for life, and she's our resident expert to field these questions that Matt has solicited from our fan base. And this is the Patreon fan base. So what more do you have, Matt, for us?
I do. Also, by the way, we should mention that our guest today isn't the only one with a new book out, and you've got a book based on cosmic queries that has a chapter that talks about the search for life.
Oh, yes, indeed. So thanks for mentioning that, because I almost forgot. I probably wouldn't have forgotten by the end, but there's a book called Cosmic Queries. Because this format was so successful, we said we've got to do more than just put it out there as a podcast. So there's a book called Cosmic Queries that takes all the biggest questions, including this one, and much of Sarah's research that informs this field is contained in that chapter. And so in a celebration of Cosmic Queries as a thing and the search for life as a sub thing of the bigger thing, we've got Sarah Seager. So Sarah, thank you again for being on Star Talk and for checking in for this. So Matt, what do you have for us?
Well, I've got to do another Cosmic Query question from another young Patreon listener. This comes from Violetta and Violetta's mum, Izzy. Violetta is a 12-and-a-half-year-old astrophysics kid here in Birmingham, Alabama. Yep, 12 and a half. When you're young, those halves are important. and asked Professor Seager, I want to know, firstly, what exactly are biosignatured gases? And secondly, what biosignature gases would Earth give off that would be detectable by extraterrestrial life who might be looking for inhabited planets like ours?
Perfect question.
Yeah,
yes,
or would
Sarah,
ETs not need to look for our biosignature gases because our existence would be pretty obvious because space junk.
Right. Ooh.
Yes, well, a biosignature gas is a signature of life. It's a gas produced by life that can accumulate in an atmosphere of a planet to a level that we can detect with our telescopes. And if there are, I love to imagine, there are intelligent aliens on a planet orbiting a nearby star, and they have the kind of space telescopes we're building or hoping to build, they would look at our Earth and they would definitely see a very strong biosignature gas, and that's oxygen. And oxygen fills our atmosphere to 20% by volume. But without plants, without photosynthetic bacteria, we would have literally virtually no oxygen.
So if all the plant life went away, walked off the Earth today, how long would it take for our oxygen supply to sort of drop to zero? And why would it drop at all? Why wouldn't it just stay there?
Well, we also have bacteria that make oxygen, so I'm not sure, what the division between all of those is.
So
but
no. Just take away everything that's making oxygen.
Everything's making
take
oxygen,
everything away. And so now we've got 20% oxygen. What happens to it?
Well, what happens to it is oxygen is a highly reactive gas. And it will just react away with other molecules in the atmosphere, with lots of things on the surface, and with gases coming out of vents and volcanoes. And that oxygen just won't be there. So,
And over how much time would that take?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Would it happen like next week or in a year?
No, it wouldn't happen next week. It probably wouldn't happen in a year. It's probably more like thousands of years or even
Okay, so,
tens
or
of
more.
thousands of
Okay,
years, or
so
more,
if we kill all the life, the oxygen producing life, we can still live out our lives with oxygen.
We probably could.
Subsequent generations will suffocate.
Yes, probably we could live without our lives.
Okay, so what you're saying is, even though this 20% has been stable over the mostly stable, it's not actually a stagnant number because we are constantly producing it and constantly removing it, and it just happens to be balanced at this number.
Right.
Is that a fair way to say it?
That's a fair way to say it.
All right, Matt.
All right.
Another one.
This comes from Grumsituff, all one word. I hope I'm pronouncing that even close to correctly. What is your most...
Whatever you did, it's better than what Chuck does with names. Chuck can't pronounce anything.
What is your most optimistic explanation of the Fermi paradox?
Ooh, I like that
yeah.
question.
I think we all have our favorite answer to that one.
First, what is the Fermi paradox?
The Fermi paradox is the idea that if there is intelligent life that can harness energy and get in spacecraft and journey beyond their planet, that they should have colonized the entire galaxy by now. Because once they can get to one planet and colonize that, they can just keep going. And so the Fermi paradox is summed up by the question, where are they?
So what you're saying is, in the lifetime of the galaxy, it doesn't really take that much time, if you're intelligent by our measures, to build spacecraft and start traveling to planets, even if you can't travel at the speed of light.
Right. That over time, you would eventually reach planets and colonize.
Okay, so, all right, so where are they?
Well, okay, so there's the explanation I think is the real one, and then there's the one that I hope is the real one. I like the explanation.
Wait, so Matt, her explanation is going to be already here.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that's the funnest answer. But go on.
We're not meant to talk about that.
So, one answer is that it just takes too much energy. Like, we, as humans, we know now what it takes to get in a spacecraft and go somewhere. That's a lot of resources. So perhaps they're just not doing that. There's another answer that the intelligent civilization will, unfortunately and inevitably, self-destruct. They'll destroy their planet, they'll kill each other, they won't ever reach that kind of
Wouldn't that be
place.
the definition of not being intelligent?
Yeah, well, it would be... My explanation that I love is, I'll put it to you this way. Just imagine an ant colony in your house, which you might have in your apartment. And the ants, they appear kind of, dumb, but they're somewhat clever, right? Because they have a society and you see them doing like a reconnaissance. And I don't know if you've ever had this, but you'll see like a few of them kind of looking around, and they might come across like a piece of cat food on your counter or something. And then shortly thereafter, you have a huge stream of them, and they're all coming to get this cat food in like a little river. Well, you can mess them up if you like wipe away their trail for a moment, they kind of get lost. But I want you to imagine, Neil, Matt, having a conversation with those ants. Like, tell them about the universe, tell them about the Hubble Space Telescope and the vastness of the number of stars and galaxies. Like, how on earth
tell
would
them
you...
about calculus. And
yes.
geography.
So what I love to imagine is that these intelligent aliens out there, that we are like the ants. Like, why and how would they contact us?
Okay, so Matt, Sarah's bumming us out. Now we're insignificant. Now we're just plain stupid.
Well, also, I think it is worth
right.
pointing out there are different. I mean, like Sarah was alluding to, there are very different types of intelligence. So, I've been to university. You've both spent a lot more time in academia. That we've all met people who are incredibly smart in specific ways and otherwise idiots. So
okay.
maybe they have the ability to travel across galaxies, but then not the ability to not shoot themselves within a very short amount of time. And maybe they're us.
The official answer is they think we're idiots.
Yeah.
Either they think we're idiots, or we think they are for having self-destructed before they could get here.
Oh, there it is. Touche. All right, so Matt, give me some more.
So along the lines of interacting with other civilizations, Eric Gross asks, let's say we discover proof of life not in our own solar system, but on some distant celestial body. Would there be any meaningful scientific value of the discovery or opportunity to expand upon the knowledge? It may, of course, have broad societal and emotional effects, but would science practitioners have any real hope of gaining more information about life forms that are at a minimum of 4.3 light years from Earth?
Yeah, so Sarah, I love that question because generally when we think of scientific discoveries or advances, we think, okay, in 5 years or 10 years, engineers will get a hold of it and they'll make some new device and we'll all be living better and differently. And so life somewhere else that you can't actually have a conversation with, even if it's intelligent, and are you getting secrets from them? I mean, what if you can't, or can you? Are we missing something here?
It's such a great question. I mean, we are so wrapped up in the emotion and the excitement of the journey of exploration and of being the first who can try to find out what's out there. So in a practical sense, not really. I mean, we're not doing this to find anything practical. That said, wouldn't it be amazing if there is life, intelligent life, on the nearest star system 4 light years away? We could have a very slow conversation, but we could imagine.
No witty repartee there.
Right. Send them a message, and 4 years later, you'll get their message back, and we could exchange ideas about technology. So, if we wanted to be practical, that's probably the most practical avenue.
So, but in terms of biology, unless we learn from them through these radio signals what their sort of biochemistry is like, we wouldn't get to compare DNA, or if they have DNA at all, you wouldn't be able to do any sort of in situ kind of comparisons to advance biology on life, I would guess. Is
Right.
that correct?
No, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, but I don't want to sound like, who was that philosopher 150 years ago who said, the stars, they're just lights on the sky, and we can know, how bright they are and their location, but we will never know what they're made of.
Right, and think about this, we're just here now. Imagine 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now. We may have a way to get to this. Imagine if there's intelligent life on that planet, and we do a sample return. We fly something by, they send something up, we grab it, we, gravitational slingshot around their star, and we come back.
Okay. So, all right, I'll just think 1,000 years from now rather than next week. Okay.
Well, what you just said, that answer segues quite neatly into this question, which I like. And I'm going to combine 2 different questions from what Tom Says, who asks, what forms of communication are most likely to be able to cross between the stars? And Trumpet Wom, who says, how do you think we will overcome the language barrier if we ever meet another sentient life form?
I love it. And Sarah, you remember that movie?
Arrival.
Arrival?
Yeah, Arrival.
So I got in trouble and I knew I was going to get in trouble for saying this. I said, in the movie Arrival, they brought a physicist and a linguist to try to communicate with the alien when they should have brought an exobiologist and a cryptographer. And I got so much shit from the linguists out there because this is their one time to appear in a movie, and there I am just dissing them. But what is your opinion about how we would actually communicate?
I mean, I love that movie. I love the concept that it may be so difficult that we may not find a way to communicate.
Okay, so Matt,
I know,
she
Neil.
just swept
Neil
that one under the rug.
Neil
You hear
doesn't
that?
like.
Matt, she
Neil doesn't like any of my answers, but
she's sweeping it. I don't know how big her rug is in the middle. But how about mathematics? How about symbolism, symbology? How about?
I like all those
It assumes
answers.
that you're okay with them or not?
I like it. It would have to be something that is fundamental in a very mathematical way. I agree with that.
Because math apparently applies across the universe. So if they discover something that is cosmic universal, it'll have to be the cosmic universal things we discovered as well, I presume.
Right.
So I wonder, I think one of our greatest triumphs is the periodic table of elements. If we can show that to them and see if they have a version of it.
Right.
Because there'd be a lot of pantomiming initially, I would guess.
Yes.
Before anybody actually communicated. So it is funny that, aliens often just spoke English,
Right. That's why The Arrival is so great. It's such a great movie because it's the first time they have these beings that have no way to really interact with us.
Right. So, Matt, give me one more question before we wrap up this middle segment.
I will do, and for the people who are watching the video rather than just the audio, I apologize for the other life form that keeps walking across my lap while we're trying to record. I have no way of communicating with him. So I'm also going to combine these two questions because they're in similar themes. So Rob Carter asks, when searching for life on other planets, is there a priority of what type of life you look for? For example, would a land-based life form take precedence over an aquatic species, and so forth? And then Jonathan R. Brown asks, carbon-based life on Earth developed in the oceans and diversified exponentially from there, spreading to land and beyond. Life on other worlds may develop from a different elemental base and begin on land or in other environments. Could ET life be too alien for us to recognize as life, and what is the baseline?
And we'll get to that after this break. See what I did there? Those are brilliant, amazing questions that are the foundations of so much science fiction storytelling. But Sarah, you have the commercial break to figure out what the answer before you sweep this one under the rug. Okay? When Star Talk Cosmic Queries returns. We're back. Star Talk Cosmic Queries. Search for Life edition. Sarah, are you active on social media? Do you have a Twitter account?
Yes, I do. It's Prof. Sarah Seeger, P-R-O-F.
Prof. Sarah Seeger, and S-E-A-G-E-R.
Right.
Okay, excellent. So we can all follow you there. And I assume you talk about fun stuff, like and your research and the like.
And Facebook as well. You can just search for my name, Sarah Seeger, on Facebook as well.
Okay, excellent. All right, so Matt, we left off with a brilliant pair of questions. Tell me the two names who asked again.
Yes, that was Rob Carter and Jonathan R. Brown, and they were both asking about the types of life forms that you might find on other planets, whether land-based, aquatic, and so on, and whether we'd even be able to recognize those things as life. Or if
and must they be based on carbon?
We won't have a chance to see that life. We'll only see what life does. We'll see the byproducts of that life.
Because the telescopes aren't good enough yet.
Right. We can't. We'll only see the planet far away. We won't even see it in some cases. It'll be a pale blue dot, or we'll just see its atmosphere as backlit by its star. So we won't see the animals.
So the point is, when you study the chemistry of the atmosphere, it's a remarkable feat of observational astrophysics, because the light from the star behind it passes through the transparent atmosphere, and then the molecules leave their fingerprint, and that's what you're studying.
Right, that's the way we're studying exoplanet atmospheres today. That's right.
So we're a long way off from you watching something wave to you in the telescope.
We are, but funnily enough, it doesn't stop us.
You got an answer there?
Yeah, I do have an answer.
That's good.
Well, I was going to say, it doesn't stop us from speculating about what life might be like. I want you to just imagine for a moment, because exoplanets are so diverse. They're different masses and sizes, and we're imagining their atmospheres are all different. Imagine a planet where the atmosphere is so massive and heavy that it's a similar density to water. So imagine you have a water ocean, and above that is a heavy, dense atmosphere. You could imagine things like flying fish that can just move between the atmosphere and the water because it's the same density.
Wow.
Yeah, we love to imagine a planet that is somewhat dark because of a massive atmosphere. And we like to imagine this idea of birds with giant wings that are photosynthetic, that the wings are like giant plant leaves. They can fly up to where there is sunlight and gain energy from the sun that way.
Sarah, that reminds me, some science fiction writer, forgive me for not remembering, there was a punchline in it where the aliens come to the Earth, they see what we all do here, and then they return to their home planet, and they report on what they discovered, and they said, they're all made of meat. and because we basically eat each other, right? Life eats other life unless you're a plant, in which case you eat sunlight.
Wow. Okay.
So, I mean, just think about that. So, if you are a bird that has photosynthetic wings, then to eat, like you just said, you just go to an altitude where you get the sunlight and then come back down, and you're not killing anything for your survival.
But then you would presumably be prey for whatever is in the lower levels, because they aren't accessing that sunlight.
you'd want to make sure they're photosynthetic too. I think but imagine a whole world where that's the case, and they come visit us, and we have all these slaughterhouses, and not just us, other animals eat other animals, and this would look like a really bloody, nasty place to them.
Very nasty.
Would you guys ever think about that?
No, but it sounds pretty scary.
Okay, so tell me also about a carbon-based life. How
Yeah, because
important is that, do you think?
Sam Couch actually asked this specifically while we're doing that. Sam asked, is it possible to have life elsewhere that is not carbon-based? And if so, what would that look like compared to carbon-based life? And what would be the requirements for that life to survive?
Yeah, there really hasn't been a lot of solid work done in that area. It's really hard to construct, the biochemistry of like a completely different type of life out there. We're not sure if silicon-based life is even really possible. We think silicon, a lot of our silicon here on Earth, for example, it's locked away into rocks. And there's just not a lot of silicon. We think silicon compounds are often, they dissolve in water too easily. So I think the jury is still out on that one.
Okay, so even though silicon makes the same families of molecules as carbon does, because they're top and bottom to each other on the periodic table, as we learned in high school chemistry, that they'll all make the same kinds of molecules. But you're saying the other properties of silicon molecules make them wholly different from what carbon is giving us.
Yes.
So our search for life is justifiably carbon-based. Not to put words in your mouth, but that's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, you said it well. That's right.
Matt, did she sweep
No,
any of
I
that
think
under
that
the
rug is fully lifted and the items underneath are exposed to the elements.
and revealed.
And
All right.
Alright,
So Matt,
okay,
keep going.
this one's pitting host against guest here. Josh V asks, Dr. Tyson has spoken in past Star Talk episodes about the idea of Goldilocks zones being antiquated at best and possibly the wrong approach to searching for life. What is Professor Seeger's opinion on the use and definition of Goldilocks zones as it applies to what galactic locations are prioritized in searching the vast cosmos?
Wow, actually, this is one where Neil and I agree, actually. So just to go into some detail, the habitable zone, it's a good construct, the Goldilocks zone. It helps us think of where we should be looking for planets. But in reality, I think it really depends on the individual planet. Like, I want you to imagine a planet that instead of having an atmosphere like ours that is mostly nitrogen and has a good amount of oxygen, imagine a planet that has a hydrogen atmosphere, dominated by hydrogen. Did you know hydrogen is a nasty, potent greenhouse gas? Way worse than any of the gases we have on our planet Earth. So a planet with hydrogen, it turns out, it could still be the right temperature, far outside to what we think of as this traditional Goldilocks zone, because it has such a powerful greenhouse.
And they wouldn't call it nasty. They would be thankful for it.
They would need it, or their planet would be
Yes, they would need it.
cool.
Right.
So I like to think of habitability concept as being, planet independent, not your location in the galaxy or your location in your own planetary system, but dependent on the properties of the planet.
So that's an enlightened, modern view of the concept of a zone. So the zone is it's a virtual zone in that sense, because it can be in places that are not just in the narrow-minded swath that's around the sun. So that's good. I hadn't thought about these other kinds of Goldilocks zones you're referencing. And for all we know, even the definitions we've come up with now, 20, 30 years from now, Carrie and Violetta, the 12-year-old listening to this, in their day, they might look back at our broadened definition of a Goldilocks zone and say, what do they know? Because for all we know, there could be like life inside of volcanoes or something. I mean, who knows?
Right. And we haven't observed any rocky exoplanet atmospheres yet. We're just beginning, so.
Right. Okay. So what I want to do now is go into a semi-lightning round. And so, Sarah, pretend you're on the evening news, and the whole interview is going to last just a couple of minutes. And so this is your soundbite quiz. Really, can you give us a soundbite? You've been very good in this program up so far. So I think you'll come out in flying colors. So Matt.
So I think I know the answer to this one, but Andrew Gondreau asks, my question is about the probability of life in the universe finding each other. If we think of the universe as infinite and the axis of time as infinite, does it stand to reason that the probability of life in different areas of the universe finding each other on both axes, time and space, approaches zero?
Ooh,
my guess is no, but I want to hear from the scientists.
Sarah.
Okay, I didn't totally get that, the last part of that. So he's saying if everything's infinite, life shouldn't find each other.
So
why is he
I think the question is,
Oh.
if we're dealing with an infinite universe and a finite amount of life, would that not be so far apart from each other that it couldn't find each other?
No, he added another dimension. Let's say life is there and we're here, and we go there and we find them. Okay? If space is infinite, that reduces the likelihood that they're just going to be there. They're going to be probably much farther away from us. That's the first axis on this. The other axis is maybe the life is there now, but they're not going to be there in 100 years. So you have to intersect not only in time, but in place. And if both the time axis and the place axis are infinite, what hope do we have of ever making contact? I think I got his question.
I think
you got it.
Yes.
I think I got that.
You got it. Yes. It really all depends on how common life is. If life is rare, then yes, that question and answer is valid. But we all want to believe that. We see the ingredients for life everywhere. And so we have every reason to hope that on each rocky planet, that's the right temperature, that there's a chance for life there.
Okay, but in terms of how far we've actually searched, my favorite reference there is an analogy given by Jill Tarter of the SETI Institute. And it was so good, I've given this 100 times since then. And we got her to say it on Star Talk, so we have it bronzed.
I know what you're going to say.
In our archives. You can ask how much of the universe have we searched before we start saying there's no life here. And if you look at all the parameter space, time, space, frequency of bandwidth, right? You could be trying to say hi in one frequency, and they're trying to say hi in another frequency, and there's ships passing in the night, and you both conclude that there is no sign of intelligent life. So she said, it's like going up to the ocean, scooping an empty cup, filling it with ocean water, looking at it and saying, there are no whales in the ocean. So in terms of how much total volume of space, time, frequency is searchable. And so that was depressing but fascinating at the same time.
Right. But at the same time, now I'm going to turn the tables and do the opposite of trashing all the comments. Like, if you're scooping up that one glass of water, surely there is some kind of life. And so
like
when we're scooping up by looking at the nearest planets, if we look at, we're looking at the nearest planets, and if there is life there, wait, let me try to say this better. So we're thinking that we can look at the nearest stars and the nearest planets, and that the ingredients for life are everywhere, and that they should come together often enough that we have a chance of finding signs of life.
Excellent. So that's like taking a scoop of anywhere there's soil on Earth. There's going to be life in it.
Right, or any air parcel.
Even air.
Anything.
Very cool. Matt, let's
All right,
slip in
John
a couple
David
more
Newman
questions.
says, is it possible that the galaxies we observe relatively are less likely to have life than the dwarf galaxies or wandering stars in deep space, which are more difficult to see? Would wandering stars or dwarf galaxies in deep space be less threatening?
Well, at the moment, we're only able to observe the very nearest stars. We can't see other galaxies. So that question's out of our at the moment. However, each star is fairly isolated. And each star has its own planetary system as far as we can tell, so it shouldn't matter which galaxy the planet is in relation to whether life is there or not.
And we see the same kinds of stars in most galaxies. And there are differences, of course, but that repeats enough. So I agree with you. We would be perfectly happy searching stars in our own galaxy without having to go to others just to wonder if it's different. But another point implicit there is some galaxies that have very rocking active nuclei with very deadly radiation coming out. And it could be that some galaxies are hostile to the formation of complex molecules, and more peaceful galaxies like the dwarf galaxies, that they may be more hospitable. I mean, we don't really know this yet. And I agree, Sarah, there's still much more searching to go before we start creating a galactic model for what life would or should be like. Let's get one more question, man, so we can get it.
I'm really on a combining kick today, because these are both quite philosophical. Jet Thomas asks, we as a species love to stimulate our senses by watching movies, listening to music, telling stories, and more. Assuming an alien civilization is interested in leisure, Could we hypothesize what a stimulation of different senses would look like outside of our familiar life and look for evidence of such things? And then Chris Hampton says, what effect do you think the discovery of alien life would have on society? Would borders eventually dissipate and self-identification move from Russian, American, etc. to Earthling? How long would the initial pandemonium last?
I think
in one soundbite.
I think
Sarah.
I was going to ask Neil for that because Neil is so articulate and good at speaking. I think you should take a crack at it.
I'll take a quick crack at it. It is interesting when you find something that's more other than you are from among yourselves. It does does act as a kind of binding force, and sometimes for the good, sometimes not. But I had hoped that we would have had this kind of binding force in the face of COVID. COVID was like an alien that it doesn't care what your skin color is or your gender or gender expression, who you have sex with or anything. It doesn't care. It'll infect you. And that would be a good place to band together and fight it. And we failed that test. So I wish I had more confidence than I currently do in how we would react collectively as a species to an alien, be they friendly or hostile. And the other
it was about
question
what kind of version of stories and art and music and would an alien civilization have? How different from ours? How would we interact with it?
Sarah, do you guys think much about the senses that an alien might have?
I mean, is that something that you could look for evidence of, or ways that they could have changed their environment to accommodate the different ways that they interact with each other the way we do?
No. I mean, if you think about it for a moment, our oxygen on Earth, life on Earth, bacteria, cyanobacteria, billions of years ago, they re-engineered our atmosphere. They completely changed our atmosphere so it was unrecognizable. So we can see giant things like that. But small things like that animals do or that aliens would do, those are out of a possibility for now.
Yeah, but you're being like straight scientist there. But now let me ask you, Sarah Seeger, the human being who watches science fiction movies, can you imagine if an alien had another sense, what might it be?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't have a good answer for that.
I can take any answer. It doesn't have to be good.
Well, sometimes I do like to think about our own
problematic.
planet and all the intelligent life here. Like the dolphins and octopus. And there's a lot of creatures here that we think are highly intelligent. And so I do like to think about how they interact with each other and what signs they give each other.
I'll do it when I get back.
My favorite New Yorker comic, we got to end was there were two dolphins swimming together, and they're looking up at two humans talking to each other, looking out of the water, and they see them, and one dolphin says to the other, they face each other and make sounds, but it's not clear that they're actually communicating. Dolphin with brains bigger than ours. Sarah, it has been a delight to have you on, and we neglected to even mention that you were co-author on the recent discovery of phosphine, a molecule in the upper atmosphere of Venus, a possible product of life. I know that result is still getting contested, but it's fun to watch science at its best when ideas come forth and people try to explain it in multiple ways. So just good luck on that. It was great to see you active in that, and in your part memoir, The Smallest Lights in the Universe. It's a delight to see that contains a first-hand account not only of your life, but the birth of an entire cottage industry in our beloved field of astrophysics, the search for exoplanets and the search for life itself. So great to have you on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. And Matt, always good to have you, man.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And we'll look for you on Probably Science.
Yes, please. Thank
I
you.
got it straight.
In one.
All right.
And also your book as well, Neil. We've got to give that another plug.
Oh, so another plug for Cosmic Queries. If you like this format, and if you're listening, you probably do, because it's one of our most popular. We just put it all in one book. It's got the deepest questions of what is life, and what is the universe made of, and how did it begin, how will it end, are there multiverses? And so we're very proud of that book as a Star Talk community, because it's a lot of it has been inspired by shows like this, where you write in and ask your deepest questions, and that inspired us to put the book out there, and it's a product of the Star Talk family. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. As always, keep it moving.
start.
This is Star Talk. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, and today's topic is proving Einstein right. Chuck, I needed you for this one because you're the man. You're the man.
I don't know how you need me because I never knew Einstein was wrong. So I'm trying to figure out where's the controversy.
Where is the controversy? Well, to talk about that controversy, I'm bringing in a friend and longtime colleague, Jim Gates. Jim, welcome to Star Talk.
Well, Neil, it's good to be back in the presence of a star.
No, don't.
James, please, it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm going to leave that one at that. So, Jim, you've been at this for a long time. Well, you've been an Einstein fan for sure, but a theoretical physicist, and you're director for the Center for Theoretical Physics at Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. And that's a title. How long have you been doing that?
So when I was 66, Neil, I was recruited from the University of Maryland to Brown. I went around telling my friends, asking friends, why do you think you want an old car?
No, it's not the age, it's the mileage, okay? It's clear. We know this.
But one of my friends said, Jim, you're not an old car, you're an antique car. And
there you go. A preservable antique.
They hold their value.
Hey, I'm going to go one better than your friend, James. You are vintage, my friend. You are vintage. Vintage gets you even more money than antique, as they say.
Well, I switched after 33 years at my previous university. Came here and
where was the previous university?
The University of Maryland, College Park.
Wow. And are you still on speaking terms? Because I would be kind of angry after 33 years that you just up and leave me. Just leave our marriage after 33 years.
Well, I don't know if marriage is the right analogy. But independent of debating that particular we did part on good terms.
Excellent.
In fact, I'm an emeritus professor there. Oh. And as an emeritus professor, I have taught 2 consecutive years courses on public policy.
Nice.
Evening courses. Yep. So I'm on good terms.
Wait, so if I remember correctly, you were on Obama's advisory council for science and technology, right?
That's exactly right, Neil. Served 7 years on the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, PCAST, the acronym.
PCAST, that's right, That's right. So, but you weren't in the current administration. They didn't invite you to get in there.
I thought we were going to try to keep.
Okay, I'm just wondering. All right,
on the up and up here.
We'll leave it at that. So
that's all right. I was invited to be on this current administration's advisory council on writing jokes about technology. So
there you go. So if you're director of the center, that's not necessarily an academic title. That's a job title. So you're also professor of physics.
Indeed, I'm an endowed professor here at Brown University. The endowment is the Ford. I'm the so-called Ford Professor of Physics. I'm also an affiliate mathematics professor, and on top of that, I'm a faculty fellow at the Watson Institute for Public Affairs and International Affairs.
Wow, excellent. Okay,
nice stuff.
So you're like we should bring you back for 7 other excuses, 7 other reasons. Forget the theoretical physics. We got some policy we got to figure out here.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to structure this program. We're going to spend the first segment just talking about why was Einstein proved right, or why did he need to be proved right, and then we'll go to Q&A. We go to our cosmic queries. And Chuck, you got cosmic queries for section 2 and 3?
I have questions right here, and I have to say, these are some. Man, people are excited that you're here, Professor. They are excited that you're here. We got some great questions.
There's no one that triggers more questions than Einstein and relativity, and we got the man for it.
Well, I would say Einstein, relativity, and Tyson.
And what?
And Tyson.
No.
Okay, right on.
Okay. All right, so Jim, you published a book in 2019 called Proving Einstein Right, and let me get the full title, The Daring Expeditions That Changed How We Look at the Universe.
Sure.
And do you have a co-author? Who was that?
I do have a wonderful co-author. Her name is Kathy Pelletier. She lives in Allagash, Maine, which is just right across walking to Canada. And this book is not what people expected. Usually, Neil, your first book, as I recall, was partly autobiographical, right?
Well, that was one of my first, fourth books, yeah.
Okay, fourth. So what I wanted to do with this was to do something I had never seen done before with physicists. Usually people talk about the wonder and the majesty of looking at nature and the struggle and what have you. But what I wanted to do, and I had wanted to do this for a decade, is to write a book about the interior lives of the people who do the science. And so this book is actually dedicated to 8 astronomers and Albert Einstein. And we tell the scientific story, but what we really want to do is get inside of their heads and tell the story of what they were feeling as they went through this almost decade-long struggle. So the book surprises people.
Okay, so the book is published in 2019, and if I remember my history, that's basically the centennial of this big experiment that showed that Einstein was right.
That's right. And
but let me back up a little bit. So most people, I mean, physicists know Einstein for many things, of course, but for special relativity and general relativity. I think often when people think of Einstein, they think of the effects of sort of ordinary relativity, like time dilations and this sort of thing. So that would all happen in 1905.
That's correct.
So why, if that's all happened and it worked and it was, it was smoke and effective at explaining our understanding of the universe, why didn't everybody say, yeah, Einstein's the man? Why did it have to wait another 10 years for them to prove some other thing that he did?
So let me talk about Einstein in 1905. And thank you for giving me this opening. As you know, Neil, in 2005, there was the so-called Einstein Year of Physics, and there were celebrations all over the world. I gave 37 talks on 6 continents on Einstein that year.
But I thought there were only 5 continents. No, how many? No, I guess there were 7. I get my numbers confused.
I thank you.
You left out Antarctica. Yeah, okay.
Because that's the one I've never been to.
But the penguins will welcome you with open arms.
Well, and happy feet, yes.
Yeah, but the point was, yes, you're right, Neil. In 1905, he came up with some amazing things about space and time and how they bend and warp and what have you. But do you know that in 1907, he was still in the patent office? People think that as soon as he came up with his wonderful theories, the world beat a path to his door saying, Hosea, whatever. But no, that's not what happened.
It's Hosanna. No, Hosea.
Yeah, Hosea is the prophet, but Hosanna is the praise. But we knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Well, this is what happens when you go off script, guys. Sorry. But anyhow.
I'm sorry.
No, but you're right. But the point was that he did this great piece of work, but it took 2 years for the physics community to recognize what he had done. While he was in that patent office still trying to figure out how to get a job as a physics professor, he looked out the window one day and he saw some workmen on a roof. And he had this sort of story coming to him that if one of the guys fell, he wouldn't feel his weight. And so that started Einstein thinking about gravity.
He's thinking of the death of someone working on a roof next door. I did not know this.
Well, not the actual death, but the process that would lead to it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just his fall to imminent death.
Yeah, that's right. The imminent fall.
Okay, I did know Einstein had this morbid side of him.
Yes. And so,
however, let me just say I totally get it, because I think about the death of the guy that blows that leaf blower outside my bedroom window every Saturday morning. So,
and so Einstein started thinking about gravity, and so this is like in fact, he calls this the happiest thought of his life.
So Jim, this is like Newton's apple moment.
Yes.
Where he sees the apple falling, and then he sees the moon, and then there's a eureka moment in there.
And that's what happened with Einstein in 1907. So the thing that's curious about Einstein is, although people think about him as this mathematical genius, every time he did something, he actually had to learn more mathematics. So he didn't actually have the mathematics to realize what his intuition was. And he didn't get it right until 1915 or 16.
You know, Jim, that happens to me all the time. I have thoughts. I have to invent new math to, that's just a thing.
Yeah.
Well, some of us actually do that, Neil. That's another whole story, and I'll tell you about that one later. But anyhow, so he had this idea that took him almost a decade to get it down to the mathematics. And when he finished it, it was the theory of general relativity. It's the piece of thing that tells us that there was a Big Bang. It's the piece of mathematics that lets us know we live in a universe that is 13.8 billion years old. And so that came from that 1917 epiphany.
Wow.
Wait, no, I mean 1907.
1907.
Right.
Right.
Now remember, it's all math. It's all math. So if it's all math, how do you know he got it right?
Right, just because the math works doesn't mean it has to correspond to any objective reality.
And so when he finally gets his discussion together, in fact, even before he gets the right answer, he starts talking about it. He starts giving talks about it. And so very early on, astronomers realized, well, he realizes first, that astronomers would be critical to try to prove that his math is actually, as you said, Neil, something that happens in the real world. And he begins it by talking to this German astronomer named Irving Findlay Freundlich.
I'd never heard of the guy.
No one's ever heard of the guy. But
if I'd ever met someone named Irving Findlay Freundlich,
yes,
I'd remember that. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I have sent for your program. I've sent some photographs of all the people that we're talking about. That's the first guy that Einstein starts talking to seriously. As I have a way to prove my math. And he first starts saying, if you look at starlights, could you show that starlight bends when it passes near Jupiter? And the astronomer says, nah, that doesn't quite work. Then he starts asking questions about, but suppose we were looking at the night sky in the morning or during the early morning or late afternoon. Could we see bending starlight around perhaps Venus or something? And the guy says, the astronomers come back, no, that won't work. And so finally, by this set of discussions with Freundlich, he hits upon the idea that if you could watch starlight during an eclipse, you might be able to see the light being bent by the sun.
Because you can't otherwise see a star in broad daylight.
Exactly. So, it's very special circumstance. And so that starts the race.
Okay, so this bending of starlight would have been the first experimental verification of his general theory of relativity.
Yes.
And so now, so what year did that happen? Was that conversation?
These conversations around 1912 or so that he starts telling other people about it.
Okay, and that's how you get the creativity of other people to help you figure out how to make it work.
Bingo, and that's what our book is about. It's about the other people. It's not really about Einstein.
Okay, so what's all this we hear about his wife possibly being a big engine to his creativity?
A lot of people have, there's this one book, Einstein's Wife, I think is the title. There are a lot of people who have posited that as having been important. But from my reading of the history, she was certainly his partner as he was working through in Bern as a poor patent examiner trying to do business. She was certainly a partner.
So Bern, the city in Germany. Bern.
The city in Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland, excuse me, right. Mm-hmm.
She certainly was his partner there. But in the actual settling of the special theory of relativity, I've read over a dozen books trying to get this straight in my own head. The preponderance of evidence is that he worked it out with a friend of his on a tram ride, thinking about the clock tower in the city of Bern. Okay. So, I mean, it's a fantastic story. So,
what you're saying here, Jim, is had Einstein been a loner and not traveled anywhere, he wouldn't have come up with any of his ideas.
That's
how much life exposure is the right amount to fully realize your creativity that can be expressed?
I tell people all the time that being a scientist means that you swim in a sea of information. That information comes from your cognition. And so you cannot be, I know the archetype and stereotype view is that as a scientist, you go off in the corner and you sort of think big thoughts. But that's not what actually happens. I've lived this life for over 30 years, and you are constantly in conversation with your colleagues. and you use them to hone and to refine your thoughts and distill your thoughts and curate your thoughts. And
So Jim, the active word there is that you are swimming in these influences, not drowning in the influences.
I was going to say, yeah.
yeah. So that's why with Kathy Pelletier, we wanted to talk about these people that basically were using what Einstein inspired them to, but to swim towards this discovery of whether his math was an accurate description of nature.
Wow.
Do you think Einstein had any doubts about whether it was all true?
From my reading, no. He sort of said, he sort of says things like, if the theory of general relativity had failed to receive experimental and observation support, that he would have felt sorry for the good Lord.
Because that was a really brilliant idea.
Right. which is kind of way of saying, like, I'm smarter than God. So
yeah, it definitely says that.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It really
No,
doesn't.
Jim, you're lying. Jim.
No, I'm not lying. If you read a lot about Einstein, you find out he's a very, very complicated character. And and if Chuck, since you brought up the issue of God,
okay,
and you did bring it up.
I did, yeah. I mean, to me, when somebody says that statement, it kind of sounds like, I'm smarter than God.
No, but you see, Einstein's, although you can interpret that statement that way, that's not really what Einstein felt, because in fact, he talks also about the illimitable spirit. That is a spirit without limits. So it's clear that if you could use a phrase like that, you're not putting yourself above such an image.
Okay.
All right, that's a very good point.
He didn't use that phrase in that sentence, though, but okay.
Not in that sentence.
In that moment, he felt badass, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. It's not, but yeah.
Because it is, Jim, before we go into the second segment and solicit our cosmic queries, just give me a minute or two. I know it should be hours or two, but give me a minute or two on the idea that math is just something we invented as humans.
Yeah.
And it works. What's up with that? There's
Neil,
no reason that it should work at all.
Neil, this is the only piece of magic that I've ever experienced and seen in reality.
I love that. I love that. It's magic.
It's a piece of magic, but it happens to be a part of our reality. I don't know of any other form of magic for which I can say this. And
this is human-created magic. We create something, and it magically describes reality, and enables you to predict and understand and extend.
It acts like a third eye for those of us who are scientists. It lets us see things that are not seeable otherwise. I made a presentation at the New York Academy of Sciences about 2 years ago, and it's precisely on this point of the magic ability of mathematics. It's an hour-long interview, so I'm not going to bore you to, but I would...
Wait, is it on YouTube or something, or is it...
Yeah, it's available on YouTube, absolutely.
Well, forgive me, I'll go find it. I'm going to find it. Okay, the New York Academy of Sciences, a long-venerated institution.
Absolutely, and I was there with Margaret Wertheim, and we discussed this magical thing, this thing about mathematics. And at the end of the day, one of the things I said about it is that mathematics, as people like me use it, it's the only human language that we know accurately allows us to describe nature. However, any other conscious being that could produce mathematics will have access to this knowledge.
So hence the idea that if we meet up with aliens, we might start with this symbolic representation of what is and is not.
Sure.
And math could be the only way we can prevent ourselves from getting our brains sucked out by the evil ways.
Many of us think that that's right.
So when we come back, more of this edition of Star Talk, where we're talking about proving Einstein right. We're going to go straight to our Cosmic Queries version of that when we return. We're back, Star Talk, proving Einstein right. Chuck, thanks for being there, as always.
Always a pleasure.
And we got Sylvester Jim Gates, a longtime friend and colleague, who's an Einstein expert, theoretical physics. expert. He's all the kind of expert you need for this.
Absolutely.
for this incarnation of Star Talk. And we're going to devote this segment to Cosmic Queries. Jim, your presence on our show was announced to our fan base, and they got completely excited by this prospect.
Oh my goodness.
So I have 5%, no, I have 3% overlap with Jim's expertise in the subject. So if I can find a 3% way to add, I will, but basically this is all going to Jim.
Okay.
So,
cool.
Chuck,
Excellent. And
do it.
Not that it needs to be said, but I have 0% overlap with Jim, which is why I'm reading the questions. So here we go.
All right.
Let's start. You know what? Before we start, let me just quickly, can you, Professor, give us a quick breakdown between the special and the general when it comes to relativity? I think that might be a nice framework for anybody who didn't ask a question to be a part.
Good.
Thank you, Chuck. So let me start with special because it's simpler. If you were standing by a road and there was a car that was speeding towards you with its horn blaring, what would you actually hear? It would go something like, ah.
Right.
Right, because you hear that dip in the tone. That's
Jim, that
called
sounded like you were dying.
I was going to say,
Well,
yeah.
No, I could do better than that. Here you go. Ready?
Okay, so we'll go
Okay,
with
let's work with that. Nothing's dying.
We'll
there.
work with the cat sound.
By
Okay.
the way, in his spare time, Neil does sound effects from Warner Brothers.
I can see. And so the point is that effect is because sound changes its frequency if it's moving towards you, that's when it's high pitched, but if it's moving away from you, this pitch goes down. Exactly. So the point is light actually does the same thing. When a light source is coming towards you, it appears to be bluer than it actually is. When it's moving away from you, it is appearing to be redder. And that is one of the primary effects of special relativity. It's about the relative motion of you and the source of the light in the theory of special relativity. In my car analogy, it's this the motion of the car either towards or with you. So that's what special relativity is all about, is if I'm moving and you're not, how do I perceive things? How do you perceive things? That's the simplest. That's my 5-minute class on special relativity.
And then
General relativity.
Can you juxtapose that against the general and the distribution of mass and all that stuff?
So the general theory of relativity is something very, very, very different. And what the general theory of relativity is about is what is gravity. You see, in the special relativity, Einstein wasn't thinking about gravity. He was just thinking about how things would look if I'm moving. But in the general theory of relativity, the question is, what actually is gravity? It's a very deep question that even Sir Isaac Newton didn't get the answer to. And the answer that Einstein teaches us through his mathematical wizardry is that gravity is the space which we move through and time which we experience durations in are combined to this thing he called space-time, and gravity is the bending of this thing. So that's my short course on general relativity.
Cool.
Well, there you go.
All right, that was great. Okay, let's go to Izzy Roar, who says,
Wait, is this Patreon? Do we do Patreon people first?
yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, we always start with a Patreon question because Patreon people give us money. So, and for that, we are grateful. And we show our gratitude by giving you special preference.
Wait. So, but Chuck.
Yeah, we're just like Congress. We're just like your congressman.
But Chuck, this just in. Apparently, all your questions are Patreon questions. I've just learned.
Oh, excellent.
This just in.
Every single one of them. So guess what? All of you.
Let's go.
So thank you to all of you. Izzy Roar, Neil, Chuck, Jim. This is your friend Violetta, the astrophysics-loving kid here in Birmingham, Alabama. My mom. Oh, you know her? Okay, cool.
We've been in contact.
Excellent. My mom and I have had many discussions about this. Scientists like to describe Einstein's general relativity as being incompatible with quantum mechanics. They say things like they mathematically don't work out or don't work together. So our question is, Why the heck is that?
So it's,
Yeah, Jim. Yeah, what's up with that?
Okay, so let me give me a second here because I got to phrase this without the mathematics. So the idea
That is so funny, by the way. Okay, let me just say, that may have been the most physics thing I've heard in a very long time. I've got to figure out a way to say this without the mathematics.
Well, you see, I don't know if you folks.
It's like, I'm sorry, me no speak English, me speak mathematics.
Well,
Speak English.
Chuck, you may not know this, but Neil can tell you this. Often at the end of my email messages, I ask forgiveness for spelling and punctuation errors because my first language is mathematics.
Ooh!
Snap! English is my second language. And so I'm at a disability when people ask me to talk.
Listen, I've never heard a person admit a fault that makes you better than most people.
Well, I don't know about that. But it causes me difficulties, Chuck, on many, many occasions.
Okay.
Back to
quantum.
Back to quantum. Okay, so what essentially happens is if you believe the universe is quantum mechanical, then it forces you to forget about things like electrons. Because electrons we think about as little tiny balls. That's the classical picture that you're taught. And in fact, quantum mechanics says, no, that's not the way it works for electrons. You have to think of these things that are more like waves, except when they act like particles. So that's the first thing it gives you this really weird thing that you have to give up an idea, except sometimes, right? It's really
right.
Okay, so now so there's a piece of mathematics around this called Schrodinger's equation. So I got to bring that in, and it tells you how to calculate.
If you're going to bring up Schrodinger, you can't leave out his cat.
Exactly.
So just keep going.
Okay.
Or that litter box, which hasn't been changed in God knows how long.
Well,
Schrodinger's litter box.
That's what I'm about. Schrodinger's litter box.
We can also go back to Neil's rendition of a car horn as it approaches you. But anyhow, so you have a piece of mathematics around giving up the idea of particles. And when you now give that piece of mathematics up and try to do gravity, you find out you just get into a total mess, that you cannot calculate answers anymore that take into account the quantum behavior. And that's the mess.
So that's the disconnect there, is that Schrodinger's equation, once you remove anything, none of the gravity stuff works.
Because the way that Einstein and Newton and all those folks thought about gravity has the idea of particles embedded in it. That's the problem.
All right. So who's at the end of the day? Who's got to give? Is gravity going to bend to quantum physics, or is
I see what you did there. I saw what you did there, Neil.
With the gravity bends, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So Neil, this is actually a very deep question.
Or is there a third idea, bigger than both of those, that then encloses them under one umbrella?
There are variants of everything that you've just said. Well, first of all, who's going to bend? There are people who will tell you that gravity is going to be one that loses the discussion.
If I had to bet, I'd lean that way too. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people who believe that somehow gravity is going to have to give way in some manner. There are other people who have this third idea approach that you were talking about, Neil, and one of those, and sort of emblematic of that, is a discussion that's underway about information and black holes. I know Neil is probably aware of this, but there's this whole discussion about whether information is conserved, like we say energy is conserved, is information conserved? And if you have a universe with black holes, doesn't that mean that some of the energy some of the information disappears? And then you violate a conservation law. So there's a whole big discussion in theoretical physics that's been underway for over a decade about black holes and information
All right, so when you talk about information, are you referring to, because we just talked about this last week, give me 1 second, please, that when Neil was talking about virtual particles and the evaporation of a black hole, and if I'm not mistaken, then this particle actually materializes on the outside of the black hole, and then that is what escapes. And so then if that were to happen, are you saying that somehow messes up this whole idea of the conservation of information?
And Chuck, you were really paying attention in that episode.
It does seem like it.
Man, exactly right. Chuck.
Neil, why you think I do this job, man? I'm getting a free education.
Damn, Chuck.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what. Okay. That's.
But the point is that it's in a state of flux. We don't know what the final solution is going to be. But many people like me actually think that string theory will have something to do with the resolution.
Okay.
So the string people think this. Yeah.
Well, it's not just string people, I think. I don't consider myself a string person, for example. I am someone who spent their life working on supersymmetry, and strings happen to intersect that.
Okay. Well, I consider myself a string cheese person. So
String cheese, yes.
that's about as close as I'm getting to it. All right, cool.
All right, go to the next one.
Here we go. This is Paul Vogel, who says, recently, between the detection of gravitational waves and a photo of an event horizon of a black hole, some significant predictions made by Einstein's general relativity have been verified. What's the next big prediction made by general relativity that scientists are testing? Thank you.
So that's a great question, and it's a great question, and the answer is the following. In 1905, Einstein wrote 4 papers. Among those 4 papers is one that points out that energy has to be quantized. Now, we know that Einstein doesn't like quantum theory, but in fact, he's one of the fathers of quantum theory because of this 1905 paper on the photoelectric effect. That when you
Just to be clear, he didn't like it because he didn't think the universe should be probabilistic, right?
That's exactly right. He wanted determinism, as it's called. Whereas, as quantum mechanics says, no, you can't have determinism. You have to go with probabilities. So the answer to your question, Chuck, is now that we have seen waves of gravity, we want to see the quantization of the energy carried by those waves. Because when we do that, we will have the Star Trek graviton in our universe.
So the same way we know light has a particle, are you saying that gravity has a particle? Or wait a minute, it would have to be that we find this gravity particle?
That's correct. And that's the next big prediction that I want to find from the kind of experiments watching gravity. You want to be able to see the quantization of the energy that the gravity waves hold. That tells you that gravitons, just like you hear in Star Trek, you always talk about graviton waves. At that point, it is no longer science fiction. It's a piece of science.
Wait, and Chuck, just to follow your line, so a photon is a particle of light, but you can also speak of light as waves.
Right.
Right. So that is a proper analogy. We've measured gravitational waves. Now we want to measure the gravitational particle.
Oh my God!
You have the photon, then you have the graviton. So I don't know any experiments out there to measure a graviton. Is there something in the works?
No, nothing to my knowledge, Neil. I don't know anyone who's. This is going to have to be an exquisite experiment, and we're just at the stage of just being able to see the gravity waves. So, is it 50 years? Is it 100 years? I don't know. But as our technology improves, someone is eventually going to figure out how to do that detection. And then we can stop saying that Captain Kirk is the only guy who gets to talk about gravitons.
So just a quick question. If we have gravitons, then gravity being the curvature of space and time has no meaning in the presence of a graviton.
You're following along here. For a lot of people, the detection of a graviton will likely necessitate a real rethinking of what gravity is. Some of us already are there.
Solar panels don't only
I
work
don't
on
actually
base.
think about gravity in terms of geometry. It's field theory. That's the tool.
Okay. All right. So what you're saying is Einstein's curved space happens to be a convenience
Only a
in
base
under certain situations that get you the right answer.
Yes.
And you're good with that, but it's not the total story.
Nope.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, that is.
So just let the record show, Chuck, that Jim Gates just said Einstein had his head up his ass. Okay? He just said that, just to make it clear.
That's funny. Okay. James like, I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying
I didn't say
James is
that.
like, I'm not saying that. He was like, send your letters to Neil. The professor's like, send your letters to Neil because I did not say that. Okay. right.
Actually, we got to take a break, and
Okay.
when we come back, we'll go to our third and final segment of Cosmic Queries, proving Einstein right. On Star Talk. We're back. Star Talk, proving Einstein right, and Chuck is helping me, in his because you're a big fan of special and general relativity, aren't you, Chuck?
Oh, without a doubt. Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean,
But of course.
some people like reality TV. I like relativity. Okay, that didn't work.
No, that did not work.
That
But
did
anyhow,
not work.
but you're on social media. What's your best place people can find you on social media?
At Chuck Nice Comic. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Chuck
that.
Nice Comic. And you even have I stumbled on this, you never told me this. I stumbled on you have a TED Talk on technology in the future.
I do. Technology and the unintended consequences of human interactions.
Or the absence of human interaction via technology.
Exactly.
Yes, I stumbled on that. I'm angry with you for not telling me in advance about that. I'll find that on my own. We've got Jim Gates, an expert in theoretical physics. Jim, do you have a social media platform?
I do. It's Dr. Jim Gates. You can see there's a Twitter version and a Facebook version.
Doctor, it's just DR, I presume.
Just DR.
Yeah, all right. We'll find you there. And you've got this book, Proving Einstein Right.
Yes.
And co-authored with Kathy Pelletier.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're continuing our cosmic queries. And just before we begin, and Chuck, before you read one in, Jim, you've got a background there that looks kind of spacey, actually, but then not quite.
Yeah.
So could you give us a minute on that?
Sure. So I'm in the odd position, Neil, where it looks like both of my twin children are going to become physicists. So this is, this is not something I set out to do, but
Right. Yeah. keep telling yourself that. Okay.
And so my daughter works on black holes, and so she's actually started publishing, and I actually had a chance to watch her give a talk this week. So big props to my daughter. Her name is Delilah. But I also got to give big props to my son. The background that you're looking at, these green little splotches are artificial neurons that he's been growing in the laboratory because it looks like he's going to be a biophysicist.
Wow.
As opposed
Okay,
to,
Chuck, he's creating the next generation superhero or superhero villain.
Yeah, without a doubt.
The black holes and growing neurons.
So
that's it. That's it right there.
The daughter will harness the power of the black hole, and the son will imbue some being with that power to rule the world.
have you ever worried about dark side?
The dark side. There it is.
Right.
There it is.
Who knows?
Jim is breeding the dark side. Is it an actual photo or it looks like artwork?
No. It looks like artwork. This is actual photo of some of the first successful cell lines that he's been growing, where you can see the evidence that they're developing ganglia-like wheel brain cells.
Sweet, man.
Okay.
Wow, that's amazing.
We'll watch that space.
That's so important. Okay, cool.
All right, let's get to the next question, Chuck.
Yeah, big brain stuff going on in that family. All right, here we go. Let's go to Lisa Hansen. She says, "Hello to you all from the Bay Area. String theories are so involved and fascinating. I love trying to wrap my brain around them. I'm wondering what, if any, other scientific disciplines are involved in the research for evidence and proof of these theories, what those clues might be."
Well,
yeah, clues in this real universe, Jim, and not some imagined one.
I knew he was going to say.
It's very interesting that question came up because just last summer, I did something for the first time in my life. Because I tell people I exist at the boundary of mathematics and physics, so I'm a fallen mathematician in some sense. But last summer, I published a paper along with my colleague Stefan Alexander here at Brown University, Evan McDonough, who was one of our postdocs, and my postdoc, Konstantinos Koutrelakis, as well as our graduate student, Leah Jinks. And in this paper, we set out a premise that strings might be able to create structures that could potentially be observed in the cosmic microwave background. We call these structures Susie Reals. They're like these funny patterns. I hope people are familiar with the CMB. It's this microwave radiation that you can detect by looking out in the universe. And what we showed in our paper is if you take the ideas of string theory seriously, they have a way of writing a kind of signature in the structure. So what kind of science do you need? You need to be an astrophysicist, someone who can actually look in microwaves at how the universe gives us a perspective.
Once again, it comes down to the astrophysicist.
There you go.
Of course, absolutely.
Just saying.
Look, Einstein.
But now, wait.
Einstein needed astronomers.
Right?
String theory may well need astrophysicists.
So that begs the question: in that collaboration, who was Batman and who was Robin?
Just a quick thing, if I remember, Stefan Alexander, isn't he? He's the jazz musician, isn't that correct?
That's exactly right. Stefan is a professional level jazz musician, although he is a physicist on faculty here at Brown University.
Yeah, I should have said that differently. He's also a jazz musician. So he wrote that book, The Jazz of Physics, or The Physics of Jazz, or something?
The Jazz of Physics is his work.
Okay.
Right. Cool, man. All right. Great stuff. That's great stuff. Let's move on to Josh B, who says, who has more impressive mustache, Albert Einstein or Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Do you know, I got to say, anytime I'm on, I got to show up in a movie or in a documentary, and they put you in hair and makeup, and so they do the makeup, fine. And then they get to the hair, and they say, can we trim your eyebrows a little? And can we get some of the loose hairs out of your mustache? And I'm saying, wait, this is my Einstein look. You want to be all trimmed and manscaped?
Right. No,
this is not...
You need a wiry, unkempt, just wild mustache.
Yeah, so what's with that look, Jim, that Einstein sported?
So, I'm not sure what the question is.
You know what? With that as the answer, we should just move on. That was hilarious. Let's just go to Sam O'Neill.
Okay.
Who says...
Wait. Just about 8 years ago, I just want you to know I was nominated for the Mustache Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Right on.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to return that. I was once inducted into the Luxuriant Hair Association.
Very
That's
nice.
a thing?
It was at the time.
Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. This is from Sam O'Neill. He says, hey, Dr. Tyson. Hey, Dr. Gates. What's up, Chuck? My question is, what do you theorize that the strings in superstring theory are made of? Love you guys. I would give you money, and I do. Samantha from Earth.
From Earth. Excellent. I love that.
Well, my question is PayPal.
It's Patreon on this side of it.
Oh, okay.
Go
Well,
on.
someone's got to explain that to me.
There you go.
Well,
that's all you, Jim. So go for it.
Yeah. So the thing about string theory, which perhaps isn't completely understood, is that we don't think strings are made of anything. They are the fundamental thing if it's a correct picture of the universe.
They are the thing everything else is made of.
That's right.
So therefore, you can't say what it's made of, because it is the thing that everything's made of.
That's all we know.
Wow. That
feels like a cop-out, though.
I was about to say, that's a little circular.
Yeah, but
it's slightly circular.
Just a little bit.
No, Chuck, you're right. But you see, one of the weird things about mathematics is that you have to take some things on faith. There's actually a mathematical theorem that says this. It's called one of Gödel's theorems. And so this is one of the really weird things about math that people do not appreciate.
Well, no, Jim, be fair. It's not that you have to take it on faith. It's that you have to assert that it's true. And if you assert that it's true, then everything else works. It's an assertion. It's not, gee, I hope it's... No, you just declare that it's true and then take everything from there. But you can't prove the thing that you assert that's true. That's not faith.
And therefore it's an element of faith.
I use faith in a different way.
I know you do. We have to have another discussion about
the whole faith. We'll get you.
Yes.
I said we'll get you back 7 other ways on this. On
Without
the show.
a doubt.
I'd love to talk to you.
Forget Einstein. We got other business to resolve here.
If only George Michael were here to settle this debate. Okay. Sorry, pop culture reference. Shouldn't have brought it in. Here we go.
From 1980.
I know.
Damn, Chuck.
I can't help it.
How old are you? Damn.
He looks young, doesn't he, Neil?
He does. He uses that oil of old age.
Yeah. Did you say oil of old age?
That's not exactly what he said.
Okay, I never heard that before. I like that.
I heard that from an old friend of mine too.
Oil of old age. I like it. All right, here we go. This is Woody. He says, after seeing Neil's enthusiastic response, what are Jim's thoughts on a cosmic gravitational background? And you just talked about the cosmic microwave background and string being able to be visible in that. What about a cosmic gravitational background? Do you have
So
any thoughts?
this would be the paw print of the birth of the universe expressed in gravitational.
Right.
Would be, and I've never actually heard a scientific discussion of this, but that idea, it really seems well grounded, that one could imagine, that if one could, look, the cosmic microwave background is an electromagnetic background. It's microwaves, right? Just like the microwaves you cook.
It's light.
Right, it's a form of light.
Right.
But a gravitational background, a gravitational signature from the Big Bang, I don't see any reason why that's not possible. I've not heard of any scientific discussions of the concept, however.
Okay, so part of why the cosmic microwave background is so useful to us, not only that it exists, but we have a map, a very detailed map of its structure. And right now, when we're detecting gravitational waves, something happened, we think, over in that direction of the sky. We have nowhere near the mapping precision to possibly do anything interesting yet. And I don't know when it would come.
Oh, I would give us about 20 to 30 years, because in order to do what you're saying, Neil, first of all, we have to get a sufficient number of gravity wave detectors. Right now, there are about 4 in the world that are one. There's one, for example, in Europe. There's one in Australia, and there are 2 in the U.S. So that's the minimum number you need to do the mapping, and they're not all sort of up fully functional. So we got some time.
Right, and then you want to get gravitational waves of different wavelengths.
That's
right, and so it's not just this one that came through. Get the whole spectrum, if I can borrow that word from light, and then you have this 2 dimensions of information to interpret.
Exactly.
So we're not there yet. But if we were there, it would tell us a whole lot about the very first moments of the universe.
Exactly, and that's where science is pushing toward.
Cool.
Yeah,
that is super, super cool. All right, Roman Prekop says this: is it possible that some of the stars observed in the night sky are duplicated or multiply duplicated due to light bending and gravitational fields of a massive object like some super black hole?
I should let Neil answer.
Yeah, I could take that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, I could take that one. So the answer is yes. Next question. No, so what happens is that the way this unfolds, by the way, Einstein first predicted that you could make a ring, the little Einstein ring, where the light would bend symmetrically in all directions around a single object and create a ring of light from that single object from behind. It turns out that's not realistic, because that requires exact lineup.
Right.
So that there's a perfect geometry of all sight lines that go around it. Most things don't line up exactly. But when we do find them sort of line up, even if not exactly, you find distortions that resemble rings. They're arcs.
Right.
They don't make a full ring, but they make arcs. Now, if you have one object behind, that object will make a minimum of 3 images. One that comes straight through, and then 2 that come around the side. Mm-hmm. And up from there, it can make 3, 5, or 7 images. So yes. Right. In fact, here's something cool. You ready? Okay. So we found objects, quasars, whose light bent around galaxy clusters that were sort of midway, right, from Einstein's gravity, but the path lengths were not the same. Okay, so the path on one side is a little longer than the path on the other. And you know how we know? Because quasars vary. They have explosions. The light varies. So we see it, and it varies up here, and then a scheduled time later, it varies over in exactly the same way. So you get to see the same event twice.
That's because of the change in intensity of light due to the explosion? Is that what's happening?
Well, no, there are things the quasars can eat things episodically. Okay. There are a lot of weird things, episodic things that can happen in quasars. But the fact that you have 2 different path lengths is extraordinary testing of the shape of the curvature of space and how much gravity is in the cluster and how far away the quasar is. So it's an amazing thing.
So it's funny to me that you've come back to this, because this is what my daughter works on. We talked about the cells behind me, But when you have rings of matter around rotating black holes,
Chuck, he's just giving equal time here.
I know, exactly.
Because he didn't want to pick his children.
He's a good dad.
He's a good dad. Good dad. Go on, good dad.
but when you have rings of matter that glow around spinning black holes, you can actually see the backside of the ring because the gravity bends the light from the growing light. That's what a daughter works on.
Yeah, that's very cool, man.
One last quick one, and we got to call. We're over time.
We'll be done with it. Okay.
Yeah. Chuck, go ahead.
This is from Glenn. He says, Dr. Gates, do you think that white holes exist? Was Einstein observing what was Einstein observing that gave him the impression that they did? All right, now I'm just going to answer this for you. No, there are no white holes. Einstein was a racist like everybody else back at that time, and just couldn't let it be just
started
black.
off Chuck.
Couldn't just let it be a black hole, could you? Okay, yeah. So, no, go ahead.
Chuck got that off his chest.
You know what? Here's what I love about the professor. He's sitting there like, I have nothing to do with this. Whatever Chuck is saying right now, that's his crazy business.
I only just met Chuck.
Exactly. He's like, I don't know this man. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so
make it quick, Jim.
Yeah. So what's really interesting is black holes aren't black. It turns out that because of Stephen Hawking, we know that they actually have this very slight radiation called Hawking radiation. So they're not exactly black. That went out a long time ago. So, got to keep up with the news in physics.
Okay, but the white hole concept.
The white hole concept, people who, look, I don't know of any solid scientific arguments about the existence of such things. I have not encountered.
Okay. And plus, we don't see anything in the universe that would resemble what a white hole would be predicted to be, which would be the mathematical opposite of a black hole, right?
Yeah.
So everything is spewing out, and that should look like something in the signature of light.
Be something spectacular. We don't see.
Yeah. But we really got to cut it there. Jim, okay, we got to get you back for 9 other subjects.
That's okay, Neil.
Okay, we got you on the Rolodex.
I got game.
All right, and we'll get a picture from your other your twin child behind you on the next program.
Okay, so black holes, man, black holes.
Chuck, always good to have you.
Always a pleasure.
All right, this has been Star Talk. It was Einstein Right, Proving Einstein Right edition. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. As This is Star Talk. It's Cosmic Queries edition. Chuck Nice.
What's happening?
You're always there for me.
That's right, my friend. That's right.
I'm glad you like learning, because otherwise this would be a really crappy job for you.
I'm glad I like learning too, for reasons other than just even this. It's always great.
Your mama would be proud, the school teacher that she was.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's where I get it from.
There you go.
Very cool.
So with Cosmic Queries, and occasionally, the bag of Cosmic Queries collects, and sometimes they don't fit into categories. Yep. So we've made a category called No Category.
I like that.
Okay.
Cosmic Queries, no category.
Beyond description.
Yes.
So, all right, we'll see what we got.
Yeah.
We'll just pull them out. So this
here we go.
All
right, here we go. Let's get to.
You got some Patreon members up front?
Always up front with Patreon.
Right,
Thank you for your money, guys. We appreciate you. That's Patreon patrons. Victor Sanchez says, all right, knowing that dark gravity is out there, but we don't know how it got there. Could it be that dark gravity is the residual energy from a dead black hole, as Stephen Hawking had a theory that black holes do eventually die after a very, very, very long time? And that's the end of that question. But
that's an interesting question. Who asked that?
That was Victor Sanchez.
Okay, very good, very interesting question. I think we've had gun questions from him before.
Yes, we have. Yeah, Victor's a regular.
He's a regular.
And clearly he's literate, knowing that black holes evaporate.
Yeah, and he did some name drop Stephen Hawking.
And the Hawking radiation and the whole deal.
Right. So let me just remind people, or alert you if you've never known, that black holes evaporate. All theoretical evidence points to the fact that they evaporate. And the way this happens is the energy of their gravitational field is so high that it spontaneously creates matter out of it.
That
right?
is unbelievable.
Yeah. Energy and
So
matter
cool.
on opposite sides of that equation equals mc squared. So so matter can become energy, energy can become matter. That's
Right.
how that works. And that's the recipe if you're going to make that happen in your kitchen. So at the just outside the event horizon of a black hole, what you can make is spontaneously fabricate particles from that energy field. And when you make particles out of energy, you make a particle and an antiparticle.
Right.
That's the rule. That's how the universe rolls. And they fly in opposite directions. Okay? So one falls back into the black hole, the other escapes. It turns out that when the black hole loses energy from its gravitational field, it's the same thing as it having lost mass. Same thing.
Wow.
So in fact, the black hole weighs a little less for this. And this just keeps going. It's very slow. It's not very efficient. Take a long time. But eventually, the entire black hole dissipates back into space.
And it only takes 3 trillion years.
Actually, actually a little longer.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, the black holes in the centers of galaxies, if you run the math on those, it'll take about a Google years.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Very long time.
That's a long. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a long tradition of those interested in my field to look in the very distant future of the universe. So there's a colleague of mine who wrote a book, The 5 Ages of the Universe.
Okay.
And his last name is Adams. You can look it up. And he, in it, there's the age of like stars. Okay. Mm-hmm. Fine. All right, well, what is another age? Well, when all the stars are dead and all you have are black holes, then the only energy coming out is the black hole evaporation.
Right.
So then you have this era of just black holes evaporating. All right, but that's a way long in the future, and that takes a really long time, but nothing else is happening.
Right.
So you get to label it by that according to what the primary thing that's going on over that time. So relative to that period in the universe, the age of stars is just a blip. So anyhow, so the question was, could the dark energy, the dark gravity, be sort of the spirit energy left over in the field of a black hole? I think that's the question. And the answer is no.
Okay. And there you go, Stephen. Thanks for playing. The answer is no.
So no, here's the thing. If you run the history of the universe back, whatever it is that is the dark gravity, the dark matter, whatever that is, it cannot physically interact with ordinary matter. Because if it did, it would completely change what the universe looked like. So it has to have gravity and not interact with us. And a black hole
does both.
Does interact with. Black hole has gravity.
Right.
But the particles that evaporate out of it, we interact with those particles. Those are it's regular matter that comes out. So no, so you can't appeal to black holes for that.
Exactly. Sorry.
You
You can't appeal to a black hole for anything. They are
You
so
tried.
unreasonable.
You could try.
They're so unreasonable. It's just like, bro, why do you got to take everything? You're such a taker. Such
You
a
cannot
taker.
reason with. I should tweet that. Never try to reason with a black hole.
Cannot reason with a black hole. All right. So, this is just out of curiosity, based on what you just said. So now, since we cannot interact with it, and it does have gravity, so this force, is it possible that this force?
But I want to be clear.
Go ahead.
You can interact with this stuff gravitationally. That's
Right.
how we
Exactly.
know it's there.
That's right.
But this whole other level of interaction that I'm talking about is why we even exist. It's the fact that the material can come together and make atoms and molecules, and that's why you're this physical thing that I can touch, and you're a physical entity that is matter collected doing other interesting things as a collective unit. What we call dark matter or dark gravity has no such properties.
Right. Because and that's why we don't know what it is, because it doesn't have those.
Correct.
We don't know what it is because it doesn't.
It doesn't interact with light or the energy or electromagnetic forces.
Right. So now, is it possible then that it's kind of a platform that predates all of us. And when I say all of us, I mean the universe.
Yes, well, it was there from the beginning.
Right.
So I don't know that it predates us, but it co-dates us.
Okay.
And here's a way to say it. Its presence shaped what matter did afterwards. So in that sense, it pre-organized us.
Pre-organized.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So here it is. So it'd be like looking at an ocean at night, like late twilight, and you see sort of the white caps on the like maybe it's a gently moonlit night. If all you could see are the white caps, you say, oh, the ocean is just these little white caps. And then the sunrise is like, there's a whole ocean there.
Right.
Okay? And you realize the white caps are just these little, it's evidence of there being water, but it is a small fraction of the total water that's there. So we spent our whole lives finding galaxies in the universe, thinking that was the material representation of matter in the cosmos. Turns out, no. The galaxies are found where dark matter has collected them.
Right.
There it is.
That is
So in some galaxy clusters, there's 100, 1,000 times more dark matter than regular matter.
Right. Wow.
So we are the froth on the waves.
Oh man, God, can't we be the foam in a cappuccino? I don't want to be the froth on a wave.
Foam on a cappuccino. That's good. That's better. It'd be better if an Italian had come up with it. Then maybe that's what they.
That's what it might have been. Cool.
It totally would
All
have been
right.
better.
Hey, Victor, great question, my friend.
What was that song from? Was it the 1970s? All we are is dust in the wind.
All we are is dust in the wind.
All we are is froth in the waves. Yeah.
I'm so glad they didn't write the song that way. All we are is froth in the waves.
No,
all right, here we go.
All we are white caps. No, that was all we are white caps in the open ocean.
Okay. I like Dust in the Wind a little better.
Okay,
I'm gonna go with Dust in the Wind.
Because it had a beautiful tune with it. But
yeah, that's what you need. Ashley, that's what you need now is a melody. Yeah. All right. How about Glenn from Glenn? Glenn's like Cher. Glenn does not need a last name.
It's just Glenn.
It's just Glenn. All right,
yeah,
Glenn.
The problem is there's a zillion Glens out there. There's probably only one Cher.
Right. I feel bad if your name is Cher and you got to have a last name. All right. So Glenn says, how can we tell when an area is obscured by a black hole or whether it's just an empty area of space? How much of our view of the night sky is obscured by objects such as a black hole? So
space is mostly empty.
Well,
okay. I think we said on a previous broadcast, I gave the example of how empty space
oh
is.
my God, and it's
I'll do it again right here.
mind-boggling.
You ready? Right.
Mind-boggling.
So you look at a sentence printed on a page, and then the sentence ends with a period.
Right.
I think in Europe they call it a full stop, but there it is, a period. If the sun were the size of that period, and everything shrunk to match that up, the next closest star is 4 miles away.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, every time I think
That's
about
up.
it. Right.
So when you look up
you got to imagine that scale and the distance of 4 miles, because we all know what 4 miles is.
Right,
and we all know, what a
6
single
kilometers, right? And we all know how small a period
is.
Right. So what I'm saying is, as you look out into space, your sight line is not accidentally bumping into anything. Okay. It looks like the night is filled with stars, well, because you're finding the stars to look at. If you just close your eyes and like threw a dart, it would just go here to the end of the universe. Yeah, it hit nothing.
Wow.
Be all air, all space.
All space.
So no, the space is not crowded so that things are blocking your view. You know what does block your views? Huge gas clouds. They block your view.
Right.
Because they're huge. They're manifold times larger than the solar system. Whole star clusters are formed out of such gas clouds.
Right.
So they're huge. And radio waves pass right through them, which is why radio waves is the band of choice for aliens. If you want to talk to aliens or you want to hear what message they have, they probably know, if they're smart, that radio waves pass through all the obscuring dust and gas in the galaxy. So you would use that. If you used visible light, then it would just get absorbed or scattered, and you wouldn't be able to communicate. So radio waves we'll go through, but ordinary light, visible light, no. So gas clouds can block your view. In fact, the Milky Way at night, there are these dark lanes, and people thought, oh, that's where there are, 100 years ago, oh, that's where there are no stars. Maybe we see through the galaxy to the rest of the universe. No, they're dark clouds that are actually obscuring the view from what's behind it. And that took a long while to figure out.
Wow. That's
now, and something to consider this. In Australia, the native Aborigines, like everybody else in the world, they had cosmic lore about what they see in the night sky. And to them, they identified not the brighter areas of the Milky Way, but the dark areas.
How's
they
it going?
gave meaning to the absence of light.
Wow.
Rather than to the presence of light. And in fact, one of the largest dark lanes is called the Great Emu in the sky. Very, very local fauna.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, it's got a tall neck and it's got a beak area. So it's an emu. So it's an interesting distinction between a Western concept that something has to give you light for it to exist as a thing, and in Australia, where the absence of light was the thing itself.
So they're working in negative spaces. That's
yes,
cool.
as the designers would say.
Yeah.
So now, how would you know a black hole is there? Because it's completely distorting all of the imagery surrounding it.
Right.
Because the fabric of space and time doesn't send light in straight lines, it curves, and you will see this. So if you're traveling through space and all of a sudden your images start taking these circular, distorted patterns, back the hell out.
Right, exactly. That's a detour sign.
That's a detour sign.
That's the detour sign of the cosmos.
There you go. Get the hell out of the path. So yes, you would know black holes if they were in front of you.
Cool.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
So let's move on. Let's take one more Patreon patron. This is Travis Mansfield, and he says, "Do you think SpaceX is just a front to a larger Armageddon conspiracy? Like maybe we already know that a huge asteroid is going to hit Earth, and this is our only hope."
I'm not authorized to comment on that. Next question.
I think they're too big.
Chuck, we got to wrap it up. But that's a really good question. And see what I did there? I'm making my way.
Little teaser.
Commercial. Yeah. So when we come back, more Cosmic Queries Galactic Gumbo Edition. We're going to talk about, touch on conspiracy theories when we return. We're back. Cosmic Queries Galactic Gumbo Edition, which is a category unto itself that Chuck invented. Galactic Gumbo.
Guarantee.
Yeah,
wow.
The questions are completely random out of this bag. So we left off with a cliffhanger on conspiracy theories. So Chuck, read the whole question again.
All right.
So we're on the same page here. Go.
Okay, cool. Travis Mansfield, do you think SpaceX is just a front for a larger Armageddon conspiracy? Like maybe we already know that a huge asteroid will hit the Earth and Martian colonization is our only hope. Boom.
So here's the thing. As you know, we upload billions of photos and videos to the internet every day. Let's just start there.
Okay.
Second, a conspiracy requires many people participating in a lie on a level where the temptation to let others know is somehow removed from people's behavior. And so and it would require the government to successfully pull this off. And anyone who's worked for the government knows how inept they are at keeping secrets.
Yeah.
Or doing anything organized at such a level.
Right.
So I think the urge to want to believe that conspiracies are driving everything that's happening around us needs a deeper psychological explanation that we don't currently have.
Okay.
So ask the psychologist why you want to believe there's a conspiracy. That's really what we should be doing here. Not asking, I think there's a conspiracy, convince me that it isn't.
Why do I think there's a conspiracy is the real question.
That's the question.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
So, Travis, there's your answer. We're going to send you the number of several therapists. And have at it, my friend. Have at it. There's a couple
Specialize in it.
Yeah, there's a couple that you could do through Zoom, and it's listen, it's a good thing, my friend. It's a good thing.
So at some point you have to ask, why don't you completely flesh out the conspiracy? Just put in all the details you need.
Right.
Okay, it would mean the government has discovered an asteroid that's going to destroy us all.
Right.
And they're keeping that a secret. And everyone else in the world who has a telescope who can detect it somehow is missing it, but only the government caught it.
Right.
Then the government is secretly negotiating with SpaceX to build spaceships that we can then, an ark basically, to collect maybe 2 by 2 of only the chosen ones in the world, so that they can go to Mars as we terraform Mars, because we've been practicing this with the contrails of airplanes for the last several decades. So all of this comes together. Now just think that through, and how many people that involves, and how many people would have to keep that a secret. Okay? Just put all that together, and then ask yourself,
is that viable and feasible?
Isn't it easier that just
tell us?
Isn't
it easier to just tell us we're gonna die?
No. Isn't it just a simpler explanation to say, no, the government doesn't have this kind of secret information about the night sky, because anyone else could then have access to it, and there's no way they can keep that a secret. Right. On top of that, we just have someone as a modern day Thomas Edison, and he's building and inventing stuff.
Exactly.
And it's great, and we all look forward to whatever the next, and he's very transparent about his successes and his failures. Whole YouTube compilations of his rockets that blew up on the launch pad.
That's so true.
None of this sounds like a secret to me.
Wow, that barely gave me anything.
You know what? That was an extremely salient and thoughtful answer to give to this question. Because, see, and this is why you're an educator. Because me, I'm just like, man, shut up. And I don't mean that to you, Travis. I'm not talking to you.
It requires a little more patience.
Yeah, I'm not as patient as what I'm saying. Come on, and let's, But no, I think it's good that people heard you kind of walk through, because what you just said is applicable to any conspiracy that you might subscribe to.
Correct. And my favorite version of these is, I think I saw it in a meme, but I'll just retell it. So Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin of Apollo 11 fame agreed to fake the moon landing, but they really wanted to be as authentic looking as possible and urged NASA to do it on location.
Oh my God, that's insane. I love it.
So there you have it.
Okay.
All right, Chuck, next question.
All righty. Let's go to Belt-Fed Joe.
Belt-Fed?
Yes.
Okay.
Belt-Fed Joe from Tucson, Arizona.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but apparently Belt-Fed does. And
where's Mama did?
Yeah, somebody knows the deal. And
not us.
Yeah. And he says that Arizona is the astronomy mecca. Now I thought it was New Mexico, Neil, but he says it's Arizona. Is there an astronomy mecca?
Yeah, I would say Hawaii, but
okay.
Yeah, because they have a 14,000-foot mountain, the Big Island, where you're above clouds and telescopes there. And,
okay.
Yeah, so if there were one,
is that
if I had to pick a state where you would say the most significant astronomy happens, right, Arizona would be maybe a close second.
Close second.
Here's Arizona's claim to fame.
Go ahead.
Ready? Okay, in Tucson, Arizona,
right,
the nearest important city to an observatory called Kitt Peak.
Okay.
They have a relationship, Kitt Peak Observatory and Tucson. Kitt Peak said, in order for us to continue to do our science, you can't keep making your city brighter at night because you'll interfere with our observations. So let's work together to reduce the nighttime illumination. Because it creates a sky glow that interferes with your ability to see the stars at night. So they got together, and all the streetlights have these sort of caps on them, so the light only points downward. And by the way, if it only points downward, you don't need half the wattage you previously had to illuminate the sky. Think about it. If you're flying over a city in an airplane and you see a streetlight, somebody is paying to have that streetlight send photons to you in the sky and you're seeing an airplane. What the hell good is that? So, these very sensible recommendations which save the town money, save the astronomical dark skies, and this set of ordinances, the dark sky ordinances, have been copied by many other cities around the world.
Well, there you go, belt-fed Joe. You may not be the astronomical mecca, but you certainly are super important. That's cool.
Yes, and New Mexico also has quite a fun suite of telescopes.
Right.
So both together, I would say.
All right.
And why? Because there's a lot of desert climate within them, and you don't put a telescope in a rainforest, right? You put it where there's no clouds, or a minimum of clouds. And New Mexico, Arizona, Southern California satisfy.
Okay. All right, so this is what he says. Are the sizes, masses of planets proportional to the distance between planets? Is the composition a factor? Are there any exceptions?
That's a great question, because you might ask, if I have a lot of space between me and my neighboring planets, did I eat everything?
Right.
All right, and would I then be the biggest planet?
Right.
Okay, you could think about it that way. There's some truth to that, perhaps. Jupiter's big. It's the biggest planet of them all.
Right.
But Saturn has more room between it and Jupiter and it and Uranus than Jupiter has between it and Mars and it and Saturn. So it's not a direct one-to-one relationship. Right. So, because, in fact, Saturn is twice as far away from the sun as Jupiter is. And then Uranus is twice again as far away, right? So there's way more space out there, but it doesn't always mean this. And by the way, when you look at early modelings of the formations of the solar system, stuff it's a shooting gallery. It's mean. Yeah. Stuff is slamming in. And
it's a pinball machine.
It's a pinball machine.
Yeah.
Where the balls stick together. Where they either stick together or blow each other apart. Right. One or the other.
Worst pinball game ever.
So when we do this, it's when you run those simulations, you find many objects that might have hung around and collected more material, competing with the material you want to collect. It gets ejected from the solar system entirely, or sent down to plunge into the sun and vaporize. So it doesn't precisely work that way. But I say, by and large, if you have a bigger sort of gravitational zone, we would expect you to be bigger. But it's not a perfect relationship.
All right, cool. Nice question.
Yeah,
and by the way,
question,
he ended by saying, Tyson Nye 2020.
Okay.
Might be a little late for you to get on the ballot, but still, there's the sentiment, okay?
All right.
There you go. All right, let's go to Michael G. Thompson from Facebook. And Michael says, if I was on an alien planet many light years away, but I had a telescope, a powerful telescope, powerful enough to see people on distant planets, what would be possible based on how far away my alien planet is? Would it be possible for me to see actual Roman battles taking place if I were looking here at Earth?
Yes. If you are at the distance in light years from Earth that corresponded to the time in the past that those Roman battles took place. So when did you have the Colosseum? Let's just say 2,000 years ago. Mm-hmm. The time of Jesus, right? Because that's the whole storyline there. Right. And so find a star 2,000 light years away. Park yourself on a planet there. You have to do that now. And get a nice big telescope, aim it towards Earth, and you will see the Roman Colosseum in real time.
Wow.
Well, delayed time.
Right, exactly.
In real delayed time.
In your real time.
Correct.
In their gone time.
Right. And there's a galaxy, I forget, is it M101 or M100? There's a beautiful spiral galaxy that's 65 million light years away from the Milky Way. Gotcha. So you know I want to go there and look back.
Right.
What do I get to see?
The beginning of everything here. You know,
65 million years ago? That's
Well, not the
beginning of
beginning of everything, but the beginning of what we, this crap.
65, Chuck, 65 million years ago?
Wasn't that
you're
the
better than
dinosaurs?
Yes, thank you.
That's what I said. The beginning
didn't
of
say
everything
dinosaur.
now. The beginning of this crap, I called it. I forget
That's
which.
that's what you'd write on an exam trying to get partial credit because you didn't remember it was dinosaurs.
I said dinosaurs, but anyway, I was trying to think.
They wrenched it out of you.
No, I was
But yeah.
trying to think which scene it was. Like, is it the Pleistocene? That's what I was trying to think of. But
And they got a little bit of a renaming, so it's no longer the KT boundary.
Okay.
But there's a more accurate, less memorable name that it's been given.
Okay.
But the point is that boundary, the 65 million year ago boundary, an asteroid struck Earth, took out the dinosaurs.
That's it.
Wreaked havoc. You bear witness to that.
Right.
From this galaxy 65 million years ago.
that's so cool. And you couldn't even say "look out." You couldn't even.
What? Oh, you can't warn anybody.
Can't
yeah,
warn anybody.
Stuff
Just-
already happened.
You got to sit there and watch it because you're watching a rerun. Damn.
It's already happened.
A rerun.
And
Go ahead.
so the point is, you can't go there from here to see your past.
Right.
Well, no, so you could if you could beat the light beam.
Right. So so let me ask you this. What you just said, now that sparks in me this. Okay. You can't get there, but if you were already there, you could see the
Yes.
past. So
Correct.
now that says, all right, why is it then that we can move up and down, back and forward, left and right on this axis, right? But we can't move back in time. If theoretically, like we can't, not even theoretically, we can't
Right.
do it. You got
So let me-
you got to beat the light in order to do it.
Let me re-ask your question. You're saying if time is a coordinate like
Yeah.
all the other coordinates,
Right.
and we can move back and forth in X, Y, and Z, why can't we move back and forth in time?
Right. Because
Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it is indeed true. We are prisoners of the present, forever transitioning from our inaccessible past.
All right, this is all right. I think I've got something.
Now, see, I asked you a question and you done turned it into a doggone poetry slam.
Just saying.
I mean, that is beautiful what you just said. It's gorgeous, but yeah.
So it would be very interesting if you could step out of your timeline and then rejoin yourself.
Yeah.
Either in your future or in your past. But that kind of would imply that your timeline is predetermined.
Oh, okay.
In the same way the coordinate is
Right, because if
predetermined,
that
right?
coordinates are definitely predetermined.
If I step over there,
Right.
That's been there. It's waiting for me to step there. right?
Interesting.
It doesn't invent itself as I arrive.
Right.
It's there. Okay. So.
Well, so now.
Wait, hang on. We got to take a break.
Oh crap, man! Because I gotta know this. Because you bring up predetermination, and then you said we gotta take a break.
Time for a break.
You're worse than my therapist. Just when I'm about to have a breakthrough, he's like, "And that's all we have time for today."
When we come back, more cosmic queries of galactic gumbo. We're talking about, I guess in this moment, time travel. Chuck, have you calmed down? Have you calmed- Your therapist on speed dial.
Exactly.
So you asked a very important question.
All
Why
right,
can't we
it's
move
pretty good,
on our time
actually.
coordinate?
Not
Right?
bad
If
for
it
working
is
7 hours.
What the physicists say it is, it's just another coordinate. Like
Exactly,
3.
right.
No, it is a little different because we are prisoners of its present.
Right.
That's why it's a little different. But if you could step out of that coordinate, yeah, you could go backwards.
You could go backwards and forth. So now then you bring up, this is more philosophical than it is, physics. But I'm going to ask. Speaking of stepping out, so that connotes, infers.
If your mama were here, we infer. It implies.
It implies, correct, right? I was about to say,
Was your mother an English teacher?
Yes, she was. What I should have said was, I'm inferring. That's what I should have said.
Mm-hmm.
But because I'm not sure if it implies, but I'm inferring that would connote the unfolding of time, as opposed to the predetermination of time.
If what?
If we lack the ability to step out of these coordinates and look at our timeline, thereby being able to identify a point in the past and go back, does that mean that being a prisoner of the present means that the present is not determined? Because there are some people who believe in predetermination.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because that's a crazy thing that you just brought up.
What are you suggesting, that if you could step out,
right,
it would require that it's predetermined?
Yes.
So the fact that we can't step out is the evidence that maybe we have free will.
And it's funny because when you say it that way, free will, I think brings in a completely different philosophical discipline. But I look at it more as a present unfolding, more so than I look at free will, which means that we have some influence. Okay, maybe not free will because that's so philosophical, but we have some influence. Like
the problem is, if you rejoined yourself in the past and you changed something that prevented you from stepping out of your future, then you could not have rejoined yourself in the past.
Damn.
So there's it's a causality conjecture violation,
right?
Which Stephen Hawking had proposed, that he suggested there will never be backwards time travel, and one day we will discover why. And it's a time protection conjecture.
Wow.
Where because you can't go back in time and prevent your parents from meeting, then you would have never been born to have gone back in time to have prevented your parents from meeting.
Wow.
So you've got to avoid those kinds of paradoxes.
Gotcha.
And it may be that there's a law of physics that prevents it. We don't know.
We don't know.
By the way, this brings me to Superman, if I may.
Uh-oh. I always love when we talk Superman, so go ahead.
Okay. I've said this in some other videos, but here and now it's relevant. Okay, I got a call from DC Comics some years ago.
Okay.
And they wanted to have Superman visit the Hayden Planetarium.
All right. Okay. By the way, that's, just another afternoon in the life of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hi, Neil. Well, hello. This is DC Comics. Just want to know if Superman can drop by. Okay, all right. Oh, that's great.
You could have visited too. I know. Nothing against that.
Oh, that is so good. That is so good. But go ahead. So they wanted to know if Superman could visit the Hayden Planet.
And I said, they wanted my permission. I said, sure. And then they said, well,
I think
he meets you in this. And I said, sure.
Okay.
Okay. Of course we can meet. And then I asked what the storyline was. The storyline was, he wants to use the observing capabilities of the planetarium to look back at Krypton to see it get destroyed.
Gotcha.
Okay. Because he did a calculation to realize that the light from that episode, which is when he was born, was finally reaching Earth.
Right.
And so he wanted to witness this. So I said, all right, wait. All right. I said, wait. You can't just do that unless one of two things happens. Either he traveled here in a wormhole.
Okay.
Beating the beam of light.
Right.
Okay?
Because you can't go faster than the speed of light, but you might be able to get places faster than the speed of light.
What? So he has to tunnel through space in
right.
some kind of way.
Right.
And we do know that he arrived in Moses style in a basket.
Right.
Not much older than when he was launched.
He shall deliver my people.
Okay, so
go ahead.
And infants, you can tell when they've aged weeks and even months.
Right.
So here's an infant. It's really no older when it arrived than when it was launched. So it got here basically instant. Or it traveled at the speed of light and didn't age.
Right.
But if it traveled at the speed of light, then the speed of light of the dying civilization would have arrived at the same time he did.
Right. So thereby rendering it impossible for him to look back at his past.
So I told him it's got to be a wormhole.
Gotcha.
And they said, oh, great. And they're taking notes. And they're writing it down. I said, fine. So we do this. And then I said, well, how old is Superman? Because this will depend on how far away the star is from Earth. Okay? Because if he was launched when he was born, at whatever age he is now, that's how many light years away the thing is.
Right.
Okay? That's how that works.
Right.
So they said he's eternally in his late 20s. So I said, okay.
By the way, Neil, so am I.
So I asked him, I said, do you want me to find you a star?
a red star. Like, do you want me to find you a red star at about that distance? And we could just declare that to be Superman's home planet. And they said, you could do that? I said, yeah, there's a bajillion stars out there. Went to the catalog, found a star, found a red star 27 light years away, and boom, there it is. So now in Superman canon, there is this star, an actual star in the night sky, which is where he came from. Wow. And he comes and then he observes it, and he's very sad because he knew it happened intellectually, but then he sees it as we recreate the image of the 8th planetarium. So that's actually done in Action Comics 14.
All right, that's a really cool story. Okay,
Action Comics 14.
Action Comics 14. I got to give it to you, man. That is a really cool
And by the
story.
way, I was a little chubby then. I'm a little chubby now, but I said to the illustrator, I said, it makes no difference to you. Could you take off a few pounds? I just asked. And they said, Dr. Tyson, this is the world of the comics. Everyone looks good.
Yeah, we're going to give you a 6-pack. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so I'm there, standing poised as I did in my youth.
All right.
And so, yeah, it was a fun. If you wanted to find it, Action Comics 14.
All right, that's super cool, man. All right.
It's in there.
I guess we should move on, even though,
I guess so.
God.
All right, next question. But
Okay.
that's precisely related to that question.
Yeah, well,
Can you see something in the past?
Absolutely. I love it. All right. Portuguese for Americans says this. Portuguese for Americans, he says.
Portuguese.
Portuguese. He says, what would happen if something made Earth rotate in the opposite direction? Speaking of Superman. By the way, I did not plan this. I swear to God, I did not plan this. I just happened to look down, and this was the next question that jumped out. I didn't even know it was coming up. And he says, as Christopher Reeves did in the Superman movie. I can't believe that just happened, but that this is kismet. It must be meant to be. So go ahead.
Wait, what's the question?
Oh, yeah. What would happen if you actually did rotate the Earth backwards? What would happen to Earth?
Okay.
So you stop us. First of all, you stop us, and then you start us in the other way. What happens?
Okay, so...
we all
first,
die.
you don't want this to happen. Yes, we all die.
We all die.
That's the answer. Next question.
I was joking. I really don't know what happens. What happens?
It reminds me, I recently tweeted about, I do tweet this every 5 years or so. You know, if you took all the veins, arteries, and capillaries out of your body and tied them end to end,
Okay.
you would die.
Okay, that's funny. All right, that's a funny joke, though, by the way, man.
So I put that out there.
I like that.
And then people get all serious with it. You realize you would die before you had the chance to tie them end to end. People trying to analyze it.
Well, now, welcome to my world. Your premise is untenable, sir. Okay. So anyway, let's just say you slow us down to a stop, and then you go back the other way.
It's worse than that. Okay.
It's worse than
Have you
that.
ever been going fast in your car?
Yep.
And someone puts on the brakes
Yep.
in a steady slowdown, but it's you put on the brakes steady. In a steady slowdown, you feel yourself leaning forward the entire time the brakes are applied.
Thank God I have the active restraint seatbelt, which actually grabs me and pulls me back because you're still going forward.
You're still feeling
that
Okay.
forward motion.
Okay. While the Earth is slowing down, everyone will lean east.
What?
Okay?
All right, this is cool. All right.
Everybody will be leaning at exactly the same angle east, depending on how quickly we slow ourselves down.
Right.
Okay? So what you'll think of as vertical will be a lean at that point. Okay?
Right.
And you'll stay there until we stop. And as we come to a stop, then you'll stand erect again. Okay? But then we're not rotating, so one side of the Earth will always face the sun. Well, this didn't last that long, right? Because he sped the Earth
He's
up.
sped it's right back.
Okay, so that's fine, because otherwise you get very unequal heating of the Earth, and that could wreak havoc climactically. But then he quickly sped us up and had us go the other way. So then you lean, because now we were decelerating, now you're accelerating. And anytime there's an acceleration, you're going to feel that as a sort of a constant sort of lean, okay? And so let me get it straight. So if you'll actually continue to lean east, is that right? We're accelerating this way. Yeah, so you'll continue to lean east because the same force that slows you down and speeds you up in the other direction is the same force operating the whole time.
Wow.
Okay?
Okay.
So, in other words, he's pushing against the rotation of the Earth.
Right.
And you lean against that, but he just keeps going through zero and rotates us back the other way.
Right.
So that same force does that. You'll feel that lean. But then he has to stop that and then send it back the other way. So then you'll all be leaning the other direction until we're back to our normal speed. But nothing would have happened to the timeline. There is no backwards time. That is nothing.
Now,
Okay.
what about the things that are not the physical characteristics of the Earth that are not nailed down? Like the
so here's the problem.
oceans and stuff like that.
Sorry. So all the oceans would slosh up. Yeah,
Oh.
so the Atlantic Ocean would begin to slosh up onto Europe and Africa.
Oh, okay.
And the Pacific would slosh up onto. Thank you. I forgot all about that because the ocean is not stepping on with friction to the Earth. It'll
Right.
just slosh with it. Yeah. So you'll basically flood all the continents.
So okay. So all right. So there you go. All right.
Well, it depends on how abruptly
So basically,
you do it.
Superman killed everybody on
Killed
Earth
everybody.
when he did what just to save Lois Lane. Who,
Just to
by the
save
way,
Lois.
in the words of Donald Trump, not that hot.
Look, I'm told by people in the know that there's a reason for that.
Okay, what is it?
Because if Lois Lane were a beauty queen,
Right.
then you, as an average person, would not have access to Superman. Because if you're not as beautiful as the singular beauty queen.
Right.
So they drop her down a few notches,
Right.
closer to sort of your average person.
And
And then if you're an average person, then you can say, oh, I could one
I
day-
can bag Superman. I'm hot enough for Superman. I'm hot enough.
You say, well, if Lois Lane can
If
do it,
Lois
then I
Lane
can do
get
it.
him, I can get him.
No, I can get him. That would be totally the mindset.
Right, exactly. Oh, that's too funny.
So now the problem is, if he had stopped it abruptly, then we'd all fall over and roll due east 800 miles an hour.
Oh,
and then
sweet.
that would be the end of anything that's not attached to the Earth.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but the fact that he did it slowly means there's a chance you could survive. And
Right.
If you have a boat.
Yeah, if you have a boat.
Chuck, we got to end it there.
Oh, crap.
No, I'm sorry. But it was fun.
These are so much fun.
Galactic gumbo. And since they don't fit a category, they're their own.
That's why.
They have their own flavor.
I think that's why they're so much fun, because
We
it's
gotta do
just
more
you
of
just
these.
never know who's going to ask what.
We got to do more. All right, Chuck, always good to have you.
Always a pleasure.
Tweeting at Chuck Nice Comic.
Thank you,
follow
sir.
him. I don't follow many people. I follow you.
Well, thank you. I follow you too. To the ends of the earth.
To the ends of time.
Even when Superman is sloshing it full of water.
You got it. Star Talk. Cosmic.
All right, I'm gonna do a couple more checks. I think I'm at a good point. I just want to make sure everything's working. Let's see here. No, I'm not gonna get it that way. Probably should have had another exit point. Where would I add it? Nah, because there's stuff right above it. Ah, there we go. I have an idea. So I need more than one entry. Gonna put this door on. And see if I can do a quick test flight. There. So now you don't necessarily have to go to the garage to get to it. Alright, so I've saved the blueprint in case anything happens. Right. All right. Yeah, these shadows are going haywire. Alright, that should take care of the shadows. There we go. This is pretty good. Just check the air tightness of it all. Okay. I don't know what that means, but that hurts my eyes. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. The center of mass is primarily around the core that contains basically everything. Let's see here. Well, I have full tank of oxygen, half a tank of pentaxid, and 44% fuel. So oh, now I remember. Save template. There. That should do it. I knew I was forgetting something. Yep. I'm gonna do my first maiden voyage. Nothing. Ooh. Easy. First maiden voyage. Alrighty then. Let's check. Do some checks. No issue with power. Am I moving? Kind of odd. Do a check for oxygen. So, I think I am losing oxygen, so I need to figure out. Because I haven't turned it on yet, ventilator. Airtight faults from where? Where am I missing oxygen from? This is a nice view, but I definitely need to know where I'm missing oxygen from. What am I missing? Yeah, well, I have a large O2 tank, so what am I missing? I'm not sure what it's... Yeah, I'm not certain. Where's the... Distillery. Where is the trading station anywhere? No. It's great. I have to turn all the way around for that. Ah, so the ship... I guess it's the same. Like, if the ship's moving, I can't exit. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, not blueprints. Stations here. Let me see if I could buy some. We're still running out of oxygen, and I have no clue why. Well, while I'm here. Do you guys mind not just sitting in the ventilation shaft? Jeez, trying to give people a heart attack. Where was I? What's her first? I think she's downstairs. Okay, not so bad. Let's buy 20. Some people are just rude. I am still without oxygen. I have no clue why. Like, right? I don't get it. What am I missing? Maybe it's because I don't have the ventilator turned around the right way. Because everything looks pretty airtight. I mean, it looks airtight. Or perhaps I'm thinking about it the wrong way. Perhaps it does have to be connected right to the end of it. That could be it. Yeah, that'll do. Wait. There it is. Okie doke. Can't believe it took me that long to figure that out. And since I have no artificial gravity... Alright then. Alright then, not bad. Alright then. gonna do a quick jump. Heard of them. I think it's a pretty basic design. My air's dropping off again. This room has no oxygen. It's because of that door. This door doesn't get filled. There. There we go. Might be hostile, whatever it is I'm approaching. Well, it's a ship, but I don't know if it's friendly or not. not telling me who they are, but they're not attacking, and they're not telling me who they are. All right, let's get to jumping. What? I jump back to here. What? Could have sworn I was pointing at the... It says Pole Sanctuary. I think I jumped to Senna. Yeah, I'm back to Senna. So where's Pole Sanctuary? I'm getting confused now. That's Pole Mining. That's the CMOS. No, so it sent me back here. It's like I'm jumping right past it. What? Wait, why does Omicron not have a waypoint? I don't know why Omicron doesn't have a point on it. So confusing. Okay. And it sends me back to this place. Coal way station. Okay, I need to warp somewhere other than these two places. I'm gonna warp to... See, that's the coal way station. No, that's the 3 miles away. I would say jump to Crown and then jump there, because I'm stuck between them. Cena's over there. Yeah, see, they're too damned close. That's the problem if I'm trying to jump to one and not the other. There, finally back. Man, was that annoying. Actually, you know what? I don't have to land at all. Actually, now all I have to do is just put these in. Don't tell me these are too low now. I thought it had to be right over the block. Great, so now I gotta think of something else. Another way to do a greenhouse. This in here too. So I'm gonna have to do some stuff with the next time I'm gonna have to do some stuff with the ships, with the greenhouse, probably bring it back in. Ah. am curious, though. How much power is this place taking? And we ran out of oxygen a lot faster than anything else. But we're able to fly out to over 1,000 light years, so that's nice. Let me do a quick jump. Yep, reputation's not good enough. So here, I can jump to the Polaris Teleporter or Starbase Omicron. What I can't do is I can't jump to Akua or any of the stuff there. So I guess this kind of proves that I can't jump to, like, if I'm outside of the sector, I can't jump to it. Which means I'm going to need to have, in order for me to be able to jump all the way back to Omicron, I'm going to have to place a base. Yeah. Because it's not possible, because this only allows me to jump to warp to locations in my sector. Starbase Omicron, let's see. Of course. Fortunately, I came pre-prepared. Alrighty then. So it looks like the teleporter worked. Well, that seemed to work. That's nice. So basically, I'm gonna have to drop a base with a warp which is warp capable. To welcome aboard. Welcome aboard the Ganymede. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's been 8 hours. I think I'm going to call it for the stream. It's been very interesting getting this, going from building this ship from scratch to flying it through space. It's been a pretty wild ride. What I'll probably do is I'll probably just land. Once I... Oh, did the planet... Oh, hey, yeah, the planet does rotate. That's nice. Well, yeah, I think I'm going to call it for the stream. Thanks for watching.